In this video, I started out with $0 in a truck and spent the last 5 years building the farm to where it is today. Year 1 and 2 was spent building the groundwork for the farm, getting it off the ground, and starting to make some money. So now I have the challenge of keeping the farm running for the next 3 years, and hopefully not going broke. And if you guys enjoyed this video and want to see more, consider subscribing and dropping a like helps too. Anyway, let's go do some farming. And thank you to American Farming for sponsoring this video. More on them later. Spring is sprung, winter is over, and we're back out on the farm for hopefully our biggest year yet. We've got $10,505 in the bank account and a whole year's worth of work ahead of us. So the main goal for this year is expansion. Now, over the last 2 years of us building up this farm, we've went from pretty much nothing to having a pretty decent amount of farmland. And this year, we're going bigger. Anyways, the used equipment store down the road has a bunch of new equipment this spring. So we're probably going to head out there later and, well, I got some plans to expand on the equipment end. Anyways, first things first is we got to get the old 40/20 going and do just a little bit of cleanup here before we get to some field work. So over the fall, we ended up cleaning up a bunch of trees over here, and they're kind of in the way of where we want to expand the field to. So gotta see if we can push these all out of here so we can expand the field just a little bit further to really maximize what we can make off a harvest. All right, just getting the last little bit of the trees pushed up here with the old 40/20. And I think we pretty much got her here. So we ended up getting 2 new tractors in the fall. Now, we really haven't had too much of a chance to actually put them to work. So I'm excited to see what the new 40/40 can do. Now, funny enough, this 40/40 is actually probably one of the newest tractors we've had on the farm. It's actually got a cab and air conditioning and heat. So should be a little bit nicer to work in than some of the older tractors. Okay, so we're going to try expand this field just a little bit. Actually, you know what? I don't know if this disc is going to work for this. So I was looking in the shop for our plow, and turns out we sold that. I completely forgot about it, so we can't expand the field anymore, which kind of sucks. So maybe when we head back to the equipment dealer, we can get something to plow up the extra field that we need to. Anyways, in the meantime here, we're going to get the seeder pulled out. We got a little bit of seed, but we're definitely going to have to get more. That is just barely enough to probably fill up the seeder. Well, I got the old New Holland fired up here. We're going to see if we can get those seed bags down and hopefully get the seeder filled up and ready to go. We're going to have to do a little ground prep with the disc before that, but that really shouldn't take too long. Alrighty, seed bags acquired. I'm only going to try to lift one at a time here up to the seeder, or else we're going to tip, which I do not want. Okay, I got the seeder filled up here. I guess it takes a little less than I thought because it didn't even take one full bag. All right, with that out of the way here, we're going to hop in our old Ford here, grab our trailer, and get going. Now, the thing is with the equipment store is I can't go there and not come back with something, so better safe than sorry to bring the trailer. All right, well, we made it out here to the used equipment store, and it looks like there's a pretty decent stock this spring. Now, the main thing I'm looking for right now is something that could tear up the ground, and this thing looks pretty decent, but not what I need. However, this right here will definitely do the trick. Now, it does look pretty dang big, but I think it's going to work enough to where the tractor can still pull it, and it's big enough to actually justify using. Now, it does look fairly new, but everything in here is used, so I should be able to get it for a pretty decent price. Now, this right here, I absolutely do not need it, but I am still tempted. Okay, so the owner just pulled this thing out. It's a Fiat, I think, dozer. Pretty tiny dozer, but honestly, I think this is something we need on the farm because we have a bunch of upcoming construction projects, and I feel like this would be perfect for leveling out the ground that we need to work on. I also do need to push over some trees, so this actually might be the perfect thing to buy. I'm going to go talk to him here, see if I can work out a deal for the dozer and that subsoiler there. Well, boys, I just spent $8,000 between the dozer and the subsoiler. There's a lot of money, but hopefully it's going to be worth it. Now, I did ask him about this loader, and this is something we're definitely going to come look at later if it doesn't sell, but I feel like this would be another great addition to the farm, but right now, I just can't justify it, so we're going to need to make some more money before I even try to buy anything like that. Well, everything's loaded up here, and we're just headed out. I don't know if this trailer is the greatest option for hauling a dozer like this, but it seems to work. We might be a little overloaded, but hopefully we can make it back to the farm. After getting back to the farm, we got our new equipment unloaded, and it was time to get spring field work underway. Our biggest problem last year was not having enough ground to harvest, so hopefully with the new field changes this year, that would change that. Now, even though we were taking away much needed hay ground for the year, I figured expanding our farmable area would be better for the farm in the long run, but only time would tell. With the field now expanded, it was time to move on to the second field and get to work over there. And the main problem with this field was the trees. When we cultivated this field the last year, we neglected to take care of one of the biggest problems, and it ended up being a massive hassle. So with our new equipment acquired, I figured it would be the perfect time to take on this problem. We began by pushing some of the smaller trees down with the dozer and cutting down some of the bigger ones with the chainsaw. After getting all the trees taken care of, we grabbed our 40-20 and began clearing them up. After getting the remainder of the trees piled up and delimbed, I plowed out the now open spots of land and left the trees for a later date when we could take them to the sawmill and actually make a bit of money.
Check out our sponsor, American Farming Mobile. Available on iOS and Android, it's the best new mobile farming game on the market, and it has over 70 different pieces of equipment, including awesome trailers and trucks that roll coal. And with crazy character customization, beef cattle, hogs and dairy, they got it all. They just launched a giant hay DLC, which includes 6 different pieces of equipment containing small square baling, round baling, and large square baling. Check it out now via the QR code on screen or the link in the description.
Alrighty, so we got all the equipment back to the yard here. We've got both fields finished to where I want them. Trees are cleared out of the far field. This field right here got extended by actually good amounts, so we should be getting a lot of grain off of this, depending on what we seed here. I'm thinking soybeans, but we've done soybeans on this field for the last 2 years, and I think it's time we change it up. So we're probably going to go with wheat on this field. Even though it doesn't make a whole lot of money, it's the straw that we're going to need. Now, the reason for that is because in the next couple weeks, pending approval from the bank, I'm going to get a big, not a big loan, but a pretty big loan, pretty decent sized one, to build a brand new barn and hopefully have some cattle. Now, I've been saying I've wanted to expand to cattle for the last however long, and I feel like this year is the year we can do it. Another thing I also want to do with the new loan is build another shed, probably a pole shed just to store hay and all that, because really we need some hay storage. We're lacking a bunch right now. So we've got the cedar all good to go here. Now, I don't think we can plant just yet. Maybe got to wait another day or two, and we can only plant soybeans, corn, sunflowers, stuff like that. With this planter, if we want to plant some wheat, we have to get a cedar, which I think I might know where I can find one. But right now, we don't have a whole lot of money. Now, the good thing is, I have a plan to fix that. Now, it does involve, that's right, you guessed it, lumber or wood. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna get some of this loaded up, take it to the sawmill there, see how much money we can get for it. I do want to get the stuff from the other field there, but we might leave that till later. I don't know. Anyways, until we get the loan from the bank, we're not gonna be able to do a whole lot to upgrade the farm. But once that does go through, we'll get to work on it pretty quick. I guess we're gonna find out if the flatbed can work for hauling logs. It should. After getting the truck loaded down with as much lumber as we can fit on, we headed to the sawmill to see how much money we can make. And as it turns out, we made quite a bit. And with our newly acquired money, I stopped at the one place I knew I could definitely spend it. And just like that, I spent about $4,000. And with the rest of the liquid fertilizer and seed acquired for the year, we'd be able to start seeding right away. Okay, so pretty much the money that I made in the scraps of wood that I sold, we bought seed and fertilizer with. But that's good because we don't need to buy any more this year, and that's one less thing we have to worry about. But one thing we do have to worry about is how I'm going to plant this to wheat. Now, I'm going to have to find a heck of a good deal on a cedar, or else this might be getting replanted to corn or soybeans. I am not entirely sure, but I'm sure we'll figure something out. Anyways, the farm's off to a good start this year. Hopefully we'll be planting real soon, and after that, I guess it'll be haying, which we don't have a whole lot of land to hay, but I'm sure it'll still take some time. And if we get cows this year, we're gonna have to keep a bunch of it. So that'll be a bit less money in our bank account, but hopefully we shouldn't need to spend too much more of it. Other than when we get the loan and we have to get all the cattle stuff together, but that's a whole nother deal. So since we weren't able to seed yet, I decided I'd load up the 40-20 and head out to our far field, where the lumber we had previously cut was ready and waiting. So with the help of the 40-20, we got it all loaded up, then headed back to the sawmill to make back some of the money I'd spent irresponsibly. With the wood now sold, it netted us a cool $1,700. And with that, it would hopefully be enough to get us a cedar. Well, we made it out here, and I think I see something that's gonna work. Looks like there's 2 older John Deere cedars here. I don't think we need 2, so I'm gonna see if I can deal for just 1. But these cedars seem to have a really cool feature where you can slide out these end pieces here, and you can hook another cedar up behind it. So if your main one going here, you can put one off to the side here, one off to the side here, and you could literally repeat the process until can't physically pull it or it's just way too big. That might be something for the future, but for now, we just need the one. Well, boys, I made the deal. $3,000. That leaves us with just $622 left, which is not a whole lot of money, but we'll make it work. Anyway, we just bought spot 1, but you can slide these out on both sides, and we could definitely upgrade in the future, but I think we're okay for now. Anyways, I'm hoping this should do the trick. Well, it was a long drive, but we made it back here. I think we're going to try get this loaded up with seed and fertilizer, and then we should be good to go. So currently we have a small issue. That issue being that this planter takes liquid fertilizer, but this seeder takes solid fertilizer. Now, most of our fertilizer here is liquid, this stuff right here, but we have this old pallet of solid fertilizer here, so I think we're going to try to get this out. It should be okay to use. I hope. We're going to find out. Either way, I guess. Let's get the combine moved out of the way here. Usually midsummer, we get a bunch of solid fertilizer to spread on the fields, but this is kind of the last of it we have left, so hopefully we can get most of the field done, if not all of it with this pallet, but we'll see what happens. There we go. So that takes pretty much most of the pallet here. We might have enough, but I'm not entirely sure. Get some seed put in there and we should be good to go. Well, we finished off the last of that bag there. That about halfway filled it up, so I think we'll use the second one here, and that should do it the rest of the way. All right, perfect. Good to go. After getting the seeder ready to go for wheat, I hopped in the old 4040, grabbed our disc, and headed out to the second field. Since we didn't have time to disc this field over fall, it was now time to get it cleaned up over spring. Since getting the trees that were previously in the field removed a week prior, it was now pretty easy to work in. After getting the field all disced up and ready for planting, we headed back to the farm, cleaned up our now dirty equipment, and set it aside for later. Alright, so I just got some really big news from the bank. Our $150,000 loan just got approved. Now, Austin, you ask, what in the heck are you going to need a $150,000 loan for? That is a huge amount of money. You struggled to pay back the last one, and it was about half that. Well, this is the year I figured we'd go big or go home. Now, we ended up buying this chunk of land last year, and it had a bunch of stuff on it. We got rid of most of it, and I've always wanted to do cattle. But frankly, we've never really had the money all at once to go build a massive barn, get all the equipment necessary, and so on and so forth to actually do cattle. Now, I've had this kind of plot marked out for a long time now, and I figure this is the perfect time to actually start breaking ground for a brand new barn. Now, that brand new barn is going to cost us anywhere from about $50,000 to $75,000, but that comes with just about everything we're going to need to actually have cattle, minus the equipment, of course. So I think right about here is where we're going to build it. Now, I do think I want to clean out some trees or somewhat of a pole barn out here, and obviously get rid of a lot of these other ones so we can turn all this kind of land out here into something we can actually cut for hay. Now, if you look right over here, you can kind of see our plot. It's number 33. So we've got all this land kind of right about up to here, kinda. Yeah, right about here is where the land is kind of marked. I am gonna have to stake this out though, so I don't go on to anybody else's property. Now, frankly, hay is one of our biggest money makers, and the more land we have to actually make it, the better. So we're gonna clear out some of these trees for some space to add a pole barn, but the actual barn and fenced in land right about here, we actually have a good bit of land going back this way. So in theory, we should have more than enough. And now we also have this huge chunk of land that's ready to be seeded, as well as the one across from it. Now, eventually, I'd like to buy the kind of middle plot that's in between this one and that one right there, because we don't own this stuff right now, and I'm still driving on it. It'll be fine. But maybe one day we'll get it done. And as the sun rose on a new day, it was go time. And go time meant that we'd be out in the field for, well, a long time. And we started by getting the main field seeded to oats. Now, while oats weren't the most profitable crop, they were going to give us something that we really needed. And that one thing that we really needed was straw. Something that we couldn't really get from any of the other money-making crops. Now, while we didn't have the biggest seeder out, this one would definitely get the job done. But a part of me was kind of thinking I should have bought the second one. Would have made the job go a lot quicker. But soon enough, we finished up the job, and now it would be on to planting. Well, the 2950 was nice, and I thoroughly enjoyed the ear-deafening noise it made. Considering there was no cab, I decided the 4040 would be a nicer choice, considering I might enjoy some nice air conditioning and radio. So I switched out the disc for the planter, and we were ready to go. Now, this field was considerably bigger than the last, so we were going to be here for quite a while. Okay, so we're about halfway done this field here. I just ran out of seed here, so we're gonna go pick up some more. But while I was planting there, I got a call from the used equipment store. I told them that if any equipment comes in for cattle, you know, to let me know. Oh, there's a helicopter. Look at that. Anyway, if there's any equipment coming in for cattle there, to let me know. And he said he just got a bale processor in there, so we're gonna go check that out real quick. Gotta fill up the seeder here in a minute, but I think we'll leave that till a little bit later. Top in the old Ford here and head on down there. Now, those bale processors usually go for about $30,000 brand new, and that's a lot of money shiny, but this one is used, and he said he wanted 15,000 for it right off the bat, so we'll see what kind of condition it's in. Well, this is it, I do believe. Yeah, this thing actually looks in really good condition. You can see here there's a little bit of wear, but like barely anything. This thing almost looks brand new. A little bit here and there. Paint's even shiny. It looks like they shined it up here before they tried to sell it, but yeah, this actually looks pretty good. I'm just gonna ask if I can go grab a tractor here and just test it out quick, make sure all the hydraulics work on it, make sure it's good to go, and I think if everything works good on it, I'll have to buy it, because we're definitely going to need this once we get the cattle in. Spread straw, give them a little bit of hay, silage there, all that good stuff. Silage bales, at least. All right, they said I could grab a tractor here, the old Case 8910, I do believe. I kind of like this tractor, actually. It's not half bad. It is two-wheel drive. That's one thing I really don't like about it, but yeah, it's a little big for this processor, slightly. All right, that looks like it works good. Perfect. Fired it up here, tested out the PTO. Everything looks good. No bad clunking, nothing like that, so I think we're gonna take it here. I'm gonna see if he'll go a little lower than 15 for it. Even though I know it's worth 15, you still gotta try and deal a little bit. Ooh, you know what? I actually like the look of this thing. It's an old Ford C600. Yeah, the deck on this, it's a little worse for wear, but actually I like this. This would be perfect for hauling hay. Actually, I think a little bit better than what we've got right now. Oh man, I gotta see what he wants for this too. But at the end of the day, do we really need it? Probably not. Well, 15,000 for it. He would not move on price. I can't blame him. It's definitely worth it. I'm already getting a really good deal on it, because if I tried to go new, I'd be paying upwards of $30,000, and I can't necessarily afford it. Well, technically speaking, I can, but if I want to get this barn built and everything else I need, yeah, we're not going to be able to do that. So this will work just fine. And it even hooks right up to the truck, so we'll be good to go to tow this home. All right, first piece of equipment for the cattle secured here. I still would really like to have a loader and a livestock trailer, so that will all come in due time, I'm sure, but definitely some more things to look out for. I know they've got a loader there at the used equipment store, but he wants a fair chunk of change for it, so maybe, actually, we've got a lot of trees to clear out there, so maybe if those trees make enough money, we can actually afford to buy that. But for now, I gotta fill this thing up with seeds so we can get back out in the field and finish up. After getting the seeder all filled up and ready to go, we headed back out to the field and got back to work yet again. After getting the field finished up, it was back to the farm to work on our next project, which would require some different equipment. We got that loaded up and went on down to the site. After getting everything situated at the new barn site, we took the dozer and got to work. Then with the work of the tractor and the dozer, we cleaned out some unwanted bushes and trees from the surrounding site to clean it up and make it look somewhat decent. After everything got piled up and was ready to be hauled away, we now had the perfect site to get building on. Our main shed has changed. Basically, there was a problem in the game where my original shed did not work anymore, so I had to try find the closest thing to it, and this was it. Now, it's quite a bit bigger than the old one. I'd say pretty much from here, it's about that much bigger. So to keep the realistic aspect of it, I'm taking out $15,000 just to keep the realism there. And I did end up putting most of the equipment in here since, well, now I guess we can fit it in here. But our plan for today is not to stick around here. It's to go to the second farm where our barn's going to be. Now, we've got a couple more trees to cut down here. I'm just bringing a couple over that we forgot to last time. I think there's a pretty decent amount of money sitting here, so maybe we'll use it to buy something else. Okay, so I've spent about the last 2 hours thinning out this part of the trees here, and I got a pretty good pile going. I think this is probably going to be enough to fill the trailer. We've still got a couple trees over here that I want to try pile up before we try and load all that up, but this just clears out a little extra land so we can cut it for hay or use it for extra cow pasture. Well, it took me quite a while here, but I think we've got everything finally cleaned out. I'm just moving my dozer out of the way here. I'm going to pull the truck in front of that pile, and we're going to see how much we can get on that trailer. I don't know if we're going to fit it all on. Probably not, but we're going to give it a shot anyway. Anyways, I'm hoping the barn people show up here sooner than later so we can actually get this construction underway. So I'm just trying to get everything loaded up here, and I had some trouble actually trying to pick up some of these logs that just keep getting pushed forward. What I did is grab the dozer and tried my best to push them up a little bit so I could pile them up. Now, I don't think this bucket was really meant for logs, so it's not going too well at the moment. Well, we have made some progress so far. It looks like this trailer's almost full here. We got some on the truck. I don't think we'll load that up too much because it's already got a lot of weight on it. I probably should have got a log grapple for this. I don't think the bale grapple style is working the best, so we'll figure something out. Well, everything is now loaded up other than a couple little trees right here. We'll get those on the next load, but yeah, dang, this is This is a lot here. I think we're gonna get a lot of money for this. Let's hope the Ford can handle it, because if it can't, we may have an issue. But I think we're all right, other than it's a little bit slow. But hopefully this is gonna be a lot of money. We still have to buy cattle, put up the barn, get a livestock trailer, so there's still lots and lots of things to buy. And any money we get will help greatly. Alrighty, $120,000. Let's get the stuff on the truck first here. Oh, that's all of it. Okay. That was just about $10,000. That was actually really, really dang good. So $10,000, and that brings us up to just over $30,000. After getting back to the farm, I got word that the contractors had now started building the barn. So with a bit of time on our hands, I figured we should go fulfill an old promise. Roughly 2 years ago, I got an old tractor and harvester from this farm that has since been pretty well abandoned by my neighbor who has another farm not too far away. Now, I had promised him 2 years previous in exchange for combine and the tractor that we would plant and harvest this field in exchange for the equipment. But for the last 2 years, we agreed to put it off, and with this year's planting season coming to a close, we figured it was about time that we get this field back in production. So after getting the old ground disced up, we headed back to the farm, grabbed our planter, filled it up with the necessary seed, and got to work. After fulfilling our promise to the neighbor, it was time to head back to the farm and deal with our own fields. And as I soon found out, we had a pretty major problem: weeds. And if we wanted to stay on track to get a decent yield from our field, we were going to have to get rid of them. So I hopped in my truck, headed down to the local equipment dealer, and spent $500 to rent the sprayer for the day. But we weren't done spending money just yet. You see, herbicide is very expensive, about $2,400 expensive. So with the pallet now purchased, we got everything loaded up and headed back to the farm. And with the sprayer now situated on the tractor, we got it all filled up and ready to go. And soon enough, we were back out in the field taking care of all them dang weeds, in hopes that we would at least get somewhat of a decent yield. And after taking what felt like years to finish this field, we were now done and could finally move on to the second one, which was a lot bigger and would take a lot longer. You know, something tells me I should have got a bigger sprayer. I'll be here all day. Well, we are about halfway done this field here, and we got to fill up here real quick. Construction on the barn is coming along good. Almost everything's sprayed. And I think we'll be starting up haying here sooner than later, because I'd like to get a jump on it if I can. We've got a lot to cut and bale. We'll just get this filled up here real quick, and we'll be on our way back out. And I don't even think we're going to use all of this here. Maybe we will. But for $500, this wasn't a bad deal. I mean, $500 is pretty expensive just to rent a piece of equipment for the day, but I can understand, I guess. And I think this is more for row crops too, but I guess it works equally as well for the other stuff. Well, boys, it has been a while here. The crops have been growing good. Everything's been going pretty well so far, but you might be able to see in the distance, that's right, the barn and the fencing is finished. So we're gonna hop in the truck here, go check it out. I'm super excited to get this thing actually underway. We've been waiting. Now, with the total barn cost, total construction cost, we're at about $52,000 right now, which is not a whole lot of money, especially when we still have to get cows. I still want to build a hay shed, all that. But we still have all the money coming in from the hay, and hopefully all the money coming in from the crops. But we got to keep in mind that we have about $150,000 to pay back to the bank within the end of the year, so let's hope we can make that happen. Anyways, check this out. We got all the fencing in here. It's got the automatic milker. Got stuff for hay up here. We got all the fencing to bring them in or take them out. Like, everything to this place has been done. So the only thing that we're missing is just some dairy cows. And there's also going to be slurry and manure from this. So that'll be a little bit extra, I guess. We'll be able to spread that on the crops. So it should help out the farm quite a bit. But I guess we'll know all in due time. Anyways, as soon as we get some hay made, we should be getting in cows here. And then hopefully we can start making money off that. Since I think we have still some extra time before haying, I'm going to go grab a truck, and we're going to try to get the rest of that wood taken in. A little extra money never hurt a farm. I am hoping we can fit everything on the Ford flatbed here. We should be able to, but if not, I might have to take a second load with the trailer. I just need to get some log sides on this, or whatever they are. They're basically just pillars that come up to the sides and make putting in logs just a little bit easier. So it has been settled. I will be buying a log fork. I frankly really need one. Oh man, I hope this fits. Should have just brought the trailer, honestly. Dang it, there's always one. Escaped. Okay, that's the last of it. I'm honestly not too concerned about trying to make it DOT approved here. Not even really going on any actual roads. But that'll be the last of it for a little while. I think we got this place pretty well cleaned out now. Alright, so $52,000 here. Drop all this. and see how much it makes us. 1,800 bucks. That's actually not too bad. So we're just under $54,000 right now. Well, I do think we got most of this land cleared out, so we probably won't have much need for the dozer, at least for a while. So let me know down in the comments, should I sell it? Because I frankly don't know. Now, I got a call from our local equipment dealer this morning, and he told me that there was a livestock trailer in, which is perfect timing because, well, we need to get some livestock in the new barn that we just built. So we're hopefully going to go pick that up and then drop some big bucks on some new animals. Alrighty, here we are. Oh, they got some new equipment in. That's kind of cool. All right, there's the trailer right there. It is a little bit used, nothing too crazy. It's still pretty new. Gotta go check out that new baler they got there in a minute. Anyways, this is the stock trailer here. Nothing too crazy, but I think it will do the job for sure. I don't know what he wants for this yet, so I'll have to go ask him. It should work to be towed by this. I guess we'll see though. Anyway, this new baler. Dang, this thing's fancy. Looks a lot better than my current one. Yeah, we don't need it. We don't need it. We're spending too much money as it is already. Well, deal done. That cost us $8,000, which is actually fairly decent for a used stock trailer. All right, well, we're gonna get this thing hooked up and head down to the animal dealer there. Hopefully we can score some cattle at a good price. Now, even though we may have about $46,000, just under that, we're still $150,000 in debt, which is not ideal, but hopefully these cattle will bring us some money. Well, we're just making it back to the barnyard here, and we spent $22,000 on milk cows, and we've got 20 of them. Now, I don't know how 20 of them fit in this trailer, but apparently 20 of them do, so we're gonna get these things unloaded, and then hopefully they can start producing us milk, which we can sell for some pretty good cash. So each one of these cows was about $1,100 a piece. Now, there's a little bit of water in the trough here, but this isn't going to cut it, so I've got to figure out something. And fast, because these guys cannot go without water. Okay, so I made some calls, and for about $3,000, I have managed to secure a water trailer, which we need badly. Anyways, I made a call to a neighbor. He had one sitting around there. I asked him if he wanted to sell it, and he was like, sure. So we ended up picking that up for a cool $3,000, which sounds like a lot for a water trailer, but this thing's pretty dang fancy. Check it out, water trailer secured. Now, while we don't have any water on our property, we have another neighbor real close to us that does. Called him up and asked him if I could pull it out of his dugout there, and he said sure, so we're gonna head on down there, fill this thing up, since it already has a pump on it, and take it back there to the barn and fill up the water trough. All right, here we are. He's already got all this pump set up here, so this is actually real nice. It's free to him, so he ain't even gonna charge me anything for it. Use open water valve. Huh. Couldn't have guessed that on my own. All right, this thing's filled up. Let's go get it back to the barn. After making it back to the barn, we got to filling up the water trough, and after a few loads, the trough was now full, and the cows were taking a bath in it. But with that now out of the way, we could get to more pressing issues. One of them being that fall was closing in, and the grass in the pasture would not be around forever, so we were gonna have to get some hay to keep the cows happy. So it was time to get haying underway. And with the first outlines of the field now done, the haybine was running great, and there was surely nothing that would stop us from bringing in a great crop. But sure enough, there's never a dull moment on the farm, and our great momentum was brought to a halt by a single hydraulic cylinder. And after a couple calls around, I found out that it would be a 2-week wait for this particular cylinder, and we would not be able to continue haying. Okay, so as you guys can see, we're in a bit of a predicament. And the main cylinder that turns this whole deal side to side is now broken, and unfortunately, the new one is 2 weeks out. Now, in theory, we could run the haybine like this, but it would not be ideal, and frankly, I'd prefer not to run it exactly like this, because you can't turn it side to side, makes things difficult. However, I do have a solution. Now, the other day I was looking in the paper and saw an ad for this, a John Deere 2280. It also came with the perfect head to cut hay with. So I'm gonna go make some calls here and see if we can work something out. Okay, so here's the current situation. I have struck a deal for the new swather. Well, the new swather that's going to be new to us. It's not new at all. Anyway, we have agreed to trade for the dozer on top of some cash, of course, because this dozer is not worth anything close to what that swather is. So we're going to load this thing up, head on out to the guy's place, and I'm hoping that that swather fits on here. If it doesn't, I may have to figure out another way to transport it, or maybe I'll just drive it. I'm not entirely sure. Now, it's a good thing I'm not afraid of spending money, because if I was, we'd be waiting another 2 weeks to start haying, and that would not go over well. We're already a little late to the punch as it is, but I think I can justify it with all this new cleared out land. We have a lot more hay ground this year, so it should come in use. And I also asked you guys in the last video if you wanted me to sell this thing, because I didn't think I was going to need it, and a lot of you agreed that I should. This is kind of a roundabout way of doing it, I guess. But man, I am in luck that that guy wanted to trade. Whew. If he didn't, I might be in a world of hurt. Well, some days I'm lucky, some days I'm not. This was a mix of both. The unlucky part was, you know, I broke my hay bind. The lucky part was the guy I just bought this machine from said I could borrow his gooseneck trailer to haul it back, because it would not fit on my trailer, not by a long shot, and it barely fits on this thing. So we're gonna get this thing back to the yard, unload it, and take the gooseneck back and then grab my trailer. But when I tell you this machine is gonna make our operation a lot smoother, I am serious. This is gonna make things way faster. Now, the cutting head is smaller, but it shouldn't make an issue because this thing will be able to go way faster. But man, I need a gooseneck trailer like this stat. But this thing's very expensive, so I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So, on top of the dozer trade, this thing was an extra $5,000 in cash, and I'm currently stuck on the trailer. This is not good. So yeah, $5,000 plus the dozer. There we go. Got off the trailer. Anyways, that's very, very dang good. I mean, this thing does have a lot of hours, so we definitely paid a fair price, but I'm not going to complain at all. I'm going to try this thing out real quick. Oh yeah, this is going to work phenomenally. I'd say about double the speed of the hay bind. Now, it is another piece of equipment to store and maintain, but I think we're going to keep this and then sell the hay bind. Now, I said he just put brand new knives on this thing, so it should work phenomenally, and it seems to be. And so far, I'm pretty dang happy with this purchase. This is going to be great. Now, in the future, if we do want, we can buy a bigger head because this thing will support one, but they're really, really expensive, like $10,000 to $15,000 expensive, so we're going to have to wait on that because currently our bank account is looking a little bit low and we're still $150,000 in debt. So yeah, this ought to be fun. Anyways, test run is great on this thing, so I'm just going to park it. We're going to take back the trailer and then we'll get back to work. And this thing even has tinted windows. How nice is that? After getting back to the farm, it was time to return to hang, but this time we'd be going a lot faster. With this new machine being much like a zero turn, it cut down on turning times, laid down a much cleaner swath, and ultimately was the better machine. With the field now done in record time, I decided I should probably cut my lawn, because frankly, it was getting a bit long. So I'm currently cutting along the side of the road here. Figured I should get every little bit of grass I can, pay for all the new equipment we've gotten in the last little while. If I keep going at this pace, I'm just going to bankrupt the farm. I gotta slow down a little bit, but it's really hard to when you keep having breakdowns. A little bit annoying, but this thing should not have any issues. It's the John Deere. That thing's a New Holland, so that's probably why it broke down. That'd be my best guess anyway. All right, looks like we got most of the lawn cut here. We have all that back there, but I'll do that at a different point. I have to move some equipment and all that. But new swather seems to work good. Pretty happy with it. Seems like it was a decent purchase. For now, at least. We're just headed out to the barn there to check on the cattle real quick. I think they should be doing good, but just want to check on them real quick. I still have plans to build a hay shed out here. I don't know if that's going to happen this year. I'll try to make it happen, but with all the extra costs, it's going to be a big undertaking if we do. That's probably going to cost me anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000. All right, yeah, everybody's looking good. And another massive advantage to having cows now is we're going to have liquid manure, which is really, really big. It cuts down on fertilizer costs, which are absolutely huge, and milk prices are very, very high right now, so should be a lot of big money. I also might want to get a small square baler or rent one or something just so I can toss some bales up here, because it might be nice in the winter time so I don't have to bring out a big old tractor every time, but oh well. We'll figure something out. All right, first order of business today. We've got to check on the cattle, make sure they're all good. And then I think we're going to try to get this hay field done today. It's been drying out for the last little while, and I think we should be able to rake it and then bale it. Now, we also have all this hay ground back here that we got to cut and bale as well, because if we want to have a chance of paying off that loan this year, we're going to need all the money we can get. Okay, it looks like cattle are still good here, so that means we're good to go to get to work. Okay, which tractor is going to work best for this rake here? I'm going to say probably the 2950 here. How are we looking on diesel? I fired up here to check. Yeah, we're looking good. One thing I would really, really love to buy next year is a new rake, because this thing is ridiculously small, and frankly, I think it would be a good investment, but we'll see how it goes. So currently, I'm raking about 3 swaths into one. I don't know if the baler is going to be able to handle it, but I guess we'll find out. All right, so progress has been good so far here. I'm still just cruising along trying to get everything raked. We've got most of the field done. This rake seems to still be kind of working. I don't know. I'd still like to get a different one at some point, but for now, this one will work. All right, well, that is it. It looks like a bit of a mess, but it should bail up fine, I think. I don't know. The way I cut it was a bit of a mess, so it is what it is. All right, we're back here at the barn. Now, there's one thing I need to build yet before we even start baling hay, and that is hay storage. We have absolutely none. I have nowhere to store the hay or the cattle, so I think we're going to grab my tractor over there and try to smooth out a little spot here just down to the dirt, and then we should be able to put up a hay shed. Now, that's going to be about $15,000, and, well, we don't have a lot of extra. So my plan is to bale everything up from that field and sell about a truckload of bales, and that should give us a little extra wiggle room so we can build this new hay shed. So hopefully this 4020 will do the job. After getting the new hay storage area cleaned up and ready to go for the new shed, we headed back to the shop, grabbed a tractor, hooked up our baler, and got to work. Unfortunately, I did end up making the rows a little too big, so we were dropping bales pretty dang fast. In the end, the tractor seemed to be able to handle it okay, so in a way, it all worked out. But there seemed to be one main difference this year compared to last year. The hay field was yielding less, which meant less bales and would also mean less money. So if we wanted to keep the hay field profitable, we had one of two options: spend thousands of dollars on fertilizer, or use the free fertilizer the cows produced. But with our main hay field now baled, it was time to go make some money. So we grabbed our skid steer, swapped out the forks for the bale spear, and got to loading our truck. All right, last bale for the truck here. That is as loaded as it's gonna get. We could maybe put one more on the very, very top, but the skid steer ain't gonna reach that high. Strap that down real quick. Perfect. I think we're good to go. So, well, I was getting everything pretty much finished up here for this side of the hang, because we still have over by the barn to do. I was talking with a neighbor of mine who makes silage bales, and he said he'd trade me a couple normal round hay bales for a couple silage bales. Now, we do need silage bales for the cows, and that is one thing we can't unfortunately do because we don't have a bale wrapper or anything like that. We didn't plant any corn, so we can't make any silage, and the cows kind of need silage. So that's kind of the best way I can think of doing it. Anyway, we're going to get these to a place where we sell all our bales. We get a really good price there, so we need the money. We're gonna sell them. Okay, so just from that load, we made $3,653, which is pretty dang good. Hay price is up right now. Okay, so now that we've got a little extra spending money here, we should be able to spend the $15,000 needed on that hay shed. So I'm gonna call the builders to get work on that. In the meantime, I have to run into town again and pick up the hydraulic ram that broke on this New Holland hay bind. And then I think it's going to the used equipment dealer to see if we can get rid of it, because we really don't need it anymore now that we have a self-propelled hay bind, so may as well get rid of it. All right, hydraulic ram secured. That was $200, but now we can at least get the hay bind fixed and try to sell it. All right, we made it back to the farm here. I'm gonna get this ram fixed, and then we should be able to take this to the equipment dealer. He said he had a feed wagon there, so I might try to go see if I can make a trade. I don't know. This thing is actually worth a pretty decent amount. I'll get it washed off before we take it, though. You know, up the value a little bit. Okay, hydraulic ram's all fixed up. We're just getting this thing washed off real quick. Better wash off the tractor while we're at it. This thing is filthy. I think we're good to go. Oh, man, that was a long drive. Okay, now where's this feed mixer? It could be that one over there, but that looks more like something for grain. Wait a second. What is that? Is that one of those stand behind ones? He can't mean that. There's no way. Yeah, it's a feed mixer. What in the heck? There's no way he can mean this. Maybe he does. I don't know. All right, well, I'm gonna go talk to the guy because, oh man, I sure hope that's not it. So I just had a chat with him. Apparently that's it. We made a bit of a trade here, and we're gonna take it home on his trailer. Now, obviously that little feed mixer there is not quite worth a hay bind, so we got a second gravity wagon with it as well. All right, we'll load it up. I mean, I guess this will work. We don't have a whole lot of cows, so it will work. I was just hoping for something a little bigger. Now we got to try and load this thing up. Well, it took a little while, but we got everything on. And this trailer is very front heavy, which is not great, but oh well. Anyways, we're going to get this stuff back to the farm, get it unloaded, and then we'll bring his trailer back. But for now, he said we could borrow it, so just makes stuff a lot easier so we don't have to take multiple trips. Check it out. $14,999 later, we got ourselves a hay shed. Now this should work. It's not terribly tall, but for the amount of bales we're gonna need and silage and all that, it should hopefully work. That's the hope anyway. But we made it back here, so now we can get this stuff unloaded and hopefully get the cows some feed. They still have some grass, but they're gonna need some feed. All right, everything's unloaded here. Just gonna get this in the barn real quick. And I think the automatic milker's been doing its job, so we should be getting milk pretty soon here, and the milk truck will be here to pick it up soon, hopefully. Yeah, I guess this is really all we need. This should work fine for putting it all in the bunks and mixing it all up. In reality, we only have about 20 or so cows to feed, so Shouldn't be too bad. But at any rate, I've been spending money we don't have a lot recently, especially with this new shed, but we needed somewhere to store the hay, so this was really the only option we had. Now, we're still about $150,000 in debt. I'm hoping a lot of this back here will pay that off in the form of getting it all cut for hay, and then we sell a lot of that hay. Now, obviously, we're going to need to keep some, but I think we can get away with not that much. And we have oats over there in that field, so that will give us straw pretty soon for the winter months. But we've got a lot of money to be made before we're out of the woods yet. We still have a lot of debt to pay off. So I'm just over here at the field. I'm just grabbing a bale for the cows here, just to hold them over for a little while until we get some silage and all that, and straw. Then we can start giving him total mixed ration, but for now, hay will be just fine. You know what? I better use our fancy bale processor. We spent all that money on it. I better just use it. Okay, we got it. Let's see if we can fit it in the barn here. And there it goes. That should be all they need. Didn't even take the whole bale. Okay, so that trailer's gonna sit there until I can get the pickup back out, and we'll just take it back to the equipment dealer. For now, it's perfectly fine where it's at. I was hoping I'd be able to use this gravity wagon to maybe have some total mixed ration in it, but I think for now we're just going to use it for harvest, and then maybe in the winter we'll spend a day mixing feed, and then we can just load it up in these, and it'll make things easier. But things are looking good, crops are looking fine. I'm hoping it should be a profitable harvest, especially with the new field extension, because if we don't make money, this farm's going broke real fast. I just did a rough count on our bales here. Looks like we got about 20 or 19, something like that. So at about 450 bucks a pop, that should be right around the neighborhood of $9,000. It could be up to 10, depending on how the hay market changes. At any rate, we've got all the haying equipment ready to go to, well, hopefully make some more money and not go completely broke. But right now, we're sitting fairly broke. Anyways, we've got a lot of hay bales back here that we've got to load up on the truck and hopefully sell and maybe trade some for some silage for the cattle. Which, speaking of the cattle, I should probably go check on them. So hopefully the wheat field should be good to go here sooner than later. It's looking real good. We got it all sprayed out not too long ago, so should be yielding pretty good by the time we get around to harvest. And I'd say the soybeans are looking even better. Also, I gotta go take the trailer that we borrowed from the used equipment shop. Gotta take that thing back. Alright, looks like the cattle still have water. They're good there. Yeah, I might put a little bit of hay in here. We got some, but they could always use more. Alright, looks like we got some milk in the milk tanks. Looks like the automated milker's doing its job. I'll give a call to the milk truck driver, get him to come pick it up, and hopefully that'll be a little bit of money. Pull up here next to the bunk, and here we go. Is that all they needed? No capacity for hay. Alright, that's all. Well, look who showed up. That didn't take long at all. I think he's just gonna have to back in here or run a hose to the milk tank. I'm not sure how he does it. This is my first time getting milk taken out of here, so we'll figure it out. Alright, he's all filled up, ready to go. He's got a couple more stops to make, but as soon as he's done that, we should be getting paid. Oh, dang. Milk prices are actually pretty dang good. This one's on the down low a little bit, but you know what? Not too bad. Okay, so we got the water tank hooked up here. We're just gonna run and fill it up real quick. And while we're over at the neighbor's place, which is where we get our water from, I'll check on his field over there. Open that up. There we go. Well, that's filling. Just gonna run over here real quick. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, actually. All right, not too bad. Definitely gonna have to go through and pick up some rocks eventually, but we should be good for this year. Man, this place needs some work. Just run down. All right, we'll drop this off. That cow might be drowning. Nope, it's good. And we're gonna go run this trailer back. All right, made it back to the farm here. I'm just thinking if I should pick up the bales first or go make some more. I think we're gonna go make some more. How's the fuel level looking on our old swather here? Looking good. Or haybind, I guess. Let's go make some more round bales of money. All right, so right now we're running the rough line of our property here. Just want to make sure we're not cutting anybody else's hay. I would not want to be doing that. And I think we kind of got up to this tree line here, and we turn. Turn again right here. Just trying to make sure we got a nice line going here. Turn again. All right, perfect. We're back to where we started. So this is the official line, and we've got a lot to cut. But more hay means more money. More money means the farm does not go bankrupt. At least I hope not. I'm going to try keep this in sort of ish sections if I can. That might make things just a little bit easier. And of course, nothing is going to go to waste here. We are cutting all of it. All right, so I have cut around every little place you could probably imagine. Got all around the trees, the sheds, barn, the fence. Everything has been done. We've actually got a good portion of it finished up here, but there's still a lot to go. But I guess I forgot about some big old branches They're kind of wreaking havoc on my hay bind, which is not great. Also stumps. I'm gonna have to get rid of those this winter if I can. So I gotta clean these up before they wreak more havoc. Anyways, I'm not too sure with the current rake I have if I'm gonna be able to rake this all up, because there is a lot here. There's also a lot of deer. I prefer if they stop eating my hay. Also, with this much cut, I maybe want to get a tedder so we can dry it out a little quicker. But at any rate, there is gonna be a crap ton of bales out here. Like a lot. After getting back to cutting our new ginormous hay field, I came to a realization that there was no way in heck we were gonna be able to rake this with the little rake we had. So after a couple phone calls, I managed to secure something that we would pick up later in the day. But for the time being, it was back to hay. Alright, so big chunk done here. There's going to be a lot of hay in here. Still got a couple bits here and there, but big chunk of it's done. So I'm just on the last pass of the field here. Looks like we just got paid from the milk, which was $2,468, I believe, which is pretty good. We've got a little bit of money in the bank account. Now, I think everything's done here. We've got it all cut, which there is a lot. Anyway, I'm going to get this thing back to the farm here, and we've got a piece of equipment to go pick up. Okay, so as you can see here, the rake that we have, it is way too small. Like, ridiculously small. It ain't gonna work. So here's what I figured out. I talked to a farmer down the road, and he's gonna let me rent his rake, which is gonna be plenty big enough for what we need to do, for $800. I said we can have it for about a week here, but I think we're only gonna need it for about a day, so we're just gonna run down to his farm with the Ford here, and hopefully we can grab it. Now, I also talked to the guy at the used equipment dealer and said I was looking for a hay tedder, and he's got one, and I think he might trade the rake for it, the current small one that we have. So eventually, when I have the money, we'll buy a bigger rake, but for now, we'll just rent one. Look what I got, Frontier rake. This thing is gonna be massive once you unfold it, but it should definitely work. I hope. I don't know if my smaller John Deere is gonna be able to run it, but we'll find out. Anyway, that's gonna be minus $800 for us. Okay, I think we should be good here to run this. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. So eventually, when we need the tedder, we'll head on down to the used equipment store, do a little bit of a trade. So I guess we won't have an actual rake that we own for a little while, but the guy said we can rent this thing whenever we need. He doesn't have a whole lot of hay to do. He's kind of just one of those really, really rich guys that started a farm for fun, and he does a little bit of hay each year. But really, he doesn't need this thing for too long, and I think he's already done his haying, so this works out good for us. All right, so when this thing unfolds, holy smokes. Yeah, this will work. I'm fairly certain. Oh yeah, this is gonna work great. Look how easy it is. If we were using that small rake, this would take us the rest of the day. Now it should only take us maybe an hour or two, if that. Now, I hope hay prices are good when we go to sell all this, because if not, we're gonna be in the red for sure. But grain prices are looking up, so maybe, just maybe, we can make ends meet. But by my rough calculations, this should be roughly $80,000 worth of hay. So if that's the case, it might just work. At any rate, we've extended all our fields, so it should be some big money there too. With the rake rental proving to be a good rental so far, it turned a job that should have took more than a day into just a couple of hours, and in turn saved us both money and time. With the hay raking now done in record time, we headed back to the farm, detached the big rake, grabbed the smaller rake, and headed out to the used equipment dealer. And with the trade now made from our rake to a new to us hay tedder, it was time to get back to work. Alright, so I just made it back out here to the field. Now I'm going to try out this hay tedder here real quick. I need to unfold it. Hold on. There we go. Look at that. This is going to dry out the hay real fast. So it'll pretty much be ready to bale anytime we want. But the reason why I want to dry it out faster is because there's so much here that if we let it get rained on, that's going to be a big hit to our profits. And frankly, we can't afford that right now. Plus, if the hay's dried out a little better, it brings a little more money. Alrighty, so I've pretty much cruised around everything here other than a couple of the big parts, but we're going to leave those till later. We got some other work to go do. But for now, it's all looking pretty good. I'm just going to park this right about here. Man, this thing's going to need a wash when we're all said and done here. I mean, probably everything will, but the tractors most. Anyway, there's bales out here to be loaded up. I'm going to keep a few of them. Not sure how many, probably like, I don't know, 10 or so. We'll keep a few of the better hay bales there as well in the other field, and then the rest are getting sold. I think maybe another 10 or so are getting traded for silage bales. Well, boys, it's another early morning out here on the farm. We got $6,011 in the bank account, so we're sitting just a little bit low at the moment here. But that's all about to change because the crops are just about ready to go, both fields, hopefully sooner than later. We also have a crap ton of baling to do. We have a lot of bales to pick up here. It's really a never-ending process here on the farm. But we've got some more hay raking to do, so we better get to that. But before we're gonna head out there, we're actually gonna head over to the neighbor's property. Now he came over here the other day and was asking me if I would be interested in some work in trade for a machine and essentially paying off the rest of the equipment that I have from him, which I believe I have a combine from him. Now, over the spring, we did plant one of his fields to soybeans here, which we're going to harvest for him and give him the grain in payment for some stuff. But he asked me the other day if I'd be interested in tearing down this old shed, all this old fencing, cutting down a couple trees, because he's going to be building a big new shop here. Kind of wants to make this his new yard or a storage yard or whatever. And he said in the back here, which I never noticed this before, but there's an old skidder sitting back here. Hasn't ran in I don't even know how long. I'll have to ask him how long. But this thing is old, rusty, dusty, and everything above. And he said if I clean out all this junk over here, because he doesn't really have the time for it. Oh, yeah, he's got a bale spear here. Anyway, said if I clean out everything here, he'd be happy to have the equipment paid off, and he'd give me this skidder in return. Now, who knows how long it's been since this thing's ran, but we'll come back to that later because we have to get some haying done before it rains, which there's rain in the forecast, so we better get to it. So essentially, I'm buying an old skidder with my work. That's more of a trade, but I guess you could say I bought it. Anyway, we ran the tedder over a bit of this hay here. We still have a little bit left, so we're gonna get to that. Our tractor's just sitting down here. The cattle should be good on feed. They still got some grass. I think they still got some feed in their trough there, so we should be all right to leave them for another day or so. But there is a lot of hay here, which means a lot of money, but we're also about $150,000 in debt. That's not ideal. Also, another thing I didn't think about with that neighbor's property is when he wants us to cut down the trees, if he lets us keep them, that could actually be some decent money because I have a couple trees that I could cut down on my property, but I kind of want to still have some trees in my yard. But you get to keep those trees. That could be a pretty decent payday at the sawmill there. They're still paying a lot for trees nowadays. I believe the price has went down a little bit, but you know what? I'm not going to complain with any extra money. We can use all the help we can get. Well, this should be the last of it right here. All right, so all the hay is now tedded here, so we should be able to bale it all up now, which will be nice. I'm not even sure how many bales we're going to get off of this. Probably a lot, I'd say. Regardless, though, we have to get these other bales picked up because I worked out a deal with another neighbor to trade some regular hay bales for some silage bales. So we need some for the cattle. We're gonna get those traded, and I think we're gonna sell the rest. And then maybe, just maybe, we can pull off a second cut on this. I'm not too sure yet. I had to make a quick run back over to the cattle farm here. I had to grab my tractor because those bales on the other field are a little too heavy for the skid steer. It might be able to handle them, but lifting them all the way up to that truck there is a bit much. And at least with this one, we can grab 2 at a time, which is nice. Well, there's 2, only 8 more to go. Okay, so we have 11 bales loaded up. I know I said 10, but we're bringing 11. Evens out the load a bit more. Anyway, we're going to get these over to the neighbors and hopefully do a little bit of a trade. Get ourselves some silage bales. Well, boys, as you can see, I got the silage bales, but I also have a different trailer. Bit of a funny situation. My neighbor was actually looking for a deck over trailer, which is what I have. It's a bumper pull. That's exactly what he was looking for, and he was looking to get rid of his gooseneck as well. Now, since my trailer's a lot newer and this one's a lot older, they were about similar value considering this one's a full 3-axle gooseneck, and we ended up making a trade. So I got my bales and I got a new trailer. I guess it worked out perfect for the both of us. Now, I have needed a gooseneck trailer forever now, so I'm pretty happy about this. Anyways, we traded 11 hay bales for 11 silage bales, which I am very happy about. I will not complain. At any rate, we should be able to haul a lot more bales with this thing than we could with the old trailer. We can go 6 double rows long and then stack another 6 on top. So that should be just about 18 on the trailer, and then we should be able to fit another 2 on the front, so that should come out to about 20. But we'll get these suckers unloaded, and then it's on to some baling. With all of our silage bales now acquired for the rest of the year, we headed back out to the field and loaded up our remaining bales. With the remaining bales now cleared off the field, we headed back into town to hopefully recoup some of our costs. With the bales now sold, it netted us a cool $4,000. And sure enough, as we got back to the farm, it was milk truck day, so we got them all loaded up in hopes for some more money. But unfortunately, milk prices were down, so that only netted us $219. But we didn't have much time to whine over low milk prices because rain was in the forecast and we had a lot of hay to bale. After checking the baler over to make sure it was running good, we got to work, making bale after bale after bale, and then some more bales after that. This was going to be a long process. Well, everything's going pretty good here so far. I've just been cleaning up a lot of the edges. We've still got a couple big stretches to do down there, but not too much left. I'd say we're about, I don't know, 75% done. But we are getting a crap ton of bales here, so there's going to be a lot to pick up. At any rate, all this hay is super thick, so I ain't complaining. More bales equals more money, which we need a lot of right now. And there is the last of it finished. For this field, at least. We're done. I think just in this one part, there's going to be like 20. Maybe more. I think that's it at least. I sure hope so. I'll just do a quick drive around the field to make sure there's no other parts that I missed. All right, yeah. Looks good. I think we're done. Okay, so with that out of the way, we're going to rip this thing back to the farm. I'll give it a quick wash off because we won't need to use it until probably later in the fall when we do the last cut on that one field there. That's if we do one. It depends if it grows back good enough. Okay, so I got all the equipment back to the farm here, all the stuff that we need at least. Now, the only thing other than picking up all the bales, that's the next big project here, is the crops, but those will be a little bit longer yet. So in the meantime here, I think we're going to go work on the property, the neighbor's property that is, and get everything we need to do there done. Now, I'm going to need the skidder that's down there running to work on that property, so we're going to swap this trailer over to the truck and maybe try to get that thing out of there and get it running. Also, I'm going to have to return that rake sooner than later. Can't leave that sitting there. Got to go back to the neighbor's place. Dang, this trailer works good with this truck. By the way, it's also a John Deere trailer. I'm not sure if John Deere ever made trailers, but yeah, apparently we have one. Let me know down in the comments if John Deere ever made a gooseneck trailer. I'm not entirely sure if they did or not. So I've got a gas can full of diesel in the truck, a couple new batteries, some ether, whatever we might need to try get this skidder running. Okay, so I've spent the last about hour working on this thing. It is in very, very rough shape. I mean, as you can see, it's all rusted to crap. I replaced 2 fuel lines because they were toast. There was a bunch of junk in the fuel tank, so I had to flush that out. I put some new diesel in there. I put a brand new battery in, cleaned out all the mouse nests out of everywhere, and this thing should, in theory, run again with a lot of ether. Also, I may have to replace some hydraulic lines. Those are looking a little worse for wear. Now, the winch, I'm not entirely sure if that's going to work, but we'll give it a shot later on. But let's see if she'll run. Close. A little more ether. Yep. She's going. Holy smokes, boys. It's running. Let's try lift the blade. Oh, man, those hydraulics are so slow. All right. If I kick it into drive. Oh, easy now. Ooh, this thing's jumpy. Hey, gotta take it easy. Oh, boy, I'm leaking hydraulic fluid all over the place. This is not ideal. Also, if it stalls out on me right now, that would not be great. Lower the blade. There she goes. Perfect. It's on the trailer. That's all I needed. Let's hope the Ford can actually get out of here with this thing. Holy smokes, boys. We got her out of the bush. It only took about an hour and a half, but it is now running. Somewhat. We've still got to go back to the shop, replace a couple hydraulic lines, make sure all the rams are good, check if the winch works. There's still a lot to do on this thing. And then we've got to do all the work on that property yet. But the truck is definitely loaded down here. It's not liking this. Look at the amount of coal we're rolling out of this thing. Oh, man. It is rolling it all the way up here. All right. Let's hope she starts again. We can actually get her off the trailer here. Oh, easy. Now just that really, really slow hydraulics. May need a new hydraulic pump. Just letting her roll down here in neutral. All right, we're good. And down you go. Okay, well, I'm going to check this thing over. See what we all need to do to it. Maybe order some new parts. Well, boys, it's late afternoon, and I just ordered $500 in parts here for the skidder. Just a couple little things to replace, and then she should be good to go. May need new tires eventually. These things are crap. Then eventually, maybe a new paint job. And then if I don't need it, I'll sell it. But in order to actually own this thing fully, we got to do some more work. But for now, just got to wait till the parts get here, and then we should be up and rolling. So, we've been fixing this thing up. It hadn't ran in forever. It needed a lot of work, but now it's running perfectly fine. Everything's good with it, so now we can actually use it. So, we're going to run down to the cattle farm, quick, check on everything, and grab some equipment so we can actually do this job. And I think our crops should be ready to go sooner than later, so who knows? Maybe the next couple weeks, we'll actually be working on some harvest. And another project we have is to get all these bales off the field, and there's a lot of them. So we're going to try our best, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. All right, so a few things we need. We need the 4020. That's got the loader on it. That should do all the work we need to do with moving all the trees, all that good stuff. We also got to grab my skid steer here. It's got the bale spear on it right now, but we're going to swap that to the pallet forks. Should help us tear down all that old fencing that's on the property. I hope I can fit everything on here. I should be able to. Check it out. Everything's loaded up, and the Ford, okay, I thought it'd be squatting a lot worse than it is right now. It's actually not too bad. I also tossed the dirt bike on there because we might need it to run back and go grab the skidder. Well, here we are. So this is the plan. Basically, we're gonna get all the old fence tore out here, the old outhouse. Oh boy, this, that stinks. Yep, nope, that is getting torn out of there. This really, really old shed, not too sure what we're gonna do with it, but getting torn down. Also, he's got this bale spear here. I asked him about it. He said just put it over by that little shed there, and he'll deal with it. And then we're also clearing out a bunch of trees. Now, I asked him if I could keep the trees to sell him as firewood, and he's like, yeah, sure, go for it. He's got no use for them. So we'll cut a couple down and take those in and hopefully make just a little bit of money off of them. But we got some work ahead of us, so we better get to it. After getting all the equipment unloaded off the trailer, we hopped on our dirt bike and headed back to the farm to go grab our skidder. But as luck would have it, son of a gun, gotta boost this thing now. The skidder was dead, but a quick battery boost later, and we were up and running. After getting it out to the site, it was time for some demolition. And first thing to go was the fence. After it was all tore down and hauled away, it was time to deal with the crappy part of the job, that being none other than the outhouse. And with the hole now filled in, we now had to figure out how to tear down this shop, which with how big it is, it's a little easier said than done. But after a bit of brainstorming, we figured the best way was with the skidder winch and a bit of brute force. A couple hours later, and sure enough, there was no more shop. But now it was time to get rid of some trees. And after cutting the necessary ones down, we fired up the skidder and got to work dragging them out, which was easier said than done. But after about an hour of dragging trees and some delimbing, the area was now cleaned up and the logs ready to be taken to the sawmill. Okay, so everything's looking a lot better. It's all cleaned up now. All the junk's out of here. There's still a lot of bushes and stuff, but my neighbor said not to worry about that and just take care of some of the big stuff. And that is exactly what I'm doing. So we've got the small logs piled up here and then a couple of the big logs piled up back there. So I think I'm going to try run the big logs in first and see how much we get for those. And then we'll try to probably run the small logs in. And that new skidder of ours worked actually really good. Better than I expected, considering how old it is and beat up it was when we first pulled it out of the bush there. But you know what? With a little more work, I think we could sell that for a lot of money.
Also, if you guys are interested in farming games, definitely check out American Farming Mobile. Link below in the description or the QR code on screen. It has Case, Versatile, Underfirth, and many more real brands. It even has dirt bikes, trucks that roll coal, and all sorts of various livestock and crops. Realistic fertilizer mechanics, including nitrogen and P&K. Recently, they just launched a brand new hang DLC, so check it out now.
Okay, so this tree's looking a little big to be put on the trailer as it is. I'm gonna chop a little bit off here. Yeah, right about here. There we go. In fact, I just chopped all of them, so this should fit on the trailer pretty good. Oh boy, that's not good. There we go, that's better. All right, so I got the gooseneck pulled up here. I guess I kind of overshot how big these logs were supposed to be, but we'll try it out and see how it goes. Well, she is a long load. I'm gonna toss a couple other straps on this just to make sure nothing's gonna fall off. There we go. That's looking a lot better. Yeah, it's sticking out quite a bit, but we don't got far to go, so I think we'll be okay. Then we'll come back for the last of the trees down the other side, which there's not a whole lot there, so it wouldn't be too bad. All right, let's roll. Real heavy load for this Ford here. Should be a lot of money, though. All right, pulling into the sawmill here. Let's see if we make this turn. There we go. Holy smokes. 9 grand. Just over 9 grand on that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Well, let's head back and get the last of it. Okay, so here's the setup I rigged real quick. We've got the tractor on this side, gonna pick up the logs here, and I got the skid steer on this side to kind of hold them so they don't roll away on me. Let's try her out. Okay, yeah, this isn't ideal. Let's try to grab this bunch here. Okay, kind of works. I'm gonna be honest here, flatbed is not the best way to do this. A log trailer would work much better. Well, that's all of them. I guess minus 2 here, but if it works, it works. There's actually a lot more here than I thought. Well, it's definitely not loaded up fancy, but I've got every strap on there I can manage, so it should get me to the sawmill. But while we're here real quick, I'm just gonna move this bale spear over to where it needs to be, and then we don't have to worry about it no more. I got a helicopter flying by. And we're gonna set that there. Oh, if it comes off the forks. There, oh, come on. There you go. So I figured, well, we got the truck out here, and we're taking a load to the sawmill. Could grab some of the other logs that have been sitting here for a while from our past tree cutting. We'll just load these up and then we'll get going. So we are back at the sawmill here. We're gonna pull in and see how much we get for this. I'm assuming it's not going to be as much as the last time we came here, but it'll still be a good amount. I hope at least. 3,141 bucks. I will take that. So that brings us to $22,223. So the neighbor came by as I was getting the last of the equipment loaded up here. He's happy with the job. I think he's going to be putting up a shop there in no time. But we're going to get all this back to the farm. And I think we're running low on fuel for a lot of these things, so should probably get them filled up. Well, I'm back at the farmyard here, and I figured while I have the time, I should probably make sure everything is good for harvest, because that's going to come sooner than later, and we don't want to be rushing to make sure everything's good. Got my gravity wagons hooked up. Just wanted to check over the tires, make sure those were all good. I think they'll be all right. Also, I got the rake hooked up to my flatbed here. We're going to go take that back to the neighbor ASAP, and I just want to give the combine a quick check over, make sure it's all good. It should be. I put it away all serviced, but we'll see if it starts. Son of a gun, she fired right up. Perfect. So I did a quick check over on everything. All looks good. Should be ready for harvest. I gotta do some maintenance on all of our haying equipment to get it put away for the rest of the year, unless we end up doing a second cut on this, which I'm not too sure, but we shall see. Anyways, I'm gonna hop in the flatbed here. We'll get this back to the neighbors, and if we need it again, we can always rent it. But eventually, I'd like to buy one. These are a sweet rake to have. They're just really, really expensive to buy up front. So I just dropped off the rake there, and I figured why not stop in at the used equipment dealer and check out what they have to offer, because, well, I love spending money, even though I shouldn't. But dang, they got a couple things here. They got a rake, same one that we just dropped off. That's kind of weird. But dang, this actually was not in bad shape. Huh. Wonder what he wants for that. And it looks like they've got something new here, an 8850. Dang, this would be a nice tractor to have. Very overkill for the operation we have, but still, it would be really flippin' nice to have. A nice dozer, too. Lots of things that I definitely should not spend my money on, so I am gonna hop back in my truck and go home. The oats are ready to go. They're ready to be harvested, so we're gonna get that done. Also, I think we can do a second cut on our grass field here, so should be getting some more bales out of that. We still have not gotten all the bales out that way, and that definitely needs to be done sooner than later, so lots of stuff to do here today. We're definitely gonna be busy. Anyways, first order of business here is we gotta get the stuff off the trailer, because we're gonna need the trailer to haul bales. Well, we're at least gonna get the skidder off, because we probably won't be needing it anytime soon, and we're gonna need to take the skid steer over to the other farmyard there. Now, I do have plans to completely redo this skidder eventually, once I'm not so busy on the farm, give it a new paint job, do some more mechanical work to it, so I can eventually sell it. But for now, we frankly just don't have the time. Also, since I can pretty much use the pickup for hauling anything or hauling bales, I may also get rid of the F850 flatbed. Let me know down in the comments if I should keep it or I should sell it, but frankly, I think it's just going to sit here on the farm, so I may get rid of it. Actually, one thing I do have to do before I get into anything else is I got to take care of the cattle. They need some food, and I think they might still be good on water. Let me just check here. Yeah, they're still good on water, but it is milk truck day, so hopefully that brings us a little bit of money. Yep. They definitely need some food. Well, I got the skid steer unloaded. I was going to mix up a silage bale, but I think we're going to wait till a little bit later when we have straw and we can do it like a total mixed ration for the cattle. And then when we do that, we're just going to make a bunch of it and put it in a gravity wagon or something and then just feed it to the cows slowly. But for now, we got to get them out of hay, so we'll just give them some of that. All right. Get that bunk filled up there. Oh, that bale's already gone. Gotta go grab another, which we're just gonna grab right here from the field. And oh, I was gonna go in there. There we go. Okay, well that should do them over for a little bit. I am gonna go grab another bale though and just toss it in their feeder out there. That way they have a little something extra to munch on. Drop that sucker in there. Good stuff. That'll work. Well, milk truck's here. I'm just gonna get the skid steer put away. Also did toss that second bale in there because why not? Perfect. The milk truck guy will get his tank filled up there, and that should be all we need to do for the cattle today. Well, I am back at the farm here, and we're just getting the combine pulled out of the shed. Checked it over a little while ago, and it was all good. So we should just be able to go right into the field there and get going. I also got to go hook something up to the gravity wagons there. Not too sure what I'm gonna do for that. We'll just use the good old 2950. Be able to pull them all right. Okay, so this year we're running dual gravity wagons because we ended up, I think, getting a deal on one or something like that in a trade. At least we have something to work with. It's gonna make us take a couple less trips into town. And since we've extended the field a crap ton, we have a lot more to harvest. And this is oats, so it yields a lot more grain-wise than like soybean, which is over in that field over there, and they're not quite ready to go yet, so don't have to do those yet. Holy smokes. This tank is filling up quick. I had this field fertilized really well, so we should make a good amount of money off this. First headland done. I got 2 more rounds before we can start going back and forth here, but we're sitting about 40% right now. We should make it around one more time, and then we'll have to dump. Well, second time around here, we're gonna get this unloaded. We're pretty close to full. Start unloading that sucker into there, and I'm guessing these are gonna fill up pretty fast. With our third and final headland now finished, we unloaded the combine quick, and with that we had just about filled one of our gravity wagons. And with the combine running smoothly, we were sure to have this off in no time. On top of that, we also received our payment for our milk, which netted us an extra $7,700. After dumping off our second to last load from the field, I headed back out to harvest the last of what was left, only to hear a weird banging noise when I started up the header. So I stepped out to investigate, and found that a bearing I had forgot to grease went out, completely obliterating itself. And harvesting would now be put to a stop until I got the new part. So I hopped in my truck and made the trip to town. After acquiring the new part from the local John Deere dealership, I went back to the farm, fixed the broken bearing, which ended up costing me a ridiculous $300. But the combine was back up and running, and that's all that mattered. Well, we are just on the last pass of this field, just about to finish her up here, and other than the breakdown, everything went fine. The oats have yielded really good. We got a lot of straw to bale up. That's another thing I'm gonna have to do, but I'm not sure what oats are going for. I'll have to check, but it should be a decent amount. We'll just top up this gravity wagon here real quick. I didn't want to fill them up too much because we're not towing them with the biggest tractor, and yeah, didn't really want to overload them. We'll just put a little extra in this back one here. So 2 full gravity wagons out of that. That is pretty dang good, actually. I'll just park the combine over here. We're gonna have to wash it off before we go into the soybeans there, but those won't be ready for a little while yet, so we have a bit of time. Well, I ended up finding a pretty decent price at one of the local sell places, so we're gonna run them down there. Considering I don't have bins, I can't really store this stuff anywhere, but maybe next year. I could have planted a more profitable crop, but I needed straw, so this was kind of the most profitable crop I could plant and still get straw out of it. Anyways, this tractor seems to be able to handle 2 gravity wagons, so pretty dang good. I still would like to get a loader for this thing at some point. Well, I'm just getting these unloaded, and the money seems to be rolling in. Holy smokes, just from that one trailer alone, that's just under $11,000. So, trailer number 2 here. We're gonna see how much it brings me. Man, these things take forever to unload, but I sure like watching the money go up. $11,765. So that brings our grand total up to $52,410. I am not gonna complain about that. We are well on our way to making enough money to pay off this loan. Well, I made it back to the farm here. I gotta go run and grab my truck from out of the middle of the field here, and I think we're gonna try to go haul some bales. And I just checked the hay prices on my phone. We're looking pretty good on that. So depending on the total amount of bales out there, we may be looking at a lot of money. And not to mention, we still have this entire field of soybeans, which is also fertilized really well, so we're gonna be raking it in, hopefully. Well, I unhooked the 4020 off the bale processor there. We need something with a nice loader bucket to get all these bales on the trailer. Should be able to fit a good amount on here. Well, I got the last bale going on the trailer here. We ended up putting an extra 2 on that I thought we'd be able to get on, just on the back. You know what? If it works, it works. 19 bales on here. That's got to be some kind of a record. I suppose I could have double stacked them on the top, but we're already hauling a lot of weight here, so I don't want to go too overkill. Anyways, I think we've maybe got, I don't know, 2 more loads out here, I'd say. So depending on what this whole load brings, I guess we'll see how much money we make. Well, with that trailer load, that is $14,023. I will take that. After getting back to the farm, I hopped in the 4040, grabbed my baler, and got to work taking care of the straw. Now, I probably wasn't going to need all the straw bales we get out of this field, but at the very least, we could sell some. After finishing up the last of the headlands, I ripped over to the cattle farm, got my 4020, picked up a couple straw bales, and got to making some total mixed ration for the cows. The one main benefit to making total mixed ration, makes the cows produce more milk, and is overall just better for them. Well, I got some total mixed ration made for the cows here. This should help them out, and get us a little extra milk production. I guess we will see if this makes the cows a little happier. Oh, there's so much grass here. I gotta clean that all up. All right, well, I unloaded everything that they could take there in the bunk. They should be happy for a little while. I've also got all the slurry in the tank from the cows here, so I'm gonna have to find a slurry spreader eventually, but for now, I think we'll be okay. I did see a few up for sale, so maybe this fall I'll have to get something. And depending if we get more cattle here, I may extend the pasture, since we have enough land to kind of go up to here, and we can go out either way, I guess. So maybe I'll extend it in the future. But I think this pasture as it stands right now is perfect for about 20 cows. But I do want to get more. Now, we have a lot of work to do concerning bales. We've got all this left to bale up. We've got tons of bales over that way to go pick up. We got to check on the cattle. And then hopefully the soybeans should be ready to go sooner than later, I think. I guess we'll find out. I just took a ride with the dirt bike over here to the cattle farm. Just gonna check on everything, make sure we're good. The feed cart still has lots of feed in it, but the bunks are looking nice and full. We actually have some straw in here now because we brought over some straw bales that we baled the other day. So we should have manure sooner than later. We've got a ton of liquid manure that we can spread on the fields this fall. So eventually I'm gonna have to find myself a slurry spreader. But I think the cattle are good, so we're gonna get to work on some other things. And it does look like the soybeans are almost ready to go as well. So I did ask you guys a couple videos ago if we should get rid of the Ford 850 flatbed here. It was very mixed comments as to what we should do, but I got a little surprise in store, but that won't happen till later. But well, we got the time. Better get the rest of this baled up real quick. It shouldn't take too long. So when we're baling here, we try to take the second row out of every pass, just so it makes turning a little bit easier and you don't have to crank the baler right over. And then once you get to the other end of the field, you do the same thing with the other rows that you skip. All right, we made it to this side of the field. Just got to take all the rows back and we'll be done. When it comes to straw, you can move pretty quickly, which is nice. I'm not too sure how much straw is going for, but depending on the price, we should get a little bit of a payday from it. And there we go, all finished up here. We didn't get as many as I thought we would, but I don't know, we should still have a decent amount. Okay, so I just got a call from my neighbor here. He has an almost identical John Deere 2950 here, and he had a loader for it, and I told him if he ever wanted to get rid of it to let me know, and I'd happily take it off his hands. And he finally wants to get rid of it, so we're gonna run this thing down his place and hopefully get a loader on it. And that should make it so we don't have to use the other tractor at the cow farm as much. Well, boys, $3,000 later, and we got ourselves a new front-end loader and bucket. Now, it's an off-brand John Deere loader, but I think it will work. I'm not too sure on how picking up bales is gonna go. Oh, yeah, easy. I wasn't sure with the weight, but I think we're okay. All right, we're good on 2. This should work perfect. With the new loader now acquired, it was time to get all the straw bales out of the field and to the cattle farm. So I hopped in the old muddy Ford and headed out to the field. And it was time to see if the tractor was up to the challenge. All in all, it seemed to be working good, but it definitely could use some weight on the back. And with one last bale, the trailer was now double stacked and loaded to the absolute max. After making it over to the cattle farm, we hopped in the 4020 and got to unloading the top stack of bales. And with enough straw bales to last us the winter secured, we can now sell the rest and try to turn a bit of a profit. But with straw prices looking less than ideal, we probably wouldn't be making much money. But with the hay bales now sold, it netted us an extra $6,000. Alright, so we're just pulling back up to the farm here. I have got to wash the old F-250 here. It's looking pretty dang muddy and definitely needs a quick bath. Now, the surprise I mentioned a little bit earlier, that's actually ready to go. So we're going to make a little trip here to go make a little trade. Now, that trade consists of this Ford F-850 and our 250. Now, as much as I hate to get rid of these two trucks, I think what we're going to be getting in return is a lot better. Okay, so we did a quick switch here. We got the 850 on the gooseneck here, because I really don't want to take 2 trips to bring 2 trucks. Strap this thing down. There we go. All right, let's go make a trade. Well, boys, the deal was done. This is my new truck. It's a 2007 Ram 2500 Cummins turbo diesel. It is a 3rd gen. This sucker is done up, but we're doing a straight across trade. These 2 trucks for this truck. Got a slip tank in the back. It's got a bit of a lift to it with some American Racing rims, some brand new big beefy tires, branch hand bumper, all aftermarket lights. This thing is an absolute beast. We just ended up meeting the guy here at the used equipment store, but yeah, we got ourselves a new truck. It also is tuned, which is nice. Now this thing should have no issues hauling just about anything we need to haul. Speaking of which, we got something to haul. Now this thing compared to the old Fummins runs and drives a lot better, and it's a little bit more of a heavy duty truck, which I love. Now the first task for this thing is hauling the big old skidder to a buddy of mine's shop. He's going to get this thing all fixed, ready to go for about $5 grand. And then hopefully we're going to flip this thing and make just a little bit of money. Now, some of you may or may not remember, I ended up getting this thing from a neighbor of mine who had it sitting out in the back bush. It's been abandoned for years. We got it running, got it driving, got all the hydraulics working, but we just don't need something like this. So we're going to get it all fixed up and hopefully sell it. But this thing weighs a lot, and 3rd gen may have an issue hauling it, but I guess we're gonna find out. we're putting it to the test. First day on the farm. On top of that, it's going to be hauling bales, other tractors, pretty much everything here. Holy smokes, this thing's not even squatting one bit. I guess it can handle this a bit better than I thought. Well, we're just making it back to the yard here. There's still all those bales to haul over there, but since this field is all pretty much regrown, I want to try get another cut off of it real quick, just so we can make sure we have a little bit of extra bales for the cows and then still a bunch to sell. Now, in order to do that, I'm gonna actually have to move my dirt bike out of the way first thing, but we're gonna have to get the old swather out again. I put this thing away dirty. That was not a good idea. I'm thinking we're just gonna knock out a headland or two and then finish this up later in the week. This field actually produces really well, so definitely want to make sure we cut it. We've actually hardly ever cut this little place up here by the shop, mostly because we've always had equipment up here, but this time around we don't, so may as well get it cut for a little bit of extra. So at the moment, I'm just trying to follow the property line, and kind of why my cuts are looking a little bit weird, but can't be cutting other people's grass. Now this field has to get some sort of manure spread on it and then disced up for it's done for the year, and then hopefully in the spring some rocks picked on it. It is looking a little bit rocky. Well, I've pretty much got all the headlands done here. Did a little bit more on the sides just so I can make the field a little more square, but I think that's about good for now. I got some cleanup to do, got to move some equipment so we can actually finish cutting this. But now we have what I'd almost call the ultimate farm truck. Okay, so I just got a call from a neighbor down the road here. He needs to haul his cows to the auction mart there, and his truck is unfortunately down for the count at the moment. So we got our stock trailer and the new truck hooked up here. One thing I will say is this truck is just a tad bit tall for this trailer. Yeah, just a little bit, but we should be able to make it work, I think. I don't know, we're gonna find out. But he did say if I get these cattle hauled for him, he would let me use his rock picker for free in the spring, so it saves us having to rent one or buy one, I guess. Makes things easier. Well, I just got finished hauling cows for my neighbor here. I figured while I was going past, I'd stop in at the used equipment dealer, see what they have. Looks like they've got a new hay buster here. Huh, wonder if this is nicer than my one that I got at the farm there. Looks like it, at least. You got one of the rakes that I want. Man, I gotta buy one of these eventually. They still got this old Ford flatbed. I don't really need anything like that now that I got a gooseneck. And one of these loaders would be awesome for moving hay. Oh, look, I think this is my old hay barn. Cool. Dozer. I don't think I need one, but hey, it'd be nice to have one. I do wonder what he'd be willing to let this rake go for, though. I should ask him at some point, especially since we got that last field of hay this year. Well, I'm going to head back to the farm, get the stock trailer unhooked, and probably do some other miscellaneous work around the farm. Today is a crazy busy day. We have got way too much to do. But first order of business is taking care of the cows, and I'm pretty sure the milk truck's there this morning, so we're going to go get him loaded up and then hopefully get the cows fed. Also, our soybean field's ready to go. I got all the equipment moved down there. We've got to cut all this yet. We got the headlands done on it not too long ago, but it's a little more grown up since then. But we've still got to cut the rest of it. So hopefully we'll get going on the soybeans later today once it kind of gets a little bit later in the day and everything dries up a bit more. And we've got all these bales to haul. Yep, milk truck is here. Get him filled up and he'll get out of here. All right, milk truck just left. The cows definitely need some water. How are they looking on feed here? Still got a little bit in the trough, but could definitely use some. They could probably use some straw as well. We'll get that in there. I got our feed mixer filled up with TMR the other day, total mixed ration, so we'll give them a bit of that. And then I got to use my crazy overkill dually to haul that little water trailer. Go get them some water so they're nice and happy. There we go. Get that thing unloading. Make sure their trough is nice and full here. I think that's all they can take for that. So we'll just park this right here. We're just going to take a grass bale out of the field here real quick and give it to them. Or hay bale, I guess. Toss her right in the feeder here. There we go. Everybody's happy now. We'll just run and grab my bale processor, give them some straw, and that should be it other than the water. All right, they got some straw in there now. They should be happy, I hope. Okay, I'm going to call that good. Just grab them some water. All right, I got my dually here hooked up to my water trailer. I'm gonna go run to the water tower, grab them some, and then we can get to some more important things, like soybeans. Lots of money in that field. After making it back to the cattle farm, I filled up their water, which they apparently loved, dropped my trailer, and headed out to the soybean field. And after getting the combine all warmed up and ready to go, it was time to harvest some soybeans. Which, with this small combine, it was sure to take a while. But with the yields looking good, and the soybean prices better than last year, it was sure to be a great payday. With the headlands now finished, we unloaded the combine, filled it up with fuel, and got back at it. After finishing the field just over halfway, it was time to unload again, but this time, the combine was about to overflow. With the first cart just about full, it was back out to the field to finish up. With the last pass of the field now finished, I unloaded the last of the soybeans, hopped in the 2950, and headed out to the elevator. After making it to the elevator, we got to unloading, with the first cart bringing us just over $16,000, and the second cart bringing us just over $8,000. Well, boys, just made it back to the farm here. Very successful harvest season. We are just over $94,000 in the bank account, which is nuts. And I do believe our milk payment should be coming in any moment here. There was a lot more than last time, and the payment just came in for $10,000 or just over that. That brings us up to $105,000. That's only $45,000 away from paying off our loan completely. All right, so I got all the equipment back to the farm here. The combine needs to be washed off, serviced, and put away since we're finished with harvest for the year. I'm actually thinking about possibly next year going a little bit bigger, you know, something different. Actually, you know what? This is not the last of our harvest. I still have our neighbor's field, which I'm doing in payment for this combine, as well as the tractor that's over at the cow farm. I gotta finish paying that off. So I guess we still have a little bit more. I don't think that field's ready to go just yet, but should be by the end of the week, hopefully. But for now, I think we're gonna go haul some bales and maybe, just maybe, make up the last of that 40 grand. Well, 45 grand. I've also got to finish cutting this. Then got to get it raked and baled. I got the old 4020 here. We're going to get the trailer loaded up quick. I think we are going to sell one, if not two more loads of bales and then leave the rest for the cattle. Oh shoot, I just lost the bale. Didn't have a good enough grip on it. So I'm just loading the last bale up here. We pretty much got the trailer right stacked full. But I got a call from the used equipment store. I told the guy a little while ago that I was looking for a slurry spreader. They said they just got one in, but they want to rent it out instead of sell it. So he said I could come rent it out for a day, couple $100, and I'm good to go. So we might go grab that after I drop off this hay here. Now, I guess there's a lot less bales than I thought because there's only 3 more left here, but we're making some more, so we'll go sell these, and then that should be it. We're hauling bales for a little while. There's a lot on here. This should be a lot of money. Okay, let's see how much this is going to bring us here. $17,000. I am not going to complain about that. That brings us up to $122,000. Well, boys, I've secured the slurry spreader. $600. We got it for a day and a half, 2 days. That should be plenty of time to spread the slurry. But holy smokes, what's it gonna take to squat this Dodge? This thing is heavy. Still not squatting it. Okay, so we made it back to the barn here. I'm just gonna open this gate real quick. Hopefully the cows don't get out. But we'll get this thing unloaded and fill it up with some slurry. Out of the slurry tank there and get it on the field. Kind of excited to run this thing. Pretty cool. It's an old Massey Ferguson 1250. Out of the way, cows. Trying to fill this thing up. All right, we're filled up. Beacon's on. Let's roll. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This is kind of a crappy job. Get it? Because we're hauling cow poop. Yeah, hilarious. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure how wide the spread is on this. Oh wow. Okay, well that's wider than I thought. Hopefully the barn has enough to where we can at least cover this entire field. That would be nice. Free fertilizer right here. This is saving me, I don't know, a couple grand in fertilizer, but it should be very worth it in the end. Better yields. Gotta love it. And that is it for that tank. All right, full again. Back out to the field we go. Hopefully one more load should do it on this field. But I gotta check the level on that slurry tank out at the barn. There may only be one load left in there. Yep, sure enough, there was only one more load left in there. I got it filled up though, and this should finish off that field, I think. So much for spreading both fields, I guess, but is what it is. And last pass, hopefully we have just enough. And we did. Perfect. May as well spread some on the grass too, what's left at least. Get some extra bales out of it, hopefully. And that's it, that's all. Okay, well, I'll get this thing returned tomorrow, but in the meantime, I'm thinking I'm gonna hop in the 4040 here, and we're gonna get to some ripping. I'm still gonna wash off this baler at some point, but we're gonna still need it to bale one more field yet this year. And I miss having the old Massey Ferguson. It used to be able to tow this disc like it was nothing. This tractor still does, just, it was nicer having a big Massey Ferguson. That's all I can say. At least this one has good air conditioning and radio. Holy smokes, the amount of rocks out in this field is ridiculous. We're gonna have to get the rock picker out here ASAP. Okay, headlands are done. Now it's just back and forth. This field actually doesn't take too long. It's the other field that's massive that takes forever. All right, last pass, and we are finished with this field. Minus the rocks. There's a lot of rocks to pick up. All right, so I brought the Dodge back from the other farm here. I'm just gonna get the Massey Ferguson loaded up on this thing, ready to go to take back to the used equipment store tomorrow. It's just a rental So it's got to go back. Man, I've still got hay to cut, and it is way too late in the year to be cutting hay. But, well, got to do what you got to do, I guess. Strap that bad boy down, and we'll be good to go for tomorrow morning. In the meantime, though, I am back on cutting duty. We're going to try get this finished up yet tonight. May have to run a little bit in the dark, but that's what we got lights for. I should really get a couple light bars on this thing. Then we could run real late. Also, I should probably just cut these flipping trees that are in this field. We cut it, like, at least twice a year. There's still so many trees in here. I guess they might be good for a little bit of snow catch, but that's about it. Shame we didn't have more slurry to spread. Could have saved a lot more money on fertilizer, but I guess I need more cows. Maybe that's the next move. More cows. That would mean I need more hayland, though, so I'd have to look at buying some more land. Which, according to the rumors from the neighbors, the land right next to us may actually be up for sale sooner than later. So, who knows? Maybe another loan from the bank once I get this current one paid off. We could buy another chunk of land. My skidder is finally done. We found this thing out on my neighbor's property. It was abandoned, and it was just beat to crap. We put a bunch of money in new parts, a paint job, new tires, all that good stuff, and that ran us $6,000. So that brings us down to $115,000. But we should be able to sell this thing for a good chunk of change. Now, I have a guy coming to look at it later today, so we'll leave that here for now. And in the meantime, I gotta go check on our cattle. So as far as field work this year, most everything is done, minus this field being cultivated up. I'm sure we'll get to that eventually. Got a couple of hay bales to pick up, but honestly, not a whole lot. We're coming into winter, and to be honest, we're doing that other hay field pretty dang late, so probably not the smartest, but we're doing it anyways. All right, looks like the cows are good on feed and straw, so shouldn't need to do anything there. I think they're good on water too. Yep, they are. Okay, perfect. I have a couple bales sitting out in the field here, so we're just gonna take these and stick them in the shed. All right, last two bales off the field. It's pretty much fully grown again, but at least we're finally getting them in storage. There we go. Okay, cow farm's taken care of. Let's go back to the main one and see what needs to be done there. We're firing up the old 4040 here real quick, and we're going to go disc that field, because in the spring we're going to have to go pick rocks on it, so better to have it all disked up now, I guess. So, the property that's right next to ours, this one right here, pretty much where my field stops, it is up for sale currently, but for a lot of money. So I may have to look into buying that next year, but I'm not too sure if I want more fields or whatnot. I'm kind of at a crossroads of what I want to do, whether I want to expand my farmable crops or get more into cattle. Mind you though, farmable crops bring in a lot of money. Well, headlands are done here. I got a call from the guy that's supposed to come look at that skidder. He should be here in about 30 minutes, so I don't think we're going to finish up this field quite in time. I want to take another pass or two, and we're going to head back to the farm. Okay, so I just made it back to the shop here. The guy's not quite here yet, so we're going to run over to the neighbor's farm, and I'm going to show you guys something real quick. So if y'all remember, this was my neighbor's field, and we ended up harvesting and cultivating it. Pretty sure I forgot to record that since it was just such a small job, but with the crop off of it and the cleanup of his property here, we have paid off all our debts for the equipment, so we're now debt-free in that sense. Now, something I wanted to check out while I was over here. The guy that owns this property, his brother told me that he had an old D7. That's a dozer, if you guys don't know what a D7 is. Anyway, he used it for logging a while back, and I guess it had some motor troubles, and at that point, he already had a new dozer, so he's like, screw it, I'm just gonna leave it. I don't know what the deal with it was, but he said it's parked somewhere around here, and he said if I can get it out of here and off the property, I can have it, which is nuts, because the D7 is worth a lot of money, especially if it's running right. But this one isn't, so they're a pain in the butt to move, but we're gonna see if we can find this thing. If I was a D7, where would I be parked? Oh, apparently right here. Ooh, yeah. This thing has not moved for a minute. Holy smokes, it's in rough shape. Yeah, I can see why if you had a brand new dozer sitting there, you might have left it. I don't know if the motor's seized on it. It was so long ago that he couldn't even remember. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this thing would be worth getting out of here, especially if we can get a new engine in it. These Cat engines are like a dime a dozen. You can find them everywhere. Well, they're not quite a dime. They're a little more expensive than that, but you can find them. So we can get this thing out of here, figure out what the issue is. If it needs a new motor, we'll get a new motor in it, and then we'd have a flippin' D7. The issue is I don't know how the heck we're gonna get it out of here, but I think I might have an idea. Anyways, we got more stuff to do at the farm, so we'll figure out how to rescue this thing later. All right, so the dude showed up here to look at the skidder. He's just taking a look at it now, but I have a feeling he's gonna lowball me on it, so I don't think it's gonna sell, but we'll see. All right, yeah, nope, did not sell. Tried to lowball me too much. I was not getting rid of it for that cheap, especially since we just put a crap ton of money into it. But not to worry, I have another guy coming to look at it, and he wants to do a trade. I don't know on what yet, but we're gonna find out. Anyways, for now, I'm gonna go back out to the field. After getting finished disking for the year, both fields were now ready to go for the following planting season. After that, it was on to the last of our haying, which we'd started late again, and we're racing to finish it up before? Well, snow. Yeah, note to self, maybe cut hay on time next year. Nevertheless, we finished up the field, hopped in the 2950, and headed out to grab our hay rake rental, which wasn't cheap. After making it back to the farm, it was on to raking, which thankfully did not take too long, considering I have no patience for raking. After dropping off the rake rental and grabbing our tedder, we got the field finished up, and it was up to the son to do the rest. Alright boys, so as I mentioned earlier in the day, there was a guy that wanted to trade something for my newly restored skidder. Now that skidder is actually worth a lot of money, but this is kind of a ridiculous trade if I'm being honest. This is a Case 9190. This thing is flipping huge. I guess it has a crap ton of hours on it. It's not in the best of shape, but it looks pretty good. Anyway, pretty old case, lots of hours. The guy wants to trade for it. I don't know. I think we're going to take it, test it out, and if everything seems good, I think we're going to do this trade. He's looking at the skidder right now, so we'll see what he thinks of it, but I guess we'll find out. All right, first thing I got to say, holy smokes, the cab on this thing. All right, everything seems good on this tractor so far. I mean, it is absolutely a ridiculous size of a tractor for how small my farm is, but it is flipping cool, I'll say that much. It rips too. While I was driving here, I did a quick price check. These tractors are going for about $80,000 to $90,000 right now, and my skidder's only going for about $50,000. Now, with all the hours on this thing, this one's probably closer to 60-ish, somewhere in that area. So I think if he's happy, we'll do the trade. I don't know. Still just seems like a ridiculous tractor just for a skidder, but hey, if he wants to do it, I won't turn him down. All right. Deal's done. Now, I found out why he wanted to trade this tractor is because he got it off of another trade for a bunch of other logging equipment. So, yeah, he kind of just does a crap ton of trading, and I guess this tractor was worth that skidder to him. So I ain't gonna complain. But now, I have a ridiculous tractor. Like, this thing is huge. I don't know what I'm gonna use it for. Like, maybe pulling my cultivator? That's about it. That's all I can think to use this thing for. You know what? Wait a minute. There is something else that I can use this for. That's right, boys. It's rescue time. Now, if this thing don't pull a D7 out of the forest, I don't know what will. I'm not very prepared for this, but I did bring a tow rope, so we'll see how it goes. All right, we're attached. Tow rope on there. There's not really anywhere to pull this from the front. Let's try and pull it out this way. I don't know how this is gonna go. And no, not moving. All right, so I have reattached. Turns out there was a place at the front of the blade where we could attach this. So we're gonna try. Nope. It's not having it. We're spinning all four tires right now. Progress, slow progress. Well, I have tried reattaching and all that good stuff. No luck. Cannot get this thing to move. Well, a little bit, like ever so slightly, we'll get it to move. But other than that, nothing. But I think it's time to make a call. You want to know what the best part about having neighbors is? They're always going to have bigger tractors than you do. Well, to be more specific, loaders. I grabbed this from my neighbor. He has it for his gravel pit, and I was like, hey, I need to get a dozer out of the bush. You mind if I just borrow your wheel loader quick? He's like, oh, go for it. So, yeah, this should do the trick. Oh, we're even struggling with this. But it is moving. I'll give it that much. You know what? Hold on. I think there might be one more thing we can do to make this go a little faster. There we go. Stones in the bucket. Gives it a lot more weight. Oh, yeah. Oh, this works way better. Yeah, stones in the bucket definitely helps. And we can just, you know, give it a little jiggle. It works its way out. All right, we're pretty much out of the bush here. Pretty close, at least. See, the tractor hooked on the front of this, that would work wonders. We'd be moving this thing at a way faster pace. But for now, this is okay. All right, we're out of the bush, and we can actually get a look at this thing. And I think with a bit of a cleanup, it'll be looking a lot better. We'll have to assess what the engine needs or if it needs a new one. But for now, it's going to stay here because I don't think we're going to really move this thing that well until we actually get it running. At least with the equipment we have here. Maybe if we had like a low bed to load it onto or something, that would work. But heck, even this loader ain't moving it worth a crap. So I'm going to go take this loader back. We're just going to leave this thing here for now. So we're pretty much in late fall here, and we've got this hay field that I've been procrastinating on doing, but today it's finally going to get done because we are running so late on doing it. It's actually ridiculous. We've also got to take care of the cows. We've got to start putting stuff away for winter. There's just way too much to do. and not enough time. Anyway, first order of business is to clear out some old equipment that we're not going to be needing, one of which being this John Deere manure spreader. We ended up moving to slurry as soon as we started doing cattle, so don't need this anymore. I want to get rid of this big ripper here because we don't really need it to make fields anymore. And then, of course, I want to upgrade the disc because, well, it's getting old and it's time for an upgrade. It's also fairly small. So we're going to get all this loaded up on the trailer, head out to the used equipment store, and pick up something new. Now, in the meantime, while we're doing a bunch of work today, I got my mechanic buddy out at the old D7 dozer that we got out of the bush not too long ago. He's trying to get it running. I think he's actually close, and that dozer ended up not needing a whole lot as far as parts go. So it's going to be pretty cheap for us to get going again, but it does need a lot of fixing. I hope all this fits on the trailer. I don't even know if this disc is going to fit on, but try it out. Okay, yeah, disc is no-go, so we're just gonna have to drive that over to the equipment store. But you know what will fit on? My manure spreader. All right, so I got the ripper shank as well as the old fertilizer spreader on here. A lot of stuff is going to be getting upgraded here slowly but surely, but for now, it's just going to be the bigger disc, and we won't need another fertilizer spreader till spring. We should be able to get something new by that time. All right, everything's strapped down, ready to go. We're going to run this down to the store, and then we'll run the disc down there. All right, let's get these trade-ins unloaded. Just made it back to the farm here. Now, we're going to take the disc in with the big old case, our new tractor here. Because what we're going to pick up is going to require a little bit more horsepower to run. Now, there's a possibility by the end of this episode that the case isn't going to be on the farm, but you guys will see in a little bit. Well, this doesn't look ridiculous at all. Well, boys, check it out. Our brand new, well, new to us, John Deere 630 disc. This one is a fair bit wider than the last one and matches up with the tractor just a little bit better. Although that one right there might do better. But this is what works for us. But we better get going back to the farm because this tractor goes slow and this trip takes forever. Well, this was all a trade for the other equipment. It is a lot bigger of a disc than the last one, which I'm happy about. No money out of our pocket, just a little less equipment on the farm, but I mean, it was stuff we didn't really use anyway. All right, so it's still a little bit damp this morning, so I'm just gonna check if we're good to go on baling this hay or if it's gonna be too tough. I think the baler is pretty full from this last bale, and we're already full. All right, so I need an actual test bale. We're gonna have to go for another one here. Okay, this ought to do it now. Let me get out my bale tester here. That in. All right, yeah, we're still looking a bit too tough, so we're gonna have to wait till the sun comes out a little more. But the milk truck's coming soon anyway, so I better head over to the other farm. Okay, let's check on these cattle quick. Water may need topping off here probably the next day or two, but they're still good for now. They'll be all right. I'm gonna get a couple more bales in the shed here for winter. I think we're gonna try and make some total mixed ration there and just load it up in some of the carts. That way we're good to go for a little bit of winter at least. How are they looking on straw at the moment here? They got lots of feed in their bunk. Yeah, looks like they're good on straw. Okay, I guess we'll just have to wait for the milk truck to get here. All right, looks like he made it out. We'll just get him filled up. He'll be on his way, and that'll be more money for us. You know what? While I have the time here, I'm just going to go toss another bale in there. The old New Holland might be needing a wash and oil change here pretty soon before we get into winter. It gets too cold to do that, since I do not have a heated shop yet. There we go. That'll work for now. Don't you escape, cows. I'm watching you. All right, milk truck just left. We should be getting paid from that real quick here, but the cows are happy, so I'm gonna get back to work. After making it back to the farm, it was time to get to some long overdue hay baling. And with the morning sun now out, everything seemed to be running just a little bit smoother than earlier. And with our milk payment rolling in of just under $16,000, we were now sitting at $130,000, which meant we were just shy of paying off our $150,000 loan. But with our last crop of the year just about finished, it posed a serious question. Do we stay where we're currently at with the current growth of the farm and be happy with the amount of money it made us each year? Or do we expand? And if we were to expand, do we expand more into hay and cattle? Or turn a lot of our current hay ground into farmland? These were all questions I needed answers to, but I didn't have them. But with the field now finished, we had other work to do. Well, boys, that's it. That's all. We got a lot more bales off this field than I thought we would, so we're going to have to get these off of here ASAP. We're actually going to sell some of them. Then I think we're going to keep a few. We're still going to need some for the cattle. But since we're not going to need a lot of this equipment for the rest of the year, we're going to get a lot of it cleaned up and put away. Although I do have to move my truck and trailer because we're going to need to get into here. All right, get the combine washed off. Now, this might be the last year this combine's staying on the farm. This is what started it all. Gave us the money to actually keep going on the farm. But it might be going. I might be looking at something else. But it's still going to stay in the shop for the winter, probably. It is looking a little more beat up than usual, though. I need some paint touch-ups. Still runs absolutely amazing. We just need something a little bit bigger. Man, this header is just filthy. It needed a wash like 2 weeks ago. but as soon as you wash it off, it looks brand new. Perfect. Can't forget about the good old swather, of course. This thing made haying a lot easier this year than using that old hay bind. Well, we got most of the equipment that we needed to get washed up and put away done here. We're just gonna go around and get some of these bales. Prices are still looking pretty good, so we're gonna try to get rid of a few. And then the ones that we don't sell, we'll take over to the cattle farm. Well, holy smokes, boys. Look what's in the field. I don't know why he's driving through the field. He's supposed to be driving up the driveway. Oh, I guess he's coming over here. Okay, yep, he's coming over here now. All right, okay, I'll put these on the trailer later. We got to deal with this first. Well, boys, this would be the reason why the case is leaving. We're doing a trade for my case. Now, it's not straight across trade. I'm getting paid some money on top of that, but this is a Cat Challenger 75C. Now, this machine has about double the hours of what the case has. It's a lot smaller, a lot less horsepower. That's why we're getting paid a little bit for this trade, but this is going to be the new tractor, the new big tractor around the farm. Now, the reason why I decided to get rid of the case and accept this trade is because the case is just way too big for the farm. It's literally massive. We don't need anything this big just yet. Maybe in the future, but for now, I will be more than happy with a Cat 75C. I've always wanted one of these tractors, so this was kind of the perfect opportunity to get it. Well, boys, deal is done. We've got an extra $15,000. That's what he paid us on top for the trade. So we're only about less than $5,000 from having enough money to pay off our loan. Now, we still have a couple other expenses for the end of the year, like fuel and my mechanic buddy that's working on that D7 there. We're gonna need a bit more money yet, but we're sitting pretty good at this point. Well, I think he's about to head out any minute. I'm gonna go get these bales loaded up. Well, we got a full load of bales here. Oh, move that strap up. And then we've got 12 more for the cows over there. We already had some in the barn, so that should be enough to last us for a year, or at least a winter. And we're gonna get these ones over to where we sell the hay around here. Prices are still pretty good, so we're gonna see if we can get a little more money. As well, it may look like we have a lot. We actually don't. That's pretty much all owed to the bank. I want a little bit of cash over the winter. It'd be nice to have. All right, just sold the hay and netted us $13,400. So we're sitting not too bad. After making it back to the farm, we loaded up the last of the bales, strapped them down, and made our way over to the cow farm. After getting them unloaded, which was kind of successful, we would now have enough hay, straw, and silage bales to get us through till spring. However, the fun wasn't done just yet because a local neighbor came to buy something that I didn't really use much, that being my stock trailer. And fun enough, came to pick it up in my old flatbed. With the sale of that netting us an extra $9,000, which I believe is $1,000 more than I paid for it, we were now up to $68,000, and things were looking good. Well, boys, the hayfield luckily got finished just in time because I think there's supposed to be some snow in the forecast. Man, we bailed this late. I don't know. This might have to go under as cropland next year, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Shame, I'm going to have a brand new cat that's going to have to sit all winter. Well, new to me, that is. So we have got so much to do today. It's not even funny. We've got to finish putting away all the equipment for the year. Got a lot of that to do. We've got to go make some feed for the cattle, get that ready for when the snow comes. And I've heard rumors that my D7 is now running. If you guys didn't know, I have my mechanic buddy who has been working on that for a little while now. There's a couple $1,000s in parts and labor, but we'll get to that later. For now, we got a bunch of work to do, so we're going to try and knock that out. At any rate, here, we're going to run and grab the gravity wagons because we're going to need to take those over to the cow farm there. And actually, before I do that, I think I'm going to try toss the Cat 75C in the shed there with the disc. We got to service the disc before we pack it away too much behind all that equipment here, so I'm just going to get it backed in for now, and we'll deal with the rest later. But it is a chilly morning here, so I'm all bundled up, and we're going to try to get the outside work done ASAP. Now, a couple projects I have for the winter are take out most of the trees in the hay fields there. We've got some trees to take out by the cattle farm. I think we're just going to try get rid of as many trees on the farmable land as possible because that takes up valuable acres and it's just standing money, which we can always use more of. Anyways, milk truck should be coming this morning here, or maybe in a little bit. Not too sure on that. However, here we're just going to check on the cows real quick. Yep, they got a good amount of feed in their trough here, but I'm going to unload. Oh, never mind. Okay. I thought there was some feed left in the mixer wagon here, but I guess not. So it's just going to go out here. So the plan with this is we're going to take the straw, hay, and then silage bales, kind of fit whatever we can fit in here, mix it up, put it out here as mixed ration, and then load it up into the carts. And then we can have the carts parked in the barn there. So whenever they need any food, we can just unload them and it's done. Simple as that. And I think this will last for probably a good amount of time because we don't have too many cows out this way. You know, if you guys wouldn't like stand in your water trough like you were just doing, the water in here would be a lot cleaner. Gonna empty this out and probably put some more in. But I'm gonna hop in the 4020 here real quick, and we're gonna go spread some straw in there so they're nice and warm. Sucky part about this barn that I never thought of when I built it is you gotta flip around every time, because typically the side where everything shoots out is on the right. Oh well though, it's not the end of the world. Just gonna put some straw out here real quick. All right, they should be good. I don't know why I thought shooting it over the bunks was a good idea. It's better just to go from out there. I am also thinking probably today I'm going to switch out the 4020 for the 4040 because the 4020 is cabbed and the 4020 does not have heat nor cab. So two of those things I would much prefer in the winter. I'll let you take a wild guess on what I'd prefer. Actually, I need to unhook this from that bale processor because we're going to need this. Okay, so for mixed ration here, we're going to need a straw bale, part of one. Toss what we need in there, and we're going to empty that out. Trust me, this will make sense in a minute. Then we're going to get our hay pile going here. There we go. Okay, got a good pile of hay going. And now, our silage bales. Usually this would be in a pile, but yeah, we don't really have that luxury here. So now, with all three piles, this is kind of a complicated way of doing it, but this is kind of the best way I think of doing it, because we don't really have a big mixer wagon that we can toss just whole bales in and get a big cart of the right mix that we need. We kind of just have to toss in little bits at a time. That's unfortunately the way it works. Now for some silage here. Perfect. And then some hay. And if I am correct, that gives us total mixed ration. Well, pretty close to at least. You can add in some pellets for it, but those are a little expensive, so we're just running with this. Anyways, we just empty all this out now, and that gets loaded up into the wagon. Now just got to repeat that process a lot. Well, quite a few hours later, and this is the result you get. 2 full wagons, well, pretty much full, minus this last bucket and whatever else is there, of total mixed ration. And this ought to last a while. Took a lot of time, but I think it's probably worth it. At least I hope so. Just emptying in this last little bit here, and that's full. Okay, I will take that. I guess all we have left here is a little bit of extra hay and some of this total mixed ration, so we'll just toss that into the cows there. But I am going to take these 2 trailer fulls here and get them in the barn so they're ready to go. The milk truck did show up here, so we should be getting the money from that later today if this cow will move out of the way. Move! Come on, cow. You're going so flippin' slow. Oh, my goodness. Pull these bad boys in here. And there we go. Done deal. I think we're going to try to pick some of this up here real quick and just dump it into the cattle pasture. They'll eat it up. Over the fence you go. Oh boy, that's a lot in there. They'll be fine. Stick the last of that in there, and I'll worry about the rest of the total mixed ration later. Anyways, for now, I'm going to head back to the farm, and I think we're going to hop in the truck and go check on that D7. It's supposed to be good now, minus the cosmetic things. So I guess we'll find out. Man, it's kind of sad. There's no more field work to do. We're about to get hit with snow. Oh well, I guess all good things must come to an end. Let's see if I can remember where I had this D7 at. Playing a game of hide and seek with a big yellow dozer right now. Can't be that hard. Holy smokes, there she is, and she's moved from her original spot. That means it runs, or at least should run. Yeah, it's definitely moved. Okay, keys in it. Oh, easy, like a top. Okay, move the blade up. That works. Okay, and forward. I'm turning it. I'm kind of going in a circle here. Oh, okay, we got her now. We're moving, boys. Yeah. Oh, this is sick. Definitely rolling coal, too. Holy smokes. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to start the long drive back to the farm with this thing. I'll have to bring the dirt bike back, load that back up in the truck, and bring the truck back. This is going to take a minute. Well, that was a long drive, and it's currently raining, and I think this rain's about to turn into snow. It's awfully cold, and I'm awfully soaked right now. Okay, park you right there. I'm surprised this thing had enough diesel fuel to make it all the way here. Okay. Yeah, that tank's pretty much bone dry. We made it by not much. Not much at all. Well, $3,000 down the drain. Just paid for the parts and labor on this thing. She's up and going. We now have a D7 cat. And this thing's going to be sweet for pushing down trees or moving snow, whatever this winter. Anyways, I'm going to hop on the dirt bike here, and we're going to ride over to my truck, grab that. And we got some more work to do. Actually, I'm going to wash that thing off, too. I know it's kind of counterproductive because it's raining right now, but it's still pretty covered in dirt. Hold up. Big jump on the dirt bike. Yeah! Whew. Didn't think I was gonna make that. All right, bike strapped down. Let's go back to the farm. Okay, we're back. So I'm gonna get this thing all washed up here because it is filthy. And the rain quit. That's good. Still thinking that snow is about to blow in any minute now. Holy smokes, this thing's bad. Although with the dirt off, it's looking a lot better. A little bit of a paint touch up and we should be golden. This blade actually isn't too bad for being an older D7. I'd say the tracks are worse. Okay, so I was just messing around with the bulldozer here. I got a call from my neighbor Gary. I told him, I just got the D7 out of the bush there. Got it running. And Gary told me he has a trade proposition with me. Now, I know what y'all are probably screaming in the comments right now. Austin, don't be trading this thing. Don't do all that. Just hear me out, or hear Gary out, I guess, and just wait till you see what he's going to bring up the driveway here in a few minutes. Oh, I think he might be here. Gary, you son of a gun. Look at that thing. Okay, so Gary's checking out the D7. Now, this is what appears to be, well, I guess it is a John Deere 4455. Now, this is a pretty decent-sized tractor. However, it's got a little something out of the ordinary. It's got tracks on it. Not just any tracks. These are some custom-built tracks, but they have some parts off a couple different tractors. Anyways, he's got a blade on it. Got a couple different things. Now, I talked it over with Gary, and these things are of similar value, actually, believe it or not. Considering all the work that's done to this thing, it is actually pretty low hours. And considering all the work that thing probably needs, it is up and running. However, that does not mean it's in perfect working order. Still needs a lot of parts. So what we're thinking is Gary's going to take that D7 over there because he knows bulldozers a lot better than I do, and I can't pay a crazy big mechanic bill. I'm going to take the 4455, which I can put to use a lot more on the farm than a D7. Now, here's the deal we worked out. He's allowed to borrow the tractor here for whenever he does silage because he needs it to push up silage into his silage pits. And then this winter or whenever I need it, if I have a project or something, I can borrow the D7. So everybody wins. Gary's got a bunch of big projects coming up and he needs to take down a bunch of trees this winter. And that D7 is going to help him out a lot. I probably need another cabbed tractor because I currently only have one. So not ideal. Could definitely use another one. And this is going to be perfect for plowing snow. This already got the blade on it. So I think it's going to be perfect. Anyway, Gary's going to bring his low boy over and we're going to get that D7 loaded up. But I'm going to take this baby for a spin because I have to. He does have a loader attachment for this, so I guess we can get a loader at some point if we want to. But this thing should be able to crawl over just about whatever we need to. It's fast, it maneuvers quickly, it's got enough horsepower to pretty much do whatever we want. It's got the traction there, and I mean, it can push over a tree if we really needed to. This has got to be by far one of the coolest tractors I've ever added onto the farm. I guess we're turning all our vehicles into tracked vehicles now, because I have the other cat there. This is kind of ridiculous, but I love it. It's so flippin' cool. But since it's not snowing yet, we don't have a whole lot of use for this thing right now, so it's going to get parked right here. However, we are going to take the 4040 here and rip it over to the cattle farm because we're going to need it over that way. So this thing is going on the bale processor instead of the 4020. And then if we need to move any bales, we do have the skid steer around here. We'll be good for that. But I think if we're going to do this, we're going to try squeeze the tractor and bale processor just in here. Should have enough room to squeeze by. We do. Perfect. Feed mixer is going to get backed in here because we're not going to need this for quite a while. I guess I'll just put the last of that total mixed ration in whenever we need it. It can just sit out here for now. And this tractor is most likely going to go into hibernation for the year because we're not really going to need it. And into the shed for the rest of the winter you go. Well, Gary came and picked up his D7 there, so that is now out of here. And milk payment just came in, $6,000, so that brings us up to $171,000. I think it's time we make some payments. First big payment out of the way, our $150,000 loan that is now taken care of and done with, now fully paid off. $8,000 fuel bill now paid for all the times we got fuel delivered out here, so that's good. So that brings us down to $13,000 to end out the year with. That is probably enough to live the winter since we don't really do a whole lot. I'm just gonna wash this off here real quick. There we go. Perfect. And I guess we still have milk money coming in every so often, so that will keep us pretty good for the year, I'd say, or for the rest of it. what's ever left. We'll just park this right here. Just got the cat tucked back there. I think we're going to try stick our dirt bike and trailer in there as well. We should have plenty enough room for that. And in the shed you go. Well, I just came out of my house here. This is what I'm seeing. Pretty sure it's here to stay.
Well, it's the end of year 3, the snows are coming, and I think it's about time to call her quits. We had a pretty good year, let's just hope we can keep the momentum going in year 4. Well, the snow has cleared up, it is officially year 4, and we're coming back bigger and better than ever.
We've got $13,000 in the bank account. We have a bunch of equipment ready and waiting to get some work done. And this year is the year of expansion because I have decided to take out a $250,000 loan that we have to pay back by the end of the year to expand our equipment and buy some more land. And it has just landed in our account. So with now over $250,000 to blow here, we got to figure out what we're going to be doing with all that money. However, we got to make sure we repay that at the end of the year, or else, well, we're gonna be broke and probably lose the farm. All right, so we're just pulling up here to the cattle farm. Looks like the milk truck is just getting filled up, so we should be getting a nice little payday from that. However, we're taking care of the cattle all winter, so we're pretty much out of everything, including straw bales, hay bales, and pretty much all of our silage bales. We're gonna have to fix that. But this year I want to expand into getting a silage bunker and silage equipment so we can take care of our cattle a little bit easier. That would also give us an opportunity to not have to make so much hay, so we could pretty much sell the rest of it. Well, just got the payday from the milk, $13,000 just from that, so we're sitting at about $276,000, which gives us quite a bit of playroom for new equipment. However, this year we're not stopping at just equipment. So right where this field kind of runs is pretty much our property line to the next chunk of property over here, and I have managed to secure a deal for $85,000 to own it. So if we look on the map here, the section of it, field 23, it's a pretty big section, and our first big purchase of the year has been made. So my plan for that is we're going to be expanding this field almost by triple to increase our farming capacity and a little bit of extra hayland. Ah, yes, my favorite place to blow money ever, and it looks like they got a lot of equipment here. So last year we were contemplating in expanding into hay production or crop production. Looks like we're going to be going both this year, and with the new $250,000 loan, we should have the means to do that. This right here is a John Deere 7700. It's a slightly newer year of combine than we have now, but it is a heck of a lot bigger. So this I'm definitely interested in, but not till around harvest season, so I think I'm going to pay the guy that runs this to hold it for me till harvest season, then we'll come buy it. Now, as far as crops go, I've been looking at a new seeder, and I feel like this is the best bet. So we can plant beans, wheat, barley, canola, all sorts of stuff with this. The only thing we can't plant with this is corn, but we still have the main planter at home, and I think we keep that around just for planting corn, but this setup is going to be running me a lot of money. The seeder itself, plus the attachment on the back, is about $30,000, and then they want another $40,000 for the versatile here. Now, we don't exactly need the versatile here because we already have a cat tractor at home that would technically be big enough to pull this, but it is a small tracked machine that would not be ideal, so we may have to go with a versatile. Now, I was talking about silage for the cows this year, and this would be the machine to do it with. This John Deere forage harvester plus this forage wagon, it runs a pretty penny, so it might be something we'll have to put on layaway or ask them to hold it until a little bit better of a time. Now, for haying this year, I want to go a little bit different. I want to go the small square bale route because we can do a lot, and there's a very good market for them. And this New Holland bale stacker would be the ticket to have for all of that, including this Frontier rake and this smaller John Deere square baler. So I may or may not have just made the worst or best decision for the farm.
Also, if you guys are interested in farming games, definitely check out American Farming Mobile, link below in the description or the QR code on screen. It has Case, Versatile, Underfirth, and many more real brands. It even has dirt bikes, trucks that roll coal, and all sorts of various livestock and crops. Realistic fertilizer mechanics, including nitrogen and P&K. Recently, they just launched a brand new haying DLC, so check it out now.
I spent $120,000, acquired the baler, the rake, the New Holland bale stacker, and this whole seating setup for $120,000. This year's gonna get crazy. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take this whole seating setup home. Everything else is gonna get delivered, and I'll have to come pick up the truck later, but we're gonna be taking this home and hopefully putting it to work here fairly soon. Now, I haven't even tested this thing out. I bought her on goodwill of the salesman. A bit of bad judge on my part, but I guess we'll see what happens. Now, the rest of equipment, I wanted to buy the harvester and the forage harvester and the forage wagon there. That is being kept till I eventually want to buy it, but that's going to be another big chunk of money that we could technically spend right now, but since we still have to buy seed, a couple other things this year, I'd rather wait. After making it back to the farm, the rest of the equipment was delivered, and we got it unloaded. And after firing up the cat and grabbing the disc, it was time to expand into the new land. However, we had a new problem. Trees. Now, in itself, they weren't a problem, but when trying to expand into new fields, they get annoying fast and had to be taken care of eventually. And with one mammoth of a field outlying now completed, which took up nearly 80% of the section we had just bought, it was time to clear out some trees. And after some work with the tractor, flatbed, and chainsaw, the field was now cleared and ready to be broken up with the disc. After pretty much finishing the entire field, I started to realize just how big I made it. We were going to be taking off one heck of a crop off this field. After finishing up the disky on the field, I took the load of trees we'd gotten off of it and went to the sawmill to go make some extra cash. About $1,200 of extra cash to be exact. But we weren't done spending money just yet, because with all that new cropland, we needed seed. And seed wasn't cheap, and we ended up spending about $14,000. And with everything loaded up, it was back to the farm. Okay, so this is where we're at here. We got all the seed and fertilizer I think we're gonna need. We still have some in the shed here. I may need to go get more fertilizer, but for now, we're okay. Anyways, 2 of our existing fields are covered in weeds here, but I think we're just gonna seed over them because it should be fine. One other thing I do have to buy eventually is a sprayer, but I think for now, we're just gonna leave that. Or we'll maybe just pay someone to come out and do that. However, we do now have all the haying equipment we need, so I'm thinking we're going to get to that very soon. Now, for those of you who have been watching the series for a little while now, you'll know that I got a dozer towards the end of the year. I ended up restoring it because I found it in the back of the woods there. Ended up restoring it a little bit, selling it, and we have use of it anytime we want. So we may bring it out here eventually to build some roads to all the fields. All right, so the seeder's ready to go here. Just got to fill it up with some seed and fertilizer. I got the 40/40 here on the planter. That's ready to go. And then, yeah, we'll probably be laying down a cut of hay here pretty soon. If we want to get a second cut out of it, we'll probably do that just after seeding's finished, which shouldn't take too long, especially with this new seeder. Should help out a ton. Anyways, we're just about under 60,000, so yeah, we spent a lot of money today, like a lot. However, we're probably going to be getting rid of this seeder and this combine as well, because we're going to be upgrading the combine whenever harvest rolls around, and the seeder, we just don't need it anymore because, well, we have a bigger one now. All right, so I brought the skid steer back to the farm here. We're going to try to load this seeder up. Take too long. I don't even know how many bags of seed this thing will hold. Oh boy, oh boy. Bags of seed are a little too heavy. Son of a gun. Okay, I guess we're just grabbing one instead. Oh, I think this is the fertilizer tank. Okay, hold on. Let me change this up. Now it should be on the seed tank. There we go. Perfect. That's already one bag. And I just checked. It only filled it 13%. Holy smokes. Yeah, we're going to have to get more seed. We should be able to fill the tank at least once, maybe once and a half. That's about it. Oh, maybe we can do 2 bags. Give it a try. Oh, we can. Oh, yep. We can. Ha ha ha. That's the easy way to do it. Okay, here's the last 2 bags here. I know we got, I think, a couple left in the shed. Oh, okay. It's full. I'm just going to grab this last pallet of fertilizer here because I'm guessing we're going to use all of it. All right, I'm on the last bag here full of fertilizer. Easy now. Easy now. Don't tip over the skid steer. And I'm thinking it'll take most of it. Oh, no, I was wrong. Okay, we got just a little bit left. Okay, so with all that, that's about $13,000 worth of seed and fertilizer. That's ridiculous. Well, at any rate, now we're ready to go with this thing, so it should be nice and warm to plant tomorrow. It is officially April, so that means it's time to plant. But before we do that, we got a few things to take care of. Now, the seeders are pretty much all set up, ready to go, along with the planter. But I'm just going to go run and check on the cattle quick here. Make sure they're all good. Ooh, they're going to need some water. Okay. Still looking good on food there. And the milk truck should be here in a little bit to come pick up the milk. That'll be a little more money in the bank right there. All right, I got the Dodge here. We're going to go give the cows some water. And then hopefully we should be able to start seeding. Now, last episode, I talked about building some roads to some of the fields and one all the way from the farmyard to the cattle yard. So hopefully the dozer for that should be showing up today at some point. Now, we're not going to make them gravel roads because that would be way too expensive. And frankly, right now, I got better things I could spend my money on. Just over here at the neighbor's property he lets us get water from here, so it makes everything real easy. At some point, though, I should build a well on the farm. Okay, milk truck's here, just getting filled up. I got the cattle's water taken care of here, so I'm just going to detach the water trailer, and we'll get back over to the farm. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We're going to take care of the corn first, because that's going to take the longest to grow here. So I think this is empty. Yeah, that seeder's empty, so I got to go grab a bag of seed here. We got the other seeder already filled up, but I know this other one doesn't really take too much, so it shouldn't take that long. And I can't remember off the top of my head how much seed this takes, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, one bag didn't do it. Maybe two will. Actually, now that I think about it, these are probably half bags from when we filled up the last seeder. Okay, yeah, it didn't take all of that, so that will do it for now. And if we need to refill it again, we'll just run it back to the farm. So this field here is going to barley, I do believe. Tends to fetch a little bit higher of a price than wheat. We pretty much just use that for straw, and then this field right here is going to be going to corn, a lot of which we're going to be using for silage, and if we don't end up using all of it for silage, we'll just put the rest into feed corn or maybe sell it. I'm not too sure yet. And then the big field that we just finished not too long ago on the new land, that's going to be soybeans. That's our money-making crop. And then on top of all of that, we have a crap ton of hay land that needs to be dealt with here soon if we at least want to get 2 cuts off. And if I can at some point this year, I'd still like to build a bigger hay shed, and we do have to build a silage bunker for sure. And this is going to take a while. Maybe should have thought of upgrading my planter unit for the year. I guess we only have to do 1 field, so it's not too bad, but still, we're going to be out here for a little while. All right, so we're about 50% done here, and we are out of seed. I was just about to say we're just about out of seed here, so I'm going to go fill this up here real quick, and we should be able to finish this off no problem. It actually didn't take as long as I thought. Now, that field over there, that's going to take a little while. We do have a pretty big seeder, though, so shouldn't be too bad. Anyways, one thing I'm excited for this year is trying out my new bale stacker. That should be fun. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure how much is left in this bag here, but should fill it up most of the way. Yep, that'll do it. One thing I got to figure out is how am I going to get rid of this liquid fertilizer? It's not spray, so we can't use it like that. It's liquid fertilizer. It's supposed to go in a seeder. Actually, one of these is spray. I didn't realize that. Okay, well, the liquid fertilizer, I'm not too sure how to get rid of that. It's really, really expensive, and I thought I was going to use it, but I'm not. I don't have any seeders or planters that will take that, so I'm not too sure. Maybe I can sell it or something. I don't know. It's about like $4,000 or $5,000, so I'd like to see that money back in my account if I can. Okay, just got paid from the milk, $3,500. That's not too bad. That brings us up to $62,000. Now, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with all that money, but I know there is a lot of pieces of equipment I would like to upgrade, and since we already have the land expansion pretty much done, the only other things to upgrade or build would, I guess, be the hay storage and a silage bunker. The rest can be equipment pretty much. That or maybe some more cows. Not too sure yet. All right, and that is that field finished. Yeah, one thing I'm definitely going to have to take care of next year is all the rocks in this field is ridiculous and is wreaking so much havoc on my equipment. I think this year will be fine, but next year I am so investing in a rock picker. Could always do it by hand, but yeah, nobody wants to do that job. Anyways, the planter is just about empty on seed here, so that's perfect. But it is pretty much finished its job for the year, so it's going to get washed up and put away. All right, that should be good there for now. Okay, this dang trailer's got to go somewhere else. It has been annoying the crap out of me. The only issue is I don't have a lot of open space here in the yard. Like, there's a good amount, but not enough for the amount of equipment we have now. I gotta figure something out eventually. But in the meantime here, I gotta figure out what we're gonna sell. So this seeder is gonna be going. This combine's gonna be getting sold as well. It's going to be replaced with a bigger one. I think everything out here is staying. There's 2 gravity wagons down there. Those are getting sold, and I'm getting a truck of some sort that I can transport grain and silage with, because those things do not work well to transport silage. So those are gone, and I think that's about it for now. We'll see if we change anything up a bit later in the year. So I was just doing a quick bit of thinking here, and I realized that I have this this tractor that has a blade on it. Got these crazy tracks. It is pretty much a dozer, so why wait for my buddy to bring the dozer out when I can just do it myself? We're gonna take this, start making a road down to the shed there, make a couple roads around the fields, and that should be good. Well, it may not look like it right off the bat, but the roads are finished. We've got a road going right here from the shed. That one goes down, crosses over to the barn. Then the barn has one that goes between the 2 fields all the way down there. And then I have another one that comes from the shop and goes into this other road that goes all the way down to the barn. This one just leads right to the end of the field there, so it's easily accessible. But now that we have roads in here, they're not very wide roads because I didn't think we really needed to. Most we kind of take down them is a couple pieces of equipment and pickup trucks, so there's not really a lot. Anyways, it turned out perfect and didn't really end up costing us anything except fuel. The only issue is they're dirt roads, so if it rains, yeah, not great. But I mean, to be honest, what are we going to be doing when it's raining? We can't do a whole heck of a lot. Anyways, I think we're going to get to seeding. So after getting the new seeder out to the field, I got it unfolded, and after about 20 minutes of trying to figure out controls, I got it figured out and we were up and going. And when I say this new seeder was so much better than the last one we had, I'm not lying. We could absolutely cruise with this thing, and it seemed to seed amazing. However, there was one major problem with this seeder, and that was that you had to have a crap ton of turning room. And in this particular field on the one end, there was a lot of trees, so we had to make some extra big headlands. But after that was finished, we were turning like nothing. But in no time at all, we were finished the first field and could move on to the next. However, it wouldn't be a normal seeding day without some breakdowns. And after finding out one of the main airlines that carries the seed and the fertilizer all the way back to each one of the individual rows had a hole in it, my day had officially been ruined. So after attempting the fix with the handyman's best friend, duct tape, if they don't find you handsome, at least they'll find you handy. The real ones know that reference. We were back up and running, but not for long. My patch job had ended up failing and was continuing to leak seed onto the ground, which meant it wasn't getting to the places it needed to be. So after a quick trip into town, and $400 later, the hose would be arriving the following day. So in the meantime, we'd have to find some other work to do. Alright, back to the farm. The hose will not be until tomorrow, so we are stuck here waiting for that to get in. We're about, I don't know, just over a quarter of the way done that one field. But I guess we could get started on hay. I didn't really think about that. Ooh, this does need to be washed, though. Can't leave that looking like that. I still got to maintenance all the hay equipment yet before it goes out, so that might take a bit of time. There we go. That's all looking a lot better. All right, so I've just been organizing things here. I got this bales stacker into the shop here. It's got to get a quick service ready to go for this year. I'm going to try take the front end loader off this tractor here, and we're going to stick it on the square baler because this tractor rides a bit nicer than the 4020. Yeah, this thing's a rough ride. Although it does have the sunshade. I wonder if I can stick a sunshade on this one. There we go. A lot better. Okay, this should be perfect for running the square baler here. If it's a really hot day, I might just stick it on the 4040. Open air cabs are not a fun time. So since we pretty much have all the tractors we'll need over here, I think I'm going to officially retire the 4020 to the cattle farm just so we have a tractor over there full time and we don't really need anything else like this over at the main farm there, so probably do a lot more good at the cattle farm. Speaking of work at the cattle farm, these guys could probably use a bale or two. What we got left for bales to give them right now is these ones, which should work. All right, cows, don't go escaping now. Just here to drop you off a bale. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This gives me an idea. This is probably a really bad idea, but I'm too tempted. All right, clamp that down on there. And this is metal. It's not wood, so we're okay. Okay. I was really hoping we could pull ourselves up on that. That'd be funny. Well, I'm going to start maintenance on some of the other haying equipment so we can get ready to get that underway. Should have the new hose by tomorrow so we can fix this and finish up seeding. So last video, we ended up breaking the main airline that brings the seed and fertilizer back to the seeder here. All the individual rows here. I've already been to town. I picked up the part, got it installed, so it is good now. We are ready to go seeding again. We're going to get to that in a little bit, but we also have a crap ton of hay to take care of. So that means I got to get all the hay equipment ready to go. So we can start on that, but I got to go check the cows first. All right, how's everybody looking today? Still feeding the trough. Not quite enough milk to be picked up yet today, so that'll probably be later on. And the water's still looking good. Okay, so minor breakdowns on the seeder last episode, but we should be all good to go now. That's the hope anyway. I guess we'll see. I have to cut across this field here because the trail I built, it's not quite wide enough to get this thing through, so maybe at some point I'm gonna have to extend that, but for now I guess it's fine to go across the field because it's just seeded. But in the future, yeah, we can't be doing that. So we got about a quarter way done here, but as you can see, there's still a heck of a lot more to do. All right, we're up and going. Now the question is, with a field this big, how much money are we gonna make because we're planting it to soybeans. It's one of the most profitable crops, and I'm thinking it's gonna be a lot of money. A lot of money, which we need because, well, we're pretty far in debt at the moment. About $250,000 in debt to be exact. Plus, we still have a lot of expenses this year, and we only have about $60,000. And if we keep having breakdowns, that $60,000 is going to disappear pretty dang quick. Can we make the turn? Maybe? You gotta be kidding me. I am stuck on the one entire tree in pretty much this whole row here. All right, I scooted past. We're good. So when I bought this property, I didn't really take too close of a look at the land border. Now, I recently did and found out that all the trees that are kind of bordering along the side here are ours. They're within the property line. So we can either keep them or cut them down for a decent amount of money. I'm not too sure yet. I may have to cut a couple down right along the side of the field just because the cedar, if it gets caught on it, it's not a good time. However, I gotta say, so far, this new cedar setup, best investment ever. With that older, smaller cedar I have, this probably would have took me about a week to finish. All right, last pass back here. We still have a little bit up front there, but I think we're going to be able to finish this whole field off with just one tank of seed and fertilizer, which is sweet. Actually, we got that other field too, so yeah, this is working phenomenally. We just got this little chunk left here. And here we go, last little piece, and we are done. Get this all folded up here. This thing's definitely going to need a wash, that's for sure. We actually used a heck of a lot less seed than I thought we would. But we still got some more in the tank. I guess we'll use it for something else. But that is one big field of soybeans. Lots of money sitting there. A lot of money in seed too, that's for sure. Okay, so with all the bigger equipment now, we're running into a bit of a problem. We have an issue with storage. Now, normally I just put all the equipment on this grass field here, but since we're going to be hanging it, we don't want to be running equipment back and forth across it. I have to figure out where I'm going to be putting this equipment. So here's what I'm thinking. We're going to take this back part over here right next to our big machine shed, get it all dug out, flattened out, get some of this rock out of here, cut down a couple trees, make it all nice. I've already talked to a couple guys who own excavators around here. I got one guy coming here to do it today for around 3K. We just got to cut down, I think, just 2 of these trees, and then he'll take care of the rest. We'll just put these up here for now. Anyways, while we're waiting for the guy to show up here, I'm going to get some of the hang equipment serviced up here and ready to go. First things first is the swather. This is what we need to even start hanging, so I got to give it a quick grease, check the oil, get some fuel in it, and we should be good to go. At least this year I put it away clean, so not much to do on this thing. Well, I got everything serviced. Just check in the cut here. We changed the knives last year, so it should be good for a little bit. May have to change it midway through the season, but for now, we should be good to get this first cut done. Oh, I gotta be careful of those rocks on the edge of the field. Not good for this thing. Okay, so I got the headlands done here. Just kind of worked my way around the home quarter here. I've decided the home quarter is gonna be round bales, and then everything else is going to be those small squares, which we're going to sell, but the big round bales we got to keep for the cows. Now, this year I haven't went right to the edge of the property line with the cut, just because those trees are a pain to deal with, and yeah, when you try get into every nook and cranny to try get the most amount of hay you can, it really slows down trying to get it raked, and it gets disorganized, and it's a pain to bale, and not everything dries out properly. So this year I've decided just to make it nice, clean, and easy to get the whole field done. Although I do have to move this equipment here real quick, so we're gonna get that out of the way. I've been doing some thinking, and I kind of figured, well, the guy is here with all his earth-moving equipment. He should be showing up any minute, actually. Anyways, while he's here with all the earth-moving equipment, we're going to do a lot more than just smoothing out that patch beside the shop. We're going to do some of the groundwork for the new silage pit, as well as lay some groundwork for some bins, so we can finally store our grain and get a better price later on instead of having to sell it right away, because we've actually been losing a lot of money doing that, and that's not ideal. So I'd rather invest in some grain bins so we can keep it on the farm just a little bit longer and get that better price. Well, I'm just getting the last of this field finished up here. The guy with the equipment showed up. He's going to get started there. So I'm hoping that should be done by the end of the day here. Anyways, in the meantime, I got some more hay to go cut. Anyways, we had a lot of snow over the winter, and the grass has been growing phenomenally because of all the moisture. And yeah, it's been laying pretty thick swaths down. All right, so this is about where we're at here. I have got the entire pretty much farm, everything that we can cut for hay here pretty much outlined, and it's gonna be a lot. I'm gonna say this could probably make us upwards of $100,000 to $150,000 worth of hay. So yeah, I've been going at this for a couple hours now. The equipment's over there now. They're gonna get started on some of the building prep a little bit later this week, but supposedly the backside of the shop is now finished. Anyways, the amount of bales we're gonna have is just gonna be crazy. I gotta go fuel this thing up though, and I think we're gonna have to change the sickle blades after we finish cutting that last little bit there. Well, it's not a little bit, there's a lot there. Especially with that new chunk of land, it helps out a lot. But let's check this out. Oh man, this is gonna be sweet. This is what we've been needing right here. So they took out a crap ton of dirt and rock here and filled in a bunch of spots with the extra dirt, and it looks just so much better. I'm thinking we're gonna bring in a couple of grain bins. I've been talking to some guys that want to sell a couple, so we're gonna bring in a couple along here, park a bunch of equipment along here. I'm thinking possibly of putting another equipment shed, like maybe a cold storage shed or like a pole barn out here or something. Not too sure yet. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think. But for now, there's just gonna be a lot of extra equipment and grain bins going in there. Now I'm hoping we can squeeze this through here. We might have to make the driveway a little bit bigger, but I think we might be okay. We are. Perfect. Would you look at that? Plenty of space to park stuff now. So that ended up costing us $3,000 there, but small price to pay for a heck of a lot more storage, especially out of the grass fields. So I got the bale stacker serviced up here, so it's good to go. Now I kind of bought this thing without testing it out, but everything seems perfect on it. The chains were good on it, which is the biggest thing. If you have to replace those chains that drag the bales up, that's a lot of money. So the fact that those are good is awesome. So I gave the swather a quick servicing here, just went over everything because we've been going for quite a while now. It's all good. I got a bunch of the equipment moved back here. So much more space up front. But I'm definitely thinking a cold storage shed back here would be awesome. But we'll see what you guys think. So I'm just looking at sprayers here real quick because we're going to need one for all the crops, and they're not looking too cheap. Hopefully I can find something used, or maybe I'll just hire someone to come out here. I'm not too sure yet. Man, these are expensive. Anyways, between a new combine, the forage harvester, the forage wagon, and a grain truck, one other thing I have to buy is some sort of a trailer to transport the hundreds upon hundreds of small squares we're going to have. Now, this New Holland bale stacker is going to be fine for getting them all into stacks, but we're going to need some sort of a massive trailer to transport those stacks wherever they need to be. So we'll see how it goes. Now, last episode, we went and got this all flattened out for more storage for equipment. And then I sent that crew over to the second farm to add some other stuff as well. We're going to go check that out. However, it did end up costing us quite a bit of money here, but I'm just going to grab my trailer real quick because we're going to be needing that. Now, we have been making some serious progress on the farm here. We still have a lot of hay to cut yet, especially over this way, but we're making some progress. The fields are looking good. Looks like that middle part there decided to grow a little faster. Huh, weird. But this is what we got done recently. So we ended up taking out the old hay storage shed and replacing it with this absolutely massive cold storage barn that we should be able to store plenty of hay and equipment in with no problems at all. That was something that we really need to upgrade if we want to expand the cattle. And another thing that we put in is 2 silage pits here. Now, they're not fancy ones, just pretty much some tires in the ground there, and you put silage in there, throw the plastic over it, and yeah, let that ferment. And you got silage. So nothing too fancy. However, it did end up costing us about $50,000. So that check should be getting cashed shortly here. Anyways, we've got a couple trees that they had to take down to get the shed in. So we'll have to get these loaded up and sold. So hopefully we don't run out of money after this check gets cashed. Yeah, we're going to be sitting pretty low. I also went ahead and checked the milk tank yesterday, and we should be good for another day without having to call the milk truck in. And they're still good on food and water, of course. Just got to delimb these things real quick. All right, there we go. They sure did not leave these nice and stacked for me, but I should be able to work with it. All right, so this is where we're at here. The trailer's looking pretty full, but I should be able to squeeze these last 2 on here. I hope. All right, that should do it. It's all strapped down, and I think that's about the heaviest we've ever had that trailer loaded before, and it's probably over length too, but screw it. We're going to the sawmill anyway. This is probably the definition of I didn't want to make 2 trips, because I don't think we could have fit much more on here. Anyways, the dude that owns that equipment should be here to pick it up in a little bit. All right, looks like he just cashed his check. That brings us to $8,000, which, yeah, not a lot of money. All right, let's see what kind of a payday we get out of this. Holy smokes. Almost 22 grand. Yep, that'll work. I'm okay with that. So that brings us up to $30,000. Okay, I feel better about where we're sitting now. Man, wood prices must be going up. All right, looks like the equipment is gone. I'm just gonna put that tractor away real quick. And there we go. Back to the other farm. All right, so I got my square baler and my stacker cruiser here, and I haven't had a chance to test if this works. So before we, get into all the square baling, we're just gonna do a little test. Fire this bad boy up. I know we're not gonna be making a hay bale here, but it'll be fine for our test. And that'll do. Okay, good old stacker cruiser here. Give this a little try. Yep, it'll work. Perfect. All right, so with all that now tested here, I think we're gonna get back to cutting some more hay. We should be able to finish it off today, I hope. But there is still loads of other things I need to do. Oh, I just smacked the trailer. Oops. Anyway, still loads more I want to do, so we're going to try to get this knocked out as fast as possible. I still have to figure out what I'm going to do for spraying the fields. I've looked into renting a sprayer, hiring a custom company to come out and do it for me. Loads of things, but there's really no right option. So if you guys have any suggestions, let me know down in the comments. Buying a sprayer is just too expensive unless I happen to find a deal on a used one, like a really good deal, but who knows, maybe after this hay harvest we're gonna have a lot of extra money. All right, so we are nearly finished cutting the entirety of the hay here. We've just got this last little bit here. The blades on this swather definitely need to be replaced. Yeah, should have probably done it a couple hours ago, but at this point, we're so close to being finished. We're just going to power through. It's not cutting as well as it should, but after I get this last little bit finished, we're going to run over to the dealership there. They've already got the knives waiting. I gave them a call. We're going to go pick those up, maybe browse the equipment selection? Who knows? Not that I have money to be buying any, but maybe after these bales sell, we'll see. But then we'll at least have fresh blades for the second cut, which will be nice. But at least this year seems to be going a lot smoother than last, because last year, I think we didn't have a quarter of this much hay cut. I guess we also didn't have as much land, so who knows. After finishing up the last of the hay, we took the swather back to the farm, hopped in the dually, dropped my trailer, and headed into town. After getting to the store, I dropped $400 on new blades for the swather and decided to check out some of the equipment they had just brought in. And the thing that stuck out to me most was this Mack grain truck. Now, with the expansion of our new mega field, 2 gravity wagons was not going to be enough to transport all the grain to where it needs to be in a timely fashion, so I figured this truck was definitely going to be in the cards as an investment of the productivity of the farm going forward. Something else that stuck out to me were these 2 retired tractor trailers. We're now used as hay trailers, and with a couple modifications, would work absolutely perfect for the amount of square bales we had to haul in the coming days. So $10,000 later, I was now the proud owner of 2 massive hay trailers. Let's hope the dually can get these suckers home in one piece. So after making it back to the farm, I washed off the swather, replaced the blades, and we were back up and going in no time. So with the swather now ready for the second cut, there was one more question at hand. And you're probably wondering, Austin, how the heck are you gonna pull these bale trailers? You're sure as heck not gonna do it with the dually, and you sure as heck don't have a semi. And that is where my versatile comes in. You see, this thing's got more than enough power to pull 2 fully loaded bale trailers, and it does get going pretty quick. So all things considered, should do the job. But since we didn't have all day, it was time to get some hay raking done. Now, since we didn't need as many hay bales for the cows this year because we were doing silage, we were only going to be turning the home quarter into bales for the cows, and the rest were going to be turned into smaller square bales to be sold later in the year. All right, so the home quarter is now raked. Now, I want to get this crop off ASAP so that a second cut can grow real nice here. So I think we're just going to try get it all done and baled today if we can. That would be ideal. I'm just grabbing the tedder. We're going to get right back to work. Well, I'm just on the last pass here, but we pretty much finished everything on the home quarter. Now we just got to get baled up. But it's been a nice warm day, so the hay has been drying out super fast. So don't even got to wait that long to bale it. All right, so I got the 40-40 here going on the baler. We're going to try to get all this knocked out. It's starting to get towards the end of the day, but we should just be able to get it done. That's my hope anyway. I kind of want to try out that new bale hauling setup we got there. Spent enough money on it. Better work. All right, so I am nearly finished down here, and we've been getting a fairly good amount of bales off this field, but my buddy called me, said he needed my baler if I wasn't using it. He has the exact same baler as me. He has a farm just up the road there, and yeah, his ended up going out on him, and he needs something to get finished haying with, and he's got probably another week or 2 of haying. I said, yeah, you can use my baler. That's perfectly fine. But I'm in need of something that can lift a lot higher than my tractors. Because with those new bale trailers, my tractors can't lift quite high enough to double stack bales, and he happens to have a very, very nice John Deere wheel loader that he uses for moving snow in the winter and feeding in the winter. He doesn't really use it a whole lot in the summer, because he has an automatic bale stacker similar to what we have for the square bales, but he has them for round bales. Anyways, we're going to make a little trade for the time that he's using the round baler and my tractor. In the meantime, I get to use his wheel loader, so it's going to work out pretty good. I told him I got a little bit left here just to finish up on this one field, and then he's good to take it for however long he needs it for until our second cut comes around, but he'll be done long before that. I mean, it was either we made this temporary trade or I went and spent some money on some sort of a wheel loader. Probably wouldn't be as nice as what we're temporarily trading for, unless hay prices have gone up considerably, but I haven't really checked the market recently. All right, that's the last of it for this cut. Pretty decent amount of bales. All right, so my buddy made it out here with the wheel loader. This thing is absolutely sick. It's got a nice little deal, picking up bales, square bales, pretty much whatever we need. And he's going to be taking my tractor and baler, which means I am down a tractor. But we should be able to manage, I think. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure how many bales this is going to be able to hold. I know it'll hold a lot of small squares, but as far as the big round bales, I don't know how much we're going to fill up. So we'll see. Let's hope I can try and master this wheel loader. Now, as far as I'm aware, we should be able to pick up 2 to 3 of these, no problem. Can't do that with the old skid steer. Well, we could, but we'd probably tip over. Oh yeah, this should stack real high. Nice and easy. Well, by the way it's looking, we're not even going to fill up an entire trailer. Kind of a shame, but it's at least fun to try it out. We'll fill up both trailers when we get on the small square bales. All right, so the way we're loading this trailer right now, if we wanted to, we could fit 34 bales, 7 on each side plus 6 on top. There's also another way we could load this, so we could load 2 on each top side, so that would give us about 40. So you can go about 34 or 40 on each trailer. So if we loaded both these trailers to the complete max with round bales, that'd be 80 bales. That would be a considerable amount of weight for the Versatile. But we only got 17 bales off this field, so that'll have to do. Anyways, for now, this is just going to go over to the cattle farm until we get the second cut of round bales. That's when we'll be hauling more, but I think next episode we're going to get into all these small squares, which there is going to be a lot. We still have to rake all this, run a tedder over it, and then we should be able to get to baling. But I think for every one of these round bales, we can make about, what is it, like 10 small squares? So there's going to be a lot. Now, at the moment, we only have around $20,000, so there's one more piece of equipment I want to buy, possibly for these square bales, but we'll see. I'm not entirely sure how much it costs yet. So a couple days ago, we ended up cutting all of this hay here, and we got to get this all raked up, run over it with the tedder, and put it all into small square bales so we can sell those and hopefully make some more money for the rest of the equipment we're going to be needing this year and to pay off our loan. Anyways, the milk truck is just filling up here, and it looks like the cattle are good on everything. They might need some straw here in a little bit, but for now they're okay. All right, so milk truck left here. I brought these gravity wagons out the other day. We're gonna get rid of these, but for now I gotta unhook them and we're gonna put them somewhere else. We've also got a bunch of hay to unload from the other place we just finished baling up. Shoot, I did pull this trailer a little too forward. I'll see if I can back it up. These trailers have got to be the worst thing to back up ever. They absolutely suck. So you kind of just gotta haphazardly do it. That should be good enough. I can't remember if we can grab 2 bales with this or not, but I'm gonna give it a shot. Oh yeah, we're good. Well, this shouldn't take too long. There's not a whole lot of bales here. The only sucky thing about moving bales with the 4020 is it has a really slow reverse gear. So it takes forever to actually get backed up, but forward gear is a little too fast almost. Well, it sure as heck ain't the best stack out there, but it will work. There we go. Oh, almost got it. There. Perfect. All right, with that out of the way here, I'm just going to move the Versatile out of the way real quick, because we're going to be coming through here with a hay rake, and I don't really want this to be in the way. That'll work. And I'm just going to run these gravity wagons back to the farm, because we don't really need them over here now, and when we take the rest of the equipment into the dealer to be sold, these will go with it. And we'll just park them back here for now. Oh, and looks like I got paid for the milk, $3,700, so yeah, it's not too bad. I can deal with that. Anyways, we got some square bales to make here, so I'm going to take my John Deere 4455, and we're going to drop this blade here real quick. Now, I haven't really got a chance to use this thing that much this year, so we're going to stick it on the rake. Since my other tractor is out at my buddy's place because he needed it to bale hay, and in the meantime, we have his loader. We can move some hay, which we'll still have it for a couple more days here, so that should work out great. Anyways, I get a chance to use this rake with the tracked machine here. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't go good, I'll switch back to the smaller John Deere, but if it does, maybe we'll keep it on here. At any rate, this thing's going to be used for pushing silage, so we got a little more waiting to do before it's actually needing to be used. And that just whipped that rake around. Holy smokes. All right, let's give this a try. Well, it seems good. I don't see any issues so far. All right, yeah, we may have to switch this thing out here. It works good, but as soon as you get on the corners here, it just whips it around too much, and it makes that turn way too tight. But yeah, we're going to have to switch back to a different tractor. I might actually just throw the 40-20 on it. There we go. Much better. All right, so I'm in the last pass of raking all this hay together here. It still has to be gone over by the tedder, but other than that, we are pretty much done. So that should be all we need to do for here. It actually went pretty quick because a lot of these are just long, straight rows. They can pretty much just whip back and forth and then you're done. All right, so one of the things we're selling here is the combine. Now, the reason why we're selling it is because we want to upgrade to something a little bit bigger since we're farming more acres now, and this just ain't gonna cut it. So it's one of the things getting sold here. We've got a couple other smaller pieces of equipment that we'll grab later, but for now, we got to run this to the shop real quick while we're waiting for some hay to dry. All right, he said just to park it out front of the shop there, and right to the right of us is the combine we're going to be upgrading to. Now, we're not going to do it just yet because we don't really have the funds to do it at the moment, but it'll be happening soon. Pretty much the same year as the other one, a little bit newer, maybe a year or two, but it's a lot bigger, so it should work a lot nicer. And we're also going to be grabbing this Mack grain truck when we have time, and then that John Deere chopper and the chopper wagon, but I should have someone here giving me a ride, so I just got to wait around for that. Well, I just checked the forecast here. Looks like we're supposed to get rain tomorrow night. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get this all finished. Yeah, it's going to be quite the rush, but I should be able to start baling today and maybe get some bales picked. I don't know. We'll see. But if we have to, this might be a going through the night kind of job. I don't know. Depends if we can keep baling when the dew sets in and everything starts getting a little wetter, but we'll give it our best shot. Well, we are on the second to last pass of this field here. Just about finished up. These guys are still clear for now, but who knows? That might change here. So I think we're going to try rip out some baling if we can. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And there we go. Perfect. That actually took quite a while for just bedding all this. Yeah. Wasn't a fast process. I didn't exactly do it right, so a couple of the rows are a little weirdly spaced, but yeah, it'll work. Okay, so we already tested to make sure this baler was good. We shouldn't have any issues there. It's already loaded up with everything it needs, the twine, all that good stuff. Oh man, I forgot how slow this baler is. Yeah, not as fast as the other one, but still shouldn't be too bad. It's definitely going to make a heck of a lot more bales since we're doing the really, really small squares. Now, the reason why I don't want this hay getting rained on is because it's supposed to be horse hay, and you can't have horse hay getting rained on. So worst case scenario, if it starts to get a little cloudy and all that, we'll cut the baler off and just start picking up some. Now, last time we did this, I think we did it with some bale wagon or something like that, and that did not go too well. It took forever. The bale wagon absolutely sucked to use, so this should be nicer this time around. All right, well, I've just kind of got around the cattle yard done here, and it looks like we have over 71 bales done already, which is ridiculous. I did not think it would be making bales that fast, but apparently it is, so we're going to have a lot of cleanup work ahead of us. All right, so I've done the outside rounds of the entire side of this farm and made about 157 bales there. So we're going to try to go pick some of those up. I'm not entirely sure how many that stacker cruiser can fit in it just yet, and I kind of want to see. Plus, it'll make turning in the other long rows easier, not having to run over other bales. All right, let's give this thing a shot. This thing operates super easily. You kind of just got to find the right pace so you can grab the bale right as it finishes moving the other one. Pretty much just got to move along, wait till it fills a full stack, and you're good to go. Like that, there's a full stack. I'll bring that back, then you're good to go again. And imagine picking these suckers up by hand. Yep, not a fun job. Well, that's the front yard done, and we're still not even close to half. But it is making this job a lot easier. Well, we're over half now. I think we're about 3/4 or so full. Something like that. Well, just the last few on this side here, and we're almost full. Pretty close at least. Missing 2. There we go. Perfect. All right, so we're at 155, so 79 9%, almost 80%. That's pretty dang good. And there's still a lot of baling to be done. Oh, son of a gun, I did miss one. There we go. All right, 80%. Even better. Well, not too bad for our first round of small square bales. I just checked the forecast. They did move the rain back a little bit to late tomorrow night, so I should be able to finish up the rest of this hay in the morning, get it all picked up, and if anything, I'll get it into the shed if I can't get it transported that day, but I think I might be able to, depending on how loading it goes. We have my buddy's loader with a bale spear on it, but I'm not too sure how that's gonna pan out. Oh, I missed one. I'll just put it in front of the bale stacker for tomorrow. So if that doesn't work, I have something else I can use off a neighbor. I just got to pay him some rent for it. But if we can keep the rain off those bales, it'll be horse hay, and horse hay is worth a lot of money. So that should mean a pretty good payday for us, and kind of need it because I need to buy the rest of the equipment, like the new combine and the forage harvester, so we can get the silage in. And actually, I wouldn't mind having one of those loaders, but yeah, they don't come cheap. So we'll see what we can do about that. Gotta clean up some of our haying equipment here. We are gonna make another cut this year, hopefully. Especially with this rain coming, it should kick up that grass growth a little bit. And we might be able to get one more cut out of the hay this year. I am missing my big John Deere cab tractor, though. Doing all this work in an open cab is not as fun as you'd think. It's hot, it's dusty, you got no radio, it's just not a good time. I did say we would retire the 4020 to the cattle farm, but it seems to work great for raking hay, so I'm not going to complain about that. But now that we got that done, it's probably time for this thing to go back to the cattle farm. Right after I move the tedder, of course. I wouldn't mind getting something a little bit better, but for an old piece of equipment, this thing works phenomenal, and I really have no reason to change it. Anyways, there is rain in the forecast here. It's supposed to be for the end of the day, but it could move in a little sooner. We got some hay to bale, and that's got to happen ASAP. So first order of business, get the 2950 fueled up, and we're going to get out into the field. All right, get this thing fueled up. Anyways, while that's fueling, we have this loader for one more day. We traded it to my neighbor for the use of my big baler for a little while. He's finishing up tomorrow, so we have this for one more day. We're going to try get all the small squares banged out here today. That would be ideal, but really, I just need to buy myself one of these. Maybe we'll see if we can trade something for it eventually, or if we can find another one. All right, and we are up and rolling at a cool 5 miles per hour. Yep, it's going to be a long day. Now, normally in the morning, I'd go check on the cattle, but I did that late last night, so we should be okay on that. I'll check them a little later through the day just to make sure, but they'll be all right for a couple hours. Unfortunately, the milk truck's been broken down for a few days, so it hasn't come. Eventually, when it does, we should be getting a nice payday from that. Sometimes I wonder how I always manage to park equipment in the way of where I'm supposed to be. It's just a special talent of mine, I guess. I've been realizing we pretty much made these swaths too big for the square baler. You can see we're missing the occasional bit there, but that's because it's literally taking the full width of the pickup to get all of it, which is ridiculous. Maybe should have adjusted my rake better, but we'll try to make it work the best we can. One good thing about these bigger swaths, lots of bales. Lots and lots of bales, which means more money. And that's something we definitely need right now. We're running a bit low on that stuff. What in the heck? We got bales standing upright. All right, so we're nearly finished. We got one more long pass around pretty much the entire field. And we have a ridiculous amount of bales here so far. Like, this is kind of getting out of hand. But, yeah, I think we're going to have enough to sell. We should be making a serious profit. That's my hope anyway. So with the last swath now picked up and the first cut of hay now completely baled, we had made nearly 500 bales, which all now had to be stacked, loaded, and sold before the impending rain. So we didn't have any time to mess around. So with that, I hopped in the bale stacker and got to filling up the last of what was left. And before I knew it, it was already full. So time to unload. My only hope was this is flat enough ground so my bales didn't tip over. But unfortunately for me, that was not the case. Now, while this bale stacker was great for collecting the bales and getting them all to one spot, it was not as great for actually keeping them in the stack. Traditionally, that bale stacker was made for bigger bales, and these were smaller ones. But loading them was going to be one heck of a task. However, I still had more bales to collect, so we got back to work. And of course, the second load didn't go to plan either. So with the final bale cleaned up, we had nearly 2.5 loads. However, I was curious to see if this half load would stay any better, and it still fell over. But with all the bales now picked out of the field, I now just had to find a way to load them onto my trailers. which was going to be a little easier said than done. Okay, so this ended up taking a heck of a lot longer than I wanted to, but I got it figured out. Okay, so basically, since we couldn't use this mod to fully put them into right stacks, I ended up having to use something else, but we have them all in stacks now, and they're going to be a lot easier to handle. I think it's 14 bales to a stack, 7 bales on each side, so we should easily be able to load them up now. That's the hope anyway. It's nearly the end of the day here, so we're just going to try get everything loaded up onto the trailer there, and then we should be good to go to sell all of these. That's the hope. Oh, we can pick up 2 at a time. Look at that. Figured I might weigh down this thing a bit, but looks like we're good, and I think we can fit 2, possibly 3 wide down the trailer. But we got another hour or so to the rain hits. It doesn't look like it's gonna rain at all, but maybe it will. Anyways, I'm just happy we got the bale situation figured out. Well, that is 1 completely full trailer. We have, oh, how many stacks left? I want to say 11? Something like that. We're getting close. Oh, I do got to pull this tractor up though. And here I thought I was going to need both trailers. So I guess not. Though this delivery that we're making is a little while away and I would not want to be making multiple trips. Ooh, but this is going to be tippy. I'll tell you that much. Perfect. That'll work. And there we go. Oh, apparently we had some stacks break. That's not good. Okay, well, I think we got everything fixed. That's about as good as it's gonna get. But both trailers are almost full, so this is perfect. Anyways, everything's good to go for the morning. I just checked the forecast again. They pushed the rain back, which I'm pretty happy for because I was gonna take this tonight, but they pushed the rain back, so I think we'll be okay to the morning. I mean, the hay's already made at this point, so we should be good. I just would like to keep any rain off of it. Looks like we had some bales fall. I'll grab those in the morning. There was some hiccups, but it went better than I thought it would. Well, it is the next morning here. Bright day. We didn't end up getting any rain, so I'm really happy with that. I got the sale of the hay lined up. We're going to go take it there and hopefully make some really, really good money. That's the plan. Anyways, the crops are starting to come up. They're looking good. However, there's some weeds in there, so we're going to have to figure out how we're going to be spraying them sooner than later. Because I'm driving in the field. Oops. Anyways, I'd like to get them sprayed sooner than later, and yeah, it's not going to happen on its own. Corn's looking good, too. Just a lot of weeds. All right, let's roll. There's a couple little square bales the trailer can't hold, so we'll just take those there later in the truck. I think we got about an hour journey, so this ought to be some fun. Well, we are cruising on the main road here. Tractor's rolling coal, making some good time. We're going about 30 right now. Better than I thought we'd be doing. This is a lot of weight on the back of this. Just an absolute road train rolling through here. It's a little bit tippy. So I got to be careful of that. But we're on some pretty flat roads, so shouldn't have any issues. Well, this is the spot. Let's see what we're going to get. Okay, so one of the bales already sold here, but we're starting with about 24,000 roughly. We'll see where that goes. All right, so I'm just on my way back here, and we just sold everything. We're up to $70,000, which means we made roughly $46,000, give or take $100 or $200, however it is. So yeah, somewhere around the range of $46,000, which isn't bad. Not the most ideal. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more, but it is what it is. Hay prices are pretty good right now, but in the winter, of course, they're going to be a lot better. But right now, we need the money, so we don't really have the time to wait till the prices get just a little bit better. So I'm thinking for the second cut that we're going to be doing off of this, either we're going to get a bigger square baler for like the big squares, or we're only going to do just a little bit of small squares. Really, they're not worth the hassle. It was kind of fun to do, but just for the amount of hassle involved, if the stacker had maybe worked a little bit better, we'd do it. But yeah, it's just too much work for not enough. We did fetch a little bit of a better price because it was horse hay. So that's good. At the end of the day, maybe bigger round bales are the way to go. Anyways, let me know down in the comments what you guys think we should do, if possibly go with bigger squares or we should just stick to rounds. I'd still like to have some up in the hayloft of the smaller squares just so it makes feeding a little bit easier. Anyways, it is what it is. Okay, so we're back here at the cattle farm. I know I said I was going to check on these guys last night. Completely forgot, but they are good. Water's good. I think the feed's good. Yeah, they got straw. Okay, perfect. I might go toss a bale in there, but they got lots of grass in here. I think they'll be all right. My neighbor stopped in to return my tractor and baler. Oh, man, he brought it back dirty. To be fair, his loader's a bit dirty, so I'm going to be sending him back home to wash that. We finally got my 4040 back. Really happy about that. Anyways, milk truck's going to leave here in a little bit, and we have a lot of milk in there, so should be a good payday. Well, just got paid for the milk, $6,016. I was just messing around the farm here, trying to get some other little stuff done. But an extra $6,000, I'm not going to complain. That's pretty dang good. Anyways, we're nearly up to 80,000, which means I think we should have enough to upgrade the combine and get the silage equipment. That's the hope anyway. We'll figure it out as we go. So I have our feed mixer in the back of the truck here. Reason why is we're going to be getting rid of it. In fact, today we're going to be getting rid of a bunch of equipment that we're not going to be needing to make room for some new stuff. Now, since it's summer, we don't really need a feed mixer right now. So later in the year, we're probably going to grab a new one. This one is just way too small for how many cows we have to feed in the winter. So yeah, it's time for something a little bit bigger. And it is sure as heck making the truck squat. Holy smokes. Anyways, we're going to be grabbing these gravity wagons as well. These are going and getting traded in because, well, really we don't need them because we're going to be getting something just a little bit better. We already dropped off a combine a couple days ago. We still have a couple more things in the shed that we're going to drop off as well. But really, it's all just getting traded in. And we also have to find a sprayer so we can get rid of all these weeds in the field. I think I've got a connection for that as well. And here we are, my favorite place to be, the used equipment store. Okay, everything's unloaded, and I will be back for you later on. Okay, I gotta go through and do a quick check of what else we're getting rid of here. Let me take a look. So I could get rid of this planter, but really it kind of works for what we need. We only really have one field we need it for, and that's the cornfield. So yeah, we'll probably just keep it this year. Balers are good. Yeah, and I think it's just this cedar, I guess. Oh, it's a little bit dirty. I didn't think I put it away dirty, but maybe I did. Okay, so as it turns out, I've actually got to move some stuff if I want to get the other cedar out. So out goes the planter, I guess. There, now we're clear. Quick spray down and this thing should be good to go. Okay, so I kind of forgot I had some seed and fertilizer left in that thing, so I got it taken out, put into some totes here. Not a whole lot left, but I mean, may as well keep it around. That stuff is not cheap to buy. Okay, last piece. That'll do it. Okay, so here's the deal. So we're trading in the cedar, the gravity wagons, the small feed mixer, and the old combine here. We're winding up with about a $50,000 bill, which is a lot of money. However, it would be a lot more if we weren't trading in anything. So in turn for the $50,000 in the trade-in, we're getting this combine, this grain truck, which is why we don't need the gravity wagons anymore, and this whole flippin' chopper setup. Now I just got to figure out how we're going to get this home after I get this all paid for. And $50,000 down the drain. Oh, that hurt. That was expensive. Okay, so I got a buddy that's going to follow me back in my truck. I'm going to go run this chopper home. This thing's really fancy, actually. Probably one of the more fancier pieces of equipment we've ever owned. And price-wise, very expensive. If we didn't have all that equipment to trade in, yeah, we wouldn't be affording all this. However, it should drastically help with cutting down on feed costs and all that good stuff. So normally I would have took this to the cattle farm, but since I need to get it all looked over and make sure everything's good, it's going to the main farm for some maintenance. Now, we still got a couple more months before we actually have to use it, but hopefully sooner than later we can get to chopping. This I'm actually really excited to use. All right, we made it back. Which piece of equipment are we going to take next? We'll go run the combine home, I guess. So this is pretty similar to the one we just traded in over there, but it is a heck of a lot bigger model, more power, better tires, lower hours, just all around a better combine. And I think it's got a little bit of a higher road speed, which is nice. Ain't gonna take us so long to get home. And by higher road speed, I think we're gonna get home in an hour and a half instead of 2 hours. So not much of a difference there. Okay, back again. This time it's for the Mac. Look how clean and fancy this thing is. I should have bought one of these a long time ago. Oh, we're gonna be able to haul so much grain so much quicker now instead of running those dang gravity wagons. Those were always the biggest pain in the butt. You know, if I had an extra hand, I could just buy a grain cart and we could probably make it a lot faster, but kind of just doing this by myself, so it doesn't really make sense. But that's where silage is going to be a big pain in the butt. That's really going to suck. I haven't even got that figured out yet. Well, $50,000 spent well, I'd say. That took up actually a good portion of my day. And of course, I had the combine right where I need to get the tractor out. I don't even know if this thing's going to fit inside the shop. Did we even check that? I didn't not measure the header here, so I guess we're going to check that here real quick. I'm just going to try to do a quick equipment shuffle to make this a little more organized. Oh, yeah, we're good by a long shot. And since this is probably not coming out of storage for a little while, we're just gonna put it right in the back while we do some maintenance on it. Biggest combine we've bought yet. With all those extra acres, we were definitely not gonna be doing it all with that small one. That would have really sucked. So, well, we got the time here. We're just gonna get all the hang equipment moved out because we gotta make room for the massive cedar since it doesn't really need to be used anymore this year. We just got to get it all maintenanced up and put away. But the hang equipment, we still have one more cut of hay, so this has to stay out for a little while longer. I think I got so busy with hang, I forgot to wash the flippin' cedar. I don't know how I forgot, but it is absolutely filthy. I forgot to wash it, and it's got to get backed into the shop there. But we do have to detach a couple things because my backing up skills ain't going to be getting all that in one shot. So luckily the tank can disconnect, and so can the drawbar, or cedar bar, I guess, whatever you call it. Now, normally we'd be moving all this with the big tractor, but since we're literally just moving it and not actually doing any seeding, fine to just be done with the small tractor, unless this one, for some reason, can't tow it properly. I don't know what's going on with it. We'll make it work. Check it out. We got it. Big pain in the butt, but we did get it. Good thing, though, we're not actually going to have to unhook it when it comes to pulling it out of here, because it'll just be pulled straight out the door. And would you look at that? I forgot to wash something else. Honestly, I forgot I had this tractor, though. I've not used this thing in a minute. Well, did it take absolutely forever? Yes. Would I ever want to do it again? Probably not. Am I going to ever have to do it again? You bet. But what we need packed away is now packed away, and I am a heck of a lot happier. Everything's nice and neat, organized, and what we're going to have to get out is pretty easy to move around at this point. Anyways, I've got the 4455 out here because we got to go do some spraying, and in order to do that, we got to go get ourselves a sprayer. And I figured this was going to be the best tractor for the job, considering it's low compression tracks and it has a pretty decent air conditioner in it. And it's a hot day. I don't want to be in a tractor without good air conditioning. It is also very fast. You know, now that I think about it, a tractor with low compression tracks pushing up silage, not the best deal, but it's the only tractor with a blade. So I'm just on the way back from my buddy's farm here. I got a sprayer. This is rented. He's charging me $1,000 to use it for the, what, hour or two we need it for? And yeah, it seems a little steep, but in the grand scheme of things, buying a sprayer right now is near impossible. I can't find anything decent on the market. Even something like this is going to cost me like $30,000, $40,000 because it's a fairly new sprayer. I think this is new from last year, so even if you're lucky enough to find one, you're still paying a lot of money. Okay, so I have some spray from last year that we're going to grab here. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, but we'll give it a shot. I know a place in town where we can go grab some, but this stuff is expensive, so we're going to use what we have for now. I'm talking like over $5 grand a crate. So we'll see how long this lasts. My guess, we're probably going to have to go get more. All right, yeah, that was 9%. So we're going to see on the small field how long this lasts. Probably not long at all, but it's worth a shot. Anyway, it's been a minute since I ran a sprayer. I don't know how this is gonna go. All right, we're moving. Okay, it's not depleting too fast, so it should do this field and maybe a little bit of the next one. Who knows? Well, we did one headland pass here, and we're doing, looks about 2 across. That's how quickly this gets done. Never mind, 3 across. All right, just coming up on the last pass here, we're down to 1%, so we're gonna fold this sucker up, run into town, and grab some more spray. Shortcut in the dually. I'm not even sure if one pallet's gonna do it. We may need 2. I'll try calculate it out a little bit. $4,800. And looks like we need 2 pallets. One expensive truckload right here. I'm not even sure this is gonna be enough. Well, let's hope the old skid steer can actually make it back there. Grab these pallets. Oh, dang. I forgot how heavy this was. We can manage, though. See, this is what I was worried about here. I don't have a whole lot more room, and I can't grab the pallet. We're just going to slide it onto the forks there. We got it, baby. All right, let's get this sprayer loaded up. Okay, so 2 full tanks is going to give it roughly 90%. I think something like that. Yep, 89%. Okay, well, let's go and see how long this lasts. We're going to do the close field here. So just finishing out this little field here got us to about 80%, 82%, something like that. So we should be okay to finish off this big field here. We are just cruising down here. This is awesome. Hold up. I gotta stop. In a piece of a log here. Gotta toss it out this way. The combine would not have been a fan of that one. So better to get rid of it now than later. You know, I'm really hoping there's about $200,000 worth of crops out here, because if there's not, we're going to be a little short on cash, and we're going to have to sell some stuff, and I am not a fan of doing that. Unless I replace it with new stuff. That's my only exception. But if I can in the future, definitely buying a sprayer like this would be awesome. They're just really expensive to justify doing it right now. Well, I was just cruising on the last pass here. I'm just about done, but there's a tree over here. So, got to get her out of there. But the field's looking good. Nearly finished. To go check how much we got in the tank there. All right, 22%. I don't think we could have got everything done with one pallet. Maybe pretty close, but yeah, if we need to spray again, we'll just use what's left in here. But I do have to wash this before I return it, because it is absolutely filthy. However, this thing did work amazing. Pretty happy about that. Well, I ended up getting some of the seed cleaned up there. Got skid steer put away. Just giving this thing a quick bath before it has to go back. And the milk truck should be showing up any minute now, so we're gonna go run this thing back. By the time we get back, they should be loading up. Sure enough, check it out. They're here. Anyway, while he's filling up, I am going to go check everything on the cows, make sure they're good. Actually, they need a bale, so we're going to go slap one in there. Fire up the old 40-20. There we go. All right, cows, I'm going to open up this gate. No escaping now. Just going to give you a nice big bale. Well, it looks like they're good on everything else. There's quite a bit of liquid fertilizer piling up, so I'm hoping we'll be good till after harvest. Ooh, smack that gate. Anyways, hoping we'll be good till after harvest so we can go spread that on the fields. Some fall manure spreading. Could be a good time. But yeah, hopefully it's good till then, and then we'll get an extra good yield. Because we did that on some of the fields last year, and excited to see how much better they yield this year. Well, I got paid for the milk, $2,013. Not going to complain about that. Anyways, when we get a chance here after haying the second cut, we're going to put some of the equipment in here. Make sure there's enough space to, get whatever we need to do done in here. But at least it's another spot to store some stuff. It is summer. The crops are growing amazing here. I believe our oats are all good to go. They should be ready to be harvested. But the corn for the silage is ready to go. And that is first priority at the moment here. So we got to get that going. Anyway, we got a few things to prep before that. And I do believe I have a buddy coming out to run the chopper for the day. Hopefully that's going to help me out a crap ton with having to move all this silage. Anyway, we're going to grab the 4455. This one's got the tracks. It's kind of crazy, but it should help out moving up the silage big time. We got a blade for it, and it should do wonders for us. If we need something with a little more packing power, we can break out the old four-wheel drive, but for now, this should do the trick. I hope at least. I've never tried this with silage before, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, so it's looking like our silage pits are deciding to be a little bit glitchy here. Basically, there is two smaller silage pits right here. The tires for the other one are like right here, but they seem to disappear. I don't know why, but silage should still go in the same regardless. It'll just look a little bit weird, but still should be fine. And holy smokes, look at this corn. This is flipping tall. Okay, so we're going to unhook the chopper off of this. Oh, nope, wrong thing. There we go. Since we're going to have somebody else running it. And what am I going to put it on here? I guess the 4040 is our best pick. I'm not entirely sure how long chopping is going to take. If we end up filling up both silage pits, we're just going to harvest the rest of it. Now, we are going to be chopping this corn a little bit green, but since we got so much to do and it's basically ready, we're just going to get out of the way. And hopefully if we have time, we can get to the oats. The soybeans aren't quite ready yet, but that's a good thing because we got way too much to do. Got the old 4020 here. We're going to move these flatbeds out of the way so we can have complete access to the corn. Oh man, the 4020 really does not like pulling these. I guess they are pretty heavy. Oh, we're going so slow. We're in a nice low gear. That's the only way I can pull them without stalling out. Perfect. That'll work. Okay, we're going to get the chopper over there, and my buddy should be here in a little bit. We're going to have to pay him a little bit of money, but you know what? If it means silage harvest is going to be easier, I'm all for it. And then, of course, we have the second cut of hay, which is pretty much ready to go at the moment here, so I doubt we're going to get into that today, but next week is a different story. I'd like to at least have it cut before soybeans there. And hopefully before my buddy makes his way over here, I am going to check on the cattle quick. They probably need something. How they're looking on feed. Look good, actually. The milk truck should be coming here later this afternoon. There is a ton of milk here. It's going to be a really good payday from that. But they look pretty happy. May need some straw in a little bit. Well, my buddy made it out here. Look at this fancy dually. GMC Duramax. All fancy and lifted. I shouldn't say anything. I got a lifted dually too, so dang, that thing's nice. All right, we're going to do a quick check around everything and hopefully get fired up here. Check it out, boys. We're up and moving. He's missing a row here, but I'll give it to him. This is his first time running the chopper. He's trying to figure it out here. Holy smokes, this corn is yielding just a ridiculous amount. It is filling up this wagon in no time. Also, this field is not the straightest, so yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of getting used to. All right, I'll let him get turned around here. He's figuring it out pretty quickly, actually. There you go. Perfect. This thing unfortunately does not have cruise control, so still trying to match his pace to the best I can. It's a little bit difficult, but we're making it work. Look at the flipping corn. It's taller than his cab. That is just ridiculous. I moved the dang trailers, but they're still somehow in the way. I'm gonna have to make this sharp turn. Yeah, got it. Yeah, I'm sure glad I didn't try do all this by myself, because hooking and unhooking that wagon, yeah, that would have not been fun at all. All right, you might want to move the spout there, bud. It's getting a little full in the back here. Okay, I'm not too sure how much more we're going to fit in this trailer, but probably not a whole lot. And that's it. We'll call her there. It's already way too full. Okay, so one sucky part about this whole deal is, well, it's a side unload. So it's really, really slow, and it's not great for getting into pits. This is more for actual silos. We're trying to make it work the best we can here with what we got. You know, a conveyor belt might help with this. Could have maybe thought of that. Okay. that's it. Good thing I got a tractor with a blade. This should help move some of this around. I'm just trying to back blade some of this so it smooths it out and makes it so we can actually get across this pile. And it's working actually quite well. Okay, well, that's good enough for now. We'll get another load and keep filling that up. So it was back out to the field to get some more silage. And with the yields being increasingly better as we made our way through the field, I was full again and back off to the bunker in no time. So after about 3 more loads, we had the silage pit looking pretty dang full, and I figured it was about time to get it packed down and throw some plastic over it. Now luckily, even with the silage pile being such a steep slope, we had the tracks and they were wide enough to where we didn't fall off, and it made packing a whole lot easier. Although since it was my first time really doing silage properly, I was still figuring everything out, and the pile wasn't the greatest, but it would work. And since we had just a little extra spilling out, I decided to grab the 40-20, pick it up, and put it back in the pit. And now with both ends cleaned up and compacted, we blanketed the bunker in plastic, and it was now ready to go. However, still had a couple little bits sticking out, but we weren't going to worry about it till later. And later being right now because I decided I didn't want to leave it a mess. So we took the excess and dumped it into the next silage pit. So with the first bunker out of the way, it was back out to the field to finish the last of it up. All right, we are on the last pass of this whole field here. I guess there's like 2 little rows that we're going to miss here, but whatever. Be fine. We'll call that snow catch. But this should just about fill this wagon up perfectly. I'm thinking, I was originally thinking here we were going to have a lot more extra corn that we're going to be able to harvest and stuff. But no, that was bad on my part. That is not indeed the case. But I think I've made quite the mess of my silage pit. I mean, just look at that. There is silage absolutely everywhere in there, but we'll get it cleaned up and it should be fine. Now, I did think we were going to fill both of these silage pits, but I didn't realize how much we could put into these. I thought maybe we were going to be able to put 3 loads max. Yeah, no, we could fit probably 5. So there is a lot more silage here, and yeah. We're going to be able to bring on a lot more cows if we want to, so by my calculations, we could roughly make about $50,000 from this, extra than what I originally thought with the amount of cows that we could bring on, considering we have this much more silage, which would be great considering we owe about $250,000 to the bank right now, and we need to get that paid. All right, so we got 95,000 liters in here right now of silage. I think we're going to have a lot more by the time we get all the rest of this back in here. As you can see, labor costed me quite a bit of money, but it was well worth it. So we're going to take this tractor here, try to smooth this out to the best we can, shovel the extra silage that came out of the pile there back in there, and hopefully we can get this compacted and covered. We'll be sitting pretty good. Although if I get stuck, that's not ideal. And I am stuck. Oh, maybe not. Nope. Now I am. Okay. Time to get another tractor. Dang it. I didn't think I'd get stuck in this. I think I'm just high-centered. Oh, yeah. I am high-centered to all crap right now. Oh, that's not good. Which tractor can I even use? Will the 40-20 have enough power to pull this thing out? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. All right, my buddy brought the chopper back. He's insisting on using his truck, so he's going to go grab that, and we're going to try to get this thing out. I don't know if that's going to work. Okay, chain's hooked up. Let's roll. All right, give her a yank. Nothing. Yeah, bring it on back again. Okay, yep, truck ain't going to work. Time for the tractor. Okay, he's going to jump in the cab there, and I'm just going to give the blade a push. That way we don't have to hook up ropes and chains. It's just a pain. If this thing could go any flipping slower in reverse. Holy smokes. All right, he's in the cab. Just give this blade a push. Oh, boy. Now I don't need to get stuck. There we go. Get her out of there. We're moving. And we made it out. Thank goodness. Okay, let's get back to flattening this out. Let's try not to get stuck again if we can help it. And I'm going to try not to make any more of a mess of this. Holy smokes. Okay, so I got it pretty well flattened out here. I'm just going to use the skid steer to push this all up since we're working in between piles here, and this is going to be a lot easier to maneuver. Well, it ended up taking absolutely forever because I had to keep packing it and keep pushing it up because it kept slipping out the sides, but we finally got it, and both pits have just over 10,000 liters in them each. Sorry, I think 100,000 liters. I'm not too sure. But they are both completely full to the brim, and they have a lot, so we shouldn't have any issues feeding loads of animals this year. Anyways, I got to get all this stuff cleaned up now. We got a lot of equipment out here. So I got most of the equipment back, and it looks like the milk truck finally decided to show up, so we should be getting paid from that pretty shortly here. And yeah, not too much waste on the silage other than that little teeny bit right there. Anyways, pretty successful silage harvest, I'd say. Went better than I expected. However, we still got to do the oats, the rest of the hay, and the soybeans. That's gonna be a lot of work there. Definitely gonna keep us busy though. Well, I got a couple things to clean up here. First being the skid steer. I gotta do the 4040 and the chopper. There we go. Look at that. All nice and shiny again. Okay, so I think I'm going to swap out the combine for the forage harvester here, since we're not really going to have any more uses for that this year, and the combine, well, we can probably get to work right now, but it's coming towards the end of the day here, and I'm not too sure if I want to start on that just yet. Just going to stick this out here for now. We'll come get it later when we need it. Okay, I think this backup might be slower than the 4040. I didn't think it could get much slower than this. The wagon we're just going to have out here for now. It may go in the other storage building at the cattle farm come winter, but for now it's okay there. Holy smokes, just got paid from the milk. $12,684. That's ridiculous. Well, cattle are paying off, that's for sure. So that brings us up to $34,000. I don't really think I want to buy too much right now, but I may have a trade in mind. You guys might see that later on. So over here at the cattle farm in this shed, we got our stacker cruiser. Now, since we've decided we're no longer going to be doing a ton of small square bales, we'll do a few, but not that many. We're just not going to need the stacker cruiser anymore. And I have a guy interested in it, and he wants to trade for something. So he's on his way over here to come pick this up. And then we're going to go grab what we have traded for. But first, I got to check on the cattle quick. And it looks like they're going to need some water. Now, speaking of getting some water for these guys, we're changing up the water trailer a little bit. This thing's been working great, but frankly, it just doesn't have the capacity, especially since we're going to be getting more cattle over the winter. So, I made another trade deal down at the equipment store, and we're getting something a little older, a little less high-tech, but way bigger capacity. But we'll deal with that a little bit later. First, I gotta grab my new toy. All right, so I'm pretty sure the 4040 is gonna be the best option for this. Where we're going is just gonna be down the road here, so shouldn't take too long. Check it out, boys. This is my brand new to me John Deere Moco, and it looks like my stacker cruiser is gone. So yeah, deal's officially done. But let me explain a little bit about why I actually got this, since we already kind of have something to cut hay. So this right here is my John Deere swather. Now this is what we've been using to cut hay for the last little while now, and it's worked great. However, the cutting head on it isn't the greatest. We've had problems with it in the past, and frankly, you can't go very fast for what you should be able to go with a machine like this, since it's not a newer machine. This, however, is quite a bit newer, and you can go about 2 times faster. Not to mention, it's going to lay down a lot better of a cut. This is what we're going to be using from here on out. I'm not sure what we're going to do with this. Maybe sell it? I'm not too sure yet. This baler, I think we're going to keep temporarily, at least for this year. However, enough about my new mower. We got some stuff to go do. So first order of business is to get this Mack out of where we parked it here. That's a little easier said than done. We got that sucker tucked right up in there. We got to move some tractors first. Now, somebody did say in the comments of the last video that we should probably get rid of a tractor because we really have too many of them. So if you guys have any suggestions as to what we should get rid of, let me know down in the comments. The only 2 tractors that stay for sure is the Versatile and the 4020. All right, the Max should be good there. Now, time to actually use my big new combine. So late spring, we ended up upgrading this thing from our original combine, which was honestly way too small. It was similar year to this, but this one is a way bigger model with a way bigger header. So by my calculations, it should make harvesting a lot faster. At least that's the hope. Not to mention, it also has a way bigger tank. However, I am thinking for this bean field, we are going to get some sort of a grain cart, because it is just so flippin' big. It's going to take absolutely forever to get to one end of the field and then back to the other if we want to be using the Mack truck there. So a grain cart might just help a little bit. Okay, so headlands are finished up here, and looks like we still have quite a bit of space left in here. Something we could never dream of with the old combine. So after making it over halfway through the field, the combine was finally full and it was time to dump. Now, since it was my first time using this new combine, I had no idea the tank capacity exactly, so I wasn't quite sure on how much it was going to fill up the truck. And considering oats was quite the heavy yielding crop, the fact that we had almost made it all the way through the field without having to empty the tank was pretty crazy. And after fully unloading the combine, the Max seemed to be about a quarter of the way full, if not more. And with an impending storm on the way, I got right back out in the field so we could finish before the rain. So with the last pass of the field now finished, we dumped the last of the oats in the Mack, And since prices were looking pretty good, we decided to take it in to see how much money we could get. And it turned out to be a pretty good decision because we made $22,241, which brought us up to $56,000. So it was back to the farm to get back to working. Well, holy smokes, did we have a good yield on these oats. But now we got to deal with all this straw. And I was just listening to the radio, and it sounds like the storm that's coming is gonna be like really bad. Heavy winds, hail, rain, all sorts of nasty stuff that we definitely don't want on a bean crop that is just about to be ready. Now, from the looks of this crop, looking at the plants, calculating the acres, and what we possibly could make off this, it's looking to be about $150,000. And if this crop gets wrecked, we're pretty much screwed. Like, absolutely screwed. We have a $250,000 loan that needs to be paid by the end of the year, and if that gets wrecked, I don't know where we're gonna find that $250,000. We might be able to pay off $150,000 to $200,000 max, but if that crop gets destroyed, I don't know where we're gonna find that money. However, I can't worry about that at the moment. First, we gotta deal with the straw, because if these strong winds come through, it's all gonna blow away, and yeah, no more straw. And we need straw for the cattle. And then, as if there wasn't enough to do already, once we get all this straw baled up, we still have to pick up the bales, so those don't even blow away, and we got to get them into storage. So it's fixing to be a busy rest of the day. All right, so headlands are finished here, and holy smokes, are we getting a lot of bales. This crop just yielded insanely well. I guess all the extra fertilizer and spraying definitely helped. Now, obviously, in light of this big storm, we're not going to be doing any hay baling today. That's for sure. Not even going to lay down a cut, because if that all blows away, yeah, that's not a good deal. Now, the current hope is I get really lucky and don't end up getting hit with this big storm and nothing ends up happening. But we're going to be prepared just in case. All right, we are just about wrapping up the straw here. I think we might get one more bale out of this, and that's about it. But there's a lot here. A lot more than I thought there'd be. All right, looks like we got one extra bale out of all that. Went around and cleaned up all the little edges and little spots we missed. And it looks like after all that, we got about 22 bales. Not sure if that's better than last year. I can't remember off the top of my head. But at least we got all that finished finally. However, there's a lot more to do. I think we're going to use the 2950 here to load up all these bales. We're just going to use the gooseneck flat bed instead of the big old bale trailers, because there's not that many. I don't know if we're going to fit all of them on the one gooseneck there, but we can try. If it was just a little bit closer to the barn, it'd be worth just grabbing two at a time and taking them, but there's just too many. So we're just going to load them up on a trailer. Perfect. Looks like the 2950 can handle two. That'll work. We'll just whip on back here. Oh, yep, we're not going to worry about that. Grab our gooseneck. Oh, that's the ramps. I need tailgate. Perfect. Man, I am just smacking everything today. To wonder how I keep stuff running around here. Okay, we'll get these all loaded up here. Shouldn't take too long, especially since we can do two at a time. I gotta say though, this grapple bucket, one of the most versatile things ever. You can plow snow with it, dig up some dirt, grab bales. It does tear them up a little more than the average bale spear would, but I don't see a problem with that, considering these are straw bales and they're just going to get tossed in the straw blower anyway, or just torn apart, so it wouldn't be too much of an issue. Now to see how many we can fit on a trailer. And it looks like we got ourselves a perfect load here. Actually worked out better than I expected. Well, another thing finished and out of the way before this storm comes around. Although I am going to bring this Moco inside, because we do need to do a little bit of work on it before we get it out in the fields here. So I am thinking, since we got way more than enough stuff going on today, we're just gonna toss this all in the shed on the trailer, so we don't really have to worry about anything else. We can move them a bit later if we want to, but for now I think they'll be okay. Now, one thing I completely forgot about is we're gonna need a feed mixer, since I got rid of my old small one, and that's not gonna be cheap. However, we do have a couple extra pieces of equipment we're not gonna be needing here, so we could probably do some sort of a trade or work out something from somebody. I'm not too sure yet. I am going to get some extra feed in here though. May as well get them all topped up. There we go. I'm just going to leave that unhooked in there. That should be okay for a little bit. And I'm thinking I'm going to get some of the more important equipment moved inside, since there's kind of trees everywhere out here. And if one decides it wants to come down and land on a piece of equipment, That's not exactly the greatest. Okay, last piece of equipment here is the combine. We're just gonna stick this inside the shed. I really wish those beans were ready to go because we just get the combine out there and get as much as we could harvested before that storm hit. But unfortunately, they're just not, so we're gonna have to like cross our fingers here and hope that that just doesn't happen. But there is just a couple more things I gotta do here before the end of the day. So the cows need water here, but I just made a call down to the equipment dealer. He's got my new trailer ready, so we're gonna go grab that real quick and just do a little trade-in. Then I can bring in the cows water with a big tank and make it a lot easier so we're not having to make like 20 different trips with this small little tank. Okay, so I spent $200 here and got a truckload full of tires. These are old used tires. The only thing they're really good for is slapping on a silage pit so the plastic doesn't flap up, and with that storm coming, I definitely want to do that. Now, here's my new water trailer. It's a bit bigger, can hold a bit more water. Still got a pump on it. It's got dualies on the back, which is actually pretty cool. But this should help out a ton. So on our way back to the farm here, we're going to grab a load of water, get that to the cattle, and then we're going to go put all these flipping tires on the silage pit. There's a lot of tires here. This is ridiculous. Lucky for me, my neighbors still let me use his water tower, which is sweet. Definitely helps out. Okay, so we'll start that unloading. That should fill up the water trough a good amount. Now, we just got to figure out how we're going to get all these tires over these pits. I guess piles. I just back it up. Yeah, that kind of works. Might have to toss a few out. There we go. That's working. Okay, so now we got to get these things all up on the pits here. Should be a pretty easy deal. We'll just dump a couple up top so we're not having to lug them all the way up there. All right, that's looking pretty good. Couple tires on this one. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough for this one. We might have to space them out a little bit more. We'll try our best though. Well, I think that'll work. This one's a bit more covered by the shed, so we really shouldn't have to worry about it too much. This one's a bit more out in the open here, so probably worth tossing a couple extra tires on it. Well, I think that should about do it for the day. I think I got everything I need to done. This storm, it doesn't look like it now, but it should roll in here in the next half an hour or so. I'm gonna go run over to help my neighbor. He's got some stuff to do with his cows and his silage pits and a couple pieces of equipment there, so hopefully we can help him get everything done that he needs to. We have made it through the storm, somewhat intact. However, I am thinking a few other things weren't so lucky. Yeah, we got some down trees over there. Looks like my shop managed to make it through. Is there any tin off the roof? I can't see any, but that doesn't mean there isn't any off there. It's a good thing we put all the equipment in the shop, though, because holy smokes, that wind was ridiculous last night. Anyways, we're going to take the truck out here and see what all the damage is. I'm thinking it's not going to be great. Now, the thing I'm most worried about here is the bean field. This was supposed to be our moneymaker for the year. Oh, man, we got down trees everywhere. Oh, this ain't looking good. Yep, looks like we're going to have some loss on this one. All right, so you can see where the wind took out chunks of the field here. This plow wind that came through is definitely not helping our current situation. I guess I'm going to toss up the drone here and just check what we're looking at here for loss. All right, so I'm up here with the drone right now. It is not looking good whatsoever. You can see just the sheer amount of crop that we've lost here. Looks like there's a chunk here that was covered mostly by the trees, so we didn't lose really anything there, but the rest of the field ain't looking too good. I'm gonna say we've lost anywhere from 50 to 75% of the field here to wind damage, which is really not great. And this is what I was scared of. Anyways, we have $56,000 in the bank account. I am aware of the error I made in the money the last episode, so I've now fixed that, and we're now at the true amount. Anyways, I'm gonna go check on the cattle farm, see how they're doing. Hopefully there's no damage up there. At any rate, what's left of the beans should be ready fairly soon. We still have a lot of hay to do, so we're gonna get to work on that. And yeah, I don't know where this $250,000 is gonna come from that we're gonna need to pay off this loan, because that bean field was kind of our moneymaker, and this ain't looking good. Looks like the wind that came through here blew over my trailer. The silage pits still look okay. Looks like those tires helped out a bunch. And that is my water trailer over there. That's not good. That's not supposed to be like that. Okay, how's my cattle looking here real quick? Let me check. They were able to come in here to the barn to stay out of the wind. Looks like the barn's still in one piece. Okay, they're looking good. Might need a bit of hay. And something I wanted to show you guys here real quick. We started out originally with 20 cows. However, they did have calves, so we had 20 more calves. So now we have a total of around 40 cows. And these ones aren't fully grown, and I'm not sure if they're producing milk just yet, but they should be very soon. And the milk truck should be here later today. I'm not sure if they had any damage from the huge storm that came through. I know a lot of other farms did. I'm surprised no tin has gone off of roofs or whatever, but yeah. Looks like we got some work to do. So first order of business here is to get this trailer out of the way of the barn, or the hay shed, I guess. Cold storage. I'm just gonna see if I can hook this up and try drag it out of the way here real quick. All right, we got it hooked up. The old 40-20 spinning. Oh, we're moving. We're making some progress. There we go. Okay, it looks like not a lot of damage, so we should be okay to still run these. We're just going to move these out of the way for now. And as far as I'm aware, the silage is done fermenting here. So another thing we got to buy is a mixer wagon ASAP because, frankly, right now we have no way to feed the cattle properly. And speaking of feeding the cattle, I got to give them some hay. I completely forgot about that. Oh, and my water trailer. I got to get that flipped over too. I knew I should have filled that thing up with some water before the storm came through, but I emptied it out just before. Okay, now we got to figure out how to flip this thing over without damaging it. Go nice and easy here. There we go. I think I got it. And this water trailer ain't light. I don't know how the wind moved it, but it did. Anyway, we'll grab some water when we have a little more time. For now, we got way too much to do. So we might have some rain on the way later today, if not early tomorrow. It'll just be a light drizzle, so we should be fine to start some hay up here. I mean, we really don't have a choice. If we want to get the second cut done, we got to move quick. Now, at the moment here, I do have two ways to cut hay. I recently bought the pull behind Moco, and then we still have the swather. Unfortunately, it's only me at the moment here. I might get my buddy to come out. I'm gonna have to pay him a good amount of money though, but I might get him to come out and try run that for me. What am I doing? I'm not supposed to be putting this into the shop. We gotta move some stuff around here. All right, so what are we gonna need for hay here? We're gonna need this old rake right here. Perfect. All right, I got a few things moved out of the way. We are clear to get this Moco out of here and give her a try. I put some new blades on it. It should be all ready to go, and we should be able to move a lot quicker when cutting here. All right, get everything up to speed, and we are moving. Look at that. Yeah, we are actually moving a bit faster. It's a slightly wider cut, not a whole lot more than the swather, but it seems to be working pretty good. Now, I would absolutely love to get a newer John Deere on this that would be able to run it a lot better, but I don't have the budget for that right now, so we're gonna have to stick with this. Okay, looking good, looking good. Headlands are done. Now it's on to the back and forth. This is the long and slow part of the job. All right, and we are finished with this field. That took like no time at all. So this new Moco definitely doing its job. Okay, so since this is going to be a second cut, we're just kind of going to get into the actual big parts of the fields as opposed to doing all the little parts that take forever. Got to turn again, turn again, turn again. It's no fun, and frankly doesn't get us a lot of extra hay, and in the end for the fuel costs, it's not really worth it. Just gotta be careful around the silage piles, don't want to be taking them out. That's a lot of money right there. Okay, so headlands are finished here. It hasn't taken long at all. With this new setup, we're absolutely whipping through this field, so it's not going to take us long at all, which is really, really nice. We might even be able to get this rake today, but really we're just waiting on the bean field to be finished growing so we can try get what we can off of it. I mean, I don't think we're going to be getting a lot, which really, really sucks, but it is what it is. I'd just like to see what we can get off of it. Alrighty, so we're just about finished up this field here, at least the big part of it. There's a little bit around backside of the barn, but not too bad. This new Moco has been working extremely well, and to be honest, probably one of my better purchases ever. Well, I guess this technically wasn't a purchase. I traded it, but still, I should have gotten one of these a long time ago. However, while I've been cutting hay here, I have been on the hunt for a mixing wagon. I think I've found one. Not too sure on the price just yet, trying to get an idea on that. But if everything goes to plan, we might be grabbing a mixing wagon later on today. That is, if we have time. So I'm just doing a bit of quick cleanup out front of the barn here so we can make some small squares out of this stuff. Just so we have a little bit to stock in the barn here. But we are fully finished the big field, and I want to say it took around like half the time with how fast this Moco goes. It's like ridiculous. Definitely should have bought one a long, long time ago. However, gotta break the old 40-20 out here. Gotta move those bale trailers. I knew I should have put them in a different spot, but whatever. It is what it is. It just requires a little bit of moving. I'm kind of surprised, though, the 4020 can pull these. I guess they are empty, but still, it's a lot of weight. All right, so that should about do it for the front here. We got a little pass we can do on the side. May as well. Definitely ain't gonna hurt. At the moment, we need a lot of hay. And most likely, a lot of it's gonna be to sell because we need the money. But if what's left of the bean crop yields good, we should be okay. That's the hope anyway. I don't know how that's going to go, though. All right, and that is haying finished in just a couple of hours. Best investment ever. We are for sure selling that swather. I wasn't quite sure on the Moco. I wanted to try it out, see how it works before I made any decisions about the swather. Yeah, we're definitely getting rid of that thing. I don't know how much it's actually going to bring us, but it's worth a shot. But this thing does have to be washed because it is absolutely filthy. Perfect. Good to go. Oh, I forgot about the tractor. There we go. That's better. So this is just going to go in the back for now. We are going to have to move around a bunch of equipment as soon as we're finished with haying here. I think a lot of it we're going to try putting in the cold storage because it really doesn't need to be in the big shop. And if we got the space under some storage, I rather it in there versus sitting out in the cold. That's just not a good time. However, we still have to rake the hay and head the hay. Then we'll be good to do some baling. However, this shop's an absolute disaster, so I'm gonna get this organized a little bit quick. Okay, so shop has been organized here. I got a couple things that we're not gonna use the rest of the year moved back, and I got a couple things moved out that we're gonna need. So I got the disc hooked up to the versatile here. We're gonna have to use this after we spread the slurry on from the cattle. The field there. Then we're gonna have to disc up everything. So I got this moved out, and then I got two of the pieces of equipment that we're gonna have to sell here before the end of the year. The swather and then the cat. So I asked you guys in the last video what machine you guys wanted to see gone, and the pretty much unanimous answer was the cat. So I might possibly have a buyer lined up for that. However, a lot of you guys asked me to buy another tractor, replace that tractor, but yeah, we're not going to do that. We need to get rid of tractors. We have too many at the moment. And then I got the harvest equipment out, all ready to go. Everything's been checked over, and the bean field is just about ready, so we're literally just waiting on that, and then we'll be good to go. However, I got the rake and the baler all set up. I think we're going to let this hay dry out just a little bit more. In the meantime, we got some stuff we can do with the cattle. So, we got the pickup truck here, and we're going to go pick up, well, hopefully pick up my new mixer wagon. Well, it's going to be new to me because I don't got the money to be splashing on a new mixer wagon. That's a little too rich for me. But we're going to go check it out, see what kind of deal we're getting into. Hopefully it's not too bad. And then, you know, see what else catches our eye at the equipment dealer. There's always something. And here we are. So this is it. Coon mixer, it's fairly well taken care of. Not too heavy on the use. It's got some hours on it, though. It's had a little bit of touch up on the paint. Some bearings replaced. All around, not too bad. It wants $15,000 for this, which is actually a really, really good price for a mixer. If I was looking to buy this new, we'd be looking around $30,000. But since it is fairly used, he wants around 15, which I think I can deal with. But something else that caught my eye here is this bale conveyor. This is for the small squares to get up into the barn loft there, and he only wants $300 for this thing. I think I might have to pick it up too. Question is, I don't know how we're gonna get all this stuff back. I may have to make 2 trips. Well, $15,300 later, and I've secured both things. Now, don't ever try to tell me I gotta take 2 trips. Because 99% of the time, I'm going to figure out how the heck to make it work. And this time I did. I was real close to giving up, though. But yeah, the owner of the equipment store was like, yeah, man, you're going to have to make 2 trips. I'm like, nah, watch this. I pull off this crap. Oh, man. Hey, but it works. That's the most important part here. You know what? Just think of it. We could have a flatbed trailer on the back. We tow it around, grab some bales, and then we can toss the bales right from the flatbed trailer right onto the bale conveyor. We'll raise it up a little bit, and it'll go right in the loft. Probably not the smartest idea, so we're not going to do that, but it is a possibility we can make happen. All right, well, I got to figure out a way to unload this thing. I think we'll worry about that later, but for now, we have it back here. Anyways, I got to figure out what we're going to be running this mixer wagon with because it's either going to be the 4020, and then we're going to have to figure out something else to load up the bales with, although the skid steer might work. Thinking about it now, the skid steer is going to be high enough to work for this, so that'll be perfect. Check it out. We actually got a mixer wagon now. To think about it, we had one before, but it was so small. It was actually like laughable. So this should work a lot better. All right, so I'm on my way home here. I spent $800, got myself a new bale spear for the tractor. to make things a little bit easier. And I got myself a silage fork, and it can also pick up bales. So we're not gonna have to switch between attachments to grab silage and then another attachment to grab bales. It's just going to make things a lot easier. Alrighty, so we're on the rake here. I'm getting what we can raked up. It seems to be drying out really, really good. So we're either going to be able to bale this all up before the beans are ready or after. Because once those beans are ready, we're harvesting them ASAP. But I don't think we're going to be able to avoid this little drizzle of rain we're going to get here most likely tomorrow morning. Since I had no choice and I had to get this done, couldn't push it back any further if we wanted a decent hay crop for next year. And frankly, we need the money really, really badly, so I figured I better get this done. And since we can absolutely cruise with this 2950, it's going to make short work of all this. Well, that's one field down, another big one to go. So with this new Moco A-bine, the swaths are a lot bigger, also a lot more spaced apart, so it makes raking a little bit more tough, but not too bad. Anyways, it means less rows overall, so a lot less fuel going around and around and around the field. Okay, so I'm on the last outer pass here, the big old field. I think we got a couple little pieces in between where we couldn't quite get to, but we'll just bail those up later on. But for now, I want to say we got haying done in like record time here with this new rake that we got this year and then the new Moco. Everything's just been going so smoothly. No breakdowns, no nothing. It's like the year was too easy. Other than, well, the main problem we have here about the fact that I could technically lose the farm or have to sell off most of it because of this stupid crop loss. I really shouldn't have put all my eggs in one basket with that one, but oh well, what are you going to do? I put a lot of money into seeding this field too. Like, seeding beans is not cheap. A lot of money in fertilizer, spray, seed, all that good stuff. I got a lot invested. Okay, and that is it. Haying is semi-finished. Anyways, well, it's over here. I think I'm going to stick the rake in here just because we're not going to be needing it, and we'll figure out where we're going to put some more of this stuff. Okay, so here's a little plan I've figured out here. So the old grapple bucket is looking a little worse for wear here, so I switched it out with the other one that we had on the tractor here. This one should be a lot better. And then for this tractor, since we're going to be moving some bales with it, we're going to try out our new bale spear. Look at that. Look how fancy that is. It should work good. Okay, so since we got a little bit of time to kill here, we're going to unload these straw bales real quick because I'm guessing we're going to need the trailer here at some point. And if it's full of bales, straw bales, I guess, we really can't use it. So we may as well get this taken care of. Oh yeah, this new bale spear is sweet. Picks up 2 at a time, no problem. We're good to go. And yes, I am completely aware that I am unloading this trailer backwards. Do I care? Absolutely not. We're just going with whatever here at this point. Well, it ain't going to be the nicest stack, but it will work. All right, last 2. We'll stick these on the stack, and that is one other job finished. Now, while we have the tractor here, I am going to mix up a batch of feed here for the cattle quick. And since we're not really having any other use for these old silage bales from last year, we're just going to stick them in the mixer wagon. We don't have to break into the silage pits just yet. And we'll toss in a hay bale there for good measure. Okay, wagon's full. Let's get some of this in for the cows here. I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to take in the bunk there, but we'll give it a try. There was one other feed mixer I could have picked up, but it was too tall. Oh, there's no space for total mixed ration. Okay, well, I guess we're not putting any in. Well, we're just going to leave it here for when they're ready for it. So we got the water trailer here. The cattle need some. Well, they're going to need some at any rate. So we're going to go fill this up here real quick. Luckily, it only takes about 1 tank, and then the trough is completely full, which is nice. The old trailer we had to take like... Oh, I nearly missed that tree. Anyways, the old trailer we had to take like 5 or 6 loads before it was even close to being full. So this makes things a lot easier. All right, open that up. Connect the pipe and we'll be good to go. Look at that. Filling up. Perfect. At least these guys are going to have some water now. And would you look at that? The milk truck finally showed up. Well, that's perfect timing. Well, we're finally back at the farm here. It looks like I've got some trees to clean up. There's a couple down back there from that storm, so that's not great. But I got to figure out what we're doing with this stuff here. I'm pretty sure it should be sold by next week, hopefully. And then pretty much everything else here we're keeping, other than maybe the square baler once we're finished with it. For this year, I'm not sure if I want to keep that just yet. But depending on what that bean field is going to yield, we've probably lost anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000 just off that loss there. So hopefully we can make some more money back on hay, and then whatever the cattle are going to produce for the rest of the year. We might have to sell some of those too. Might have to sell some extra equipment that we got around here, like this 4455. This might have to go too. So who knows? I guess we'll see what the rest of the year brings. So we got our new combine here. Well, semi-new. New to us at least. We used it for one oats harvest, and that has been about it. So we're ready to get this thing on beans and see what it can do. Now, I'm not even sure how much this field's going to yield with all the loss, but we're going to get our best shot here and see. But it is definitely going to be a busy day. All right, well, we are up and going here. I guess we're going to see just how well this goes. Man, the loss on this field is just ridiculous. You can just see it as we're going through it with the combine. There is so much missing from here. But what is here is yielding decently because we did throw a lot of fertilizer on this, and it's brand new ground, so it's doing pretty good. But as we're going here, still not great. So closer to the tree rows here, the wind did not hit this crop as hard, so we're going to be yielding a lot better. Normally, it's actually the opposite because the trees block the sun and all that, so usually your yields are worse. But in this case scenario, it's actually the opposite, which it's kind of a win-lose situation. If only this stuff would have been ready like a week or two earlier and we could have got it harvested before the storm came through. That sucks big time. Looks like we got a fallen tree here in the field. I'm just going to go around it for now, and we'll clean it up later. I'll just try to get as close as I can with it so we can kind of get all the soybeans in there without actually hitting it. There we go. Alrighty, so I have done 2 full headland passes around this field, plus went back and forth here twice. Cleaned up a good chunk of the field, and I'm just now full. That just shows how much yield loss we have. Anyways, I'm going to go grab the grain truck here. We're going to get unloaded and see how much further we can get. But man, this field is not yielding good at all. Although I guess this tank is pretty big, so once it's full, means we got a decent amount of grain here. All right, and the tank is just about empty. Perfect. We'll move this truck over to the edge of the field a little bit more down here. That way we don't have to drive as far to unload next time. That'll work. By the looks of it, we may only get maybe a truck and a half out of this field when it should have been like 4 or 5 trucks. Alrighty, so I've got this side of the field finished up. I still have this side, and I am just now full again. So this is only our second tank off of this field. The yields are so bad. I think we might actually lose money on this field. It's actually bad. Here I thought we'd make a little bit, but I think we might break even, if any, if we're lucky. Between all the diesel, seed, and fertilizer, getting the field ripped up and planted, and then getting it harvested now, it's, yeah, not great. I don't even know if we're going to get a truck full out of this. All right, I'm empty again. I guess we'll go see how much more we can get out of this. Probably not a whole lot. So after finishing up the last of the field, I dumped what was left into the grain truck, tossed the cover on, and headed into town to get it sold. So after all the work and all the headache, we were finally going to see how much money we were going to make. And that exact amount was $38,522. So between seed, fertilizer, and fuel, we ended up with basically no profit. So with that all out of the way, I hopped into the 2950, grabbed the tedder, and got to work to see if we could actually turn this season around a little bit, considering we still had to come up with about $200,000. So after getting the small field finished up, it was off to the big one, which would hopefully be the real moneymaker. Alrighty, so small problem here. I am just about finished all of the hay on this side, and my tedder broke. Yeah. That's great. So I called the guy and asked him how long the part would be. He can get it in tomorrow. We just have to wait till tomorrow now. So yeah, that's great. But we got other stuff to do, so I'm not worried. I just really wanted to get that finished, and it sucks that we were so dang close. Oh well, is what it is. All right, so we're hopping in the dually here. I got to run into town and grab something for the cattle, and then hopefully we can get them fed. Okay, so $1,000 later, and I got what we need here. So this is basically supplement for the cattle. It's so we can make total mixed ration, and it'll help the cattle out, make them produce a little more milk, and keep them a little healthier. So it's expensive, but it should be worth it. So I already have this feed wagon full of feed from a little while ago, and we're just going to grab a little bit out of this pallet here. There we go. Should have enough in this now. Just fill these guys up here. Perfect. Now they should have lots and lots of food here. All right, so it looks like the cattle are good on everything else here. There's one silage bale I'm gonna have to take out of that feeder because they're not really liking to eat it. They just eat what's in their trough. So, looks like I got some of this on the ground. So I'm gonna have to grab that, and then I think we're gonna get into the silage piles here. They're ready to go, and we literally just gotta open them up, and we have as much silage as we're gonna need for a little while. Okay, so a little while ago, I said I was selling these two pieces of equipment here, this Case 75C and this John Deere Swather. Now, I have them both sold now for $45,000 together. I got a guy that wanted both, so I gave him a little bit of a deal. Now, that does seem low and high price all kind of at the same time there, but you know what? I think we're still even making money, and this cat has a lot of hours, so I'm okay with that. But it should bring us out of the hole just a little bit with our money situation, but we're still going to need to make a lot more if we want to get this debt paid. Anyways, since I've got most of the hay raked up here and ran a tedder over it, I'm actually going to grab my small square baler, and we're going to do what we need to do with this, and then I think I might sell it. I have a guy that's interested in it for $7,500, but I don't know quite yet if we're going to take that. So this is the stuff we're going to be baling up here, just out front of the barn. That's about it. Just so we have a couple extra little small squares to put up in the loft. That's why I bought that square bale conveyor belt there. That should help with that. Anyways, that equipment should be getting picked up here in a little bit. I hate to sell it, but we need the money so badly right now. We got to do what we got to do. We got to sell equipment just so I don't go broke here on the farm. It may seem like we have a lot of money right now, but with $250,000 out of the bank, that's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. So we got to do what we got to do to get by. All right, and that is about the last of it. Unload those last two there. Grab this one out of the back. There we go. Okay, baling's finished. That actually gave us a decent amount of little square bales here. Should have more than enough to put up in the loft. Dang, I was so close to getting this field finished. Oh well, guess I'll have to get it done another day. Gotta wait for that part to come in. But this field over here to the left of us is just an absolute mess. It's bad. Well, the equipment's gone and the check is cleared for $45,000, so that brings us up to $122,000, which is over halfway to what we need. Plus, with more cattle this year, it's gonna cost me a lot more to keep them over the winter. Even though we have all the feed and stuff, there's still maintenance and upkeep to things, so we're gonna need a decent amount of money for the end of the year. And I've actually been looking at other places to buy here. My neighbor with a big farm not too far away from here who helped me actually get started out here, he has actually showed an interest in buying this entire place and most, if not all of the equipment off of me for a very, very good price. And if I can't pay back this loan, that might have to be an option. I think I might be able to get this loan paid, but unfortunately out here, unless you have a really big operation, it is very tough to make really good money. So I don't know, that might have to be an option. I'm not too sure, but let me know what you guys think of that in the comments. So I've got the Versatile all hooked up and ready to go here on the disc. I think we're going to try get a little bit of tillage done here if we can. I'd like to get ahead of the game here since we're going to have to spread slurry here very, very soon, actually. Now, unfortunately, the used equipment store has quit renting a slurry spreader, which really, really sucks. And buying one at the moment, I don't know if it's in the question because if I want to go buy one, even an older one, something that I could decently use and cover enough ground with here, is going to cost me in the neighborhood of like $10,000 to $15,000. So I don't know if I'm going to have to find something else to rent or figure it out here, but I'm going to have to do something. At any rate, tillage still needs to be done. There we go. I finally get to get these stupid corn stalks that have been bothering me for like 2 weeks now. It's been ridiculous. All right, so I made some progress here. I'm just grabbing the last pass here of this field, but look at the amount of rocks out here. Like, holy smokes, I gotta figure something out here if I want to keep farming this field. I think I might go and get like a rock bucket or something for the skid steer because a rock picker is like really expensive right now. So, I think a rock bucket for the skid steer. It's going to take a lot longer, but it should work perfectly fine, I think. That would be the hope anyway. All right, that's probably enough tillage for today. We still got the big field and a tiny field right over there, but I think we'll be good for now. Now, unfortunately for this year, the last ways we have to make money are the cattle, what's left of the hay, and possibly selling equipment. Now, last episode, I ended up breaking my tedder here. I got the new part today, got it installed. That was $200, so not a cheap fix, but now it's ready to go so we can finish up the hay, and then we can work on getting it baled. So I haven't checked on the cattle just yet this morning, but I'll have to go make sure they're good here in a little bit. We're going to try get all the hay baled today and hopefully sold. I'm not too sure yet. I've also got to get liquid manure on pretty much all the fields here, all the slurry from the cattle, on pretty much everything we can get it on. But I'm not entirely sure if we're going to have enough to cover the whole deal. Now, last episode, I ended up talking about possibly selling my farm. My neighbor, who has a big farm down the road, is interested in it. A lot of you guys really don't want me to sell it, but unfortunately, it's just really hard to make money out here unless you have an absolutely mega farm. And my neighbor is actually going to give me a pretty decent offer. He's coming up with one this week. And from the talks of it, it's going to be a pretty decent offer for this farm. So that would give us an opportunity to go and start another farm somewhere else where it's maybe a little bit easier to make money and build up the farm. However, that's not going to stop us from doing work around here because it's still got to be done. All right, so I'm just grabbing the last little pass here of this field, and then we are finished with the tedding here, and then we can get to baling. However, I still have all those little square bales I want to get picked up. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that. Now, while I was out here doing this, I had a neighbor call me, say he wanted to borrow my grain truck, because right now he's just got gravity wagons, and it takes a while to get all the grain to the elevator like that. So he asked me if he could just borrow it for a day or so, and I think he actually has just a small little trailer that we could toss all those square bales on with. So I'm gonna see if we can make a little swap here real quick for the day. I get the trailer, he gets my grain truck, everybody's happy, because I don't want to hand bomb all those bales over to the barn there. That ain't gonna be fun. All right, so with all this out of the way here, I'm gonna park this here for now. I'm gonna hop in my grain truck here. I'm gonna take it over to his farm. He's gonna grab the trailer in his truck, and he's gonna give me a ride back and drop the trailer off here, and everybody's happy. Man, I love this Mac. One of my favorite purchases ever. Got the sweetest diesel engine in this thing. Well, I just made it back here, and I got my trailer for the day. This thing should work perfect. We're just gonna take the old 2950 here, hook it on there, and get some bales picked up. All right, well, this ought to be a fun job here. We still got to hand bomb them all onto the trailer, but since the barn's still a good ways away, it's literally the easiest way to do it. The stack ain't gonna be perfect, but who cares? Dang, too bad I still don't have that auto stacker. That could have made this job about a 2-minute, yeah, about a 2-minute job. But honestly, we didn't use that thing, so probably good to get it out of here. Check it out, load of square bales. It isn't exactly the nicest stacking, but it's coming right off the trailer here, so I don't really care. It will indeed work for what we need. I just got to run up to the loft here real quick. Open up these doors. Perfect. That will work. Manhandle this conveyor over since it's pretty light, and it looks like that's about as far as it's going to go. So this thing is just powered with a little electric engine, which is pretty dang easy. So you just grab a square bale here, down here like so. Oh, nope, maybe not like that. Or like that. It'll go right up there. And should pop right over. There you go. Then they're in the loft. Then you just stack them any which way you want. Pretty dang easy. Although I'm going to try to get this in a better spot here. That should work. Well, we're making some progress here. Slowly getting some bales up in the loft. Oh, that one going? Yep, it's going. I don't know. This is a pretty sweet little investment. Oh, if they don't stack up too high on the top, though, that's not exactly great either. Once I get a few going up there, I'm going to have to go up to the top and move them around, try to stack them a little bit, but we'll see how many we can get up there before I got to do that. This is just so if it's a really cold day in the winter, a guy doesn't have to fire up the mixer wagon, get too crazy with feeding. You just toss a couple square bales down since we don't have too many cows, and I just knocked that square bale off. Whoops. Anyway, we don't have too many cows, so just toss a couple square bales down, and they should be good for the day until it warms up again. All right, so we've got over half the trailer up there. I think it's time I go clean some of these up before they start falling down on the ground here. You just ride this up. Perfect. Oh, maybe not. I get stuck at the top. There's not enough room to get up there. Oh, boy, look at my mess. We're not going to try and make them perfect. Just kind of stick them in the corner there. I know you're supposed to stack them right so they don't rot or anything, but in this case, I think we'll be fine. They're not going to be sitting up here for terribly long. Okay, I got the first batch cleared out, but there's only a few more left. Oh, crap. We got to jam up. We got to jam up here. Hold on. We got bales falling. Oh, how do I fix this? There we go. That's not exactly ideal. We had a couple fall. And here is the last one. And it just glitched through. Nice. There's the last one. Get the last of this cleaned up. Close my top loft doors, and I will call that good. So the cattle have plenty of feed here, but what they don't have is straw. I'm just going to detach this feed wagon. Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Grab 2 of these straw bales real quick. Reverse in the slowest possible tractor ever. Line these guys up. Grab my bale processor. Try back it up as straight as I can. Yeah. I don't think I got it. Oh, did I get it? Yeah. No. Oh, nope. Okay, I didn't get it. Eventually get them in my bale processor and get these guys some straw. Now, hopefully they'll be happy for a little bit. Okay, cattle are completely taken care of now. Let's go do something else. This little trailer actually worked out pretty sweet. I'd say I need one, but I really don't. Yeah, not a whole lot of uses for it. Okay, so I ended up finding a buyer for the square baler. I had already gotten one offer on it, and I almost took it, but I wanted just a little bit more. I have a buyer coming for $10,000 for this thing, which is flippin' sweet. I think that's a lot more than I paid for it, so I will be happy to take that. Anyways, in the meantime here, we've got a lot of work to do with baling. As you can see here, hay price is actually on the rise, which is sweet. So we're going to try get this all baled and sold as soon as possible. There isn't any rain in the forecast, but that don't mean it can't happen. So I'm going to try get this all baled up, load it onto the trailer and out of here to see how much money we're going to need to get out of this debt hole we're in of $250,000. I still need another 125 minimum just to pay off the debt. That's not even including trying to run the farm this winter, so I don't know how this is going to go. All right, I'm nearly finished this small field here. It's not yielding as good as last time. I think we got close to like 21 bales off last field, or I guess last time we cut this. So definitely not as good, but still definitely worth cutting it. At some point, if we stay here, it would probably be worth ripping this up, planting some new grass in here, and definitely fertilizing the crap out of it so it grows a lot better. But for the temporary, I think it'll be okay. Although this poor baler, this poor New Holland, is probably going to have to be retired at some point. It has been beat to crap on this farm, and it definitely needs to retire at some point. A lot of the bearings and stuff are getting pretty bad on it, which we could replace those, but to replace pretty much the entire guts per se of this baler is almost going to cost more than another used baler that's in a lot better condition. So I might end up getting something different at some point, but for now it'll be okay. Although I do have to get all the rocks off this field. They are horrible over here. Well, baling's been going pretty decently here. We've got this whole side finished. There's a couple big swaths down at the end there that we got to do yet, and then we're pretty much good here. Only issue is my baler is starting to make some really weird sounds, and I think at this point it's on its last legs here, so I'm hoping we can finish. If not, I don't know what we're gonna do. I guess I'll have to get out the small square baler and see what we can pick up, but it should finish up these last couple rows here. I'm just thinking this thing is pretty much toast. I mean, we did buy it used with already quite a bit of wear and tear. I've replaced the occasional part here and there, but I think the whole inside of this baler needs to be redone, and that gets expensive quick. But it looks like we're getting a decent amount of bales off this, so it's not too bad. So after finishing up the last of the hay and my baler pretty much calling it quits at the end, we headed back to the farm to drop it off and get to some more important jobs, like the fallen trees on my fields. The storm that passed through a couple weeks ago left trees fallen onto my fields, and considering we needed to rip them up and get slurry on them, we were going to have to get these out of the way, which wasn't too bad. It was more just annoying. After that was taken care of, it was back to disking up the fields so they could be ready to have slurry put on them. However, I still had one major problem: rocks. Absolutely everywhere through both my older fields. There was just way too many, and it was actually damaging my equipment. So I had two options: buy this rock bucket for my skid steer, which costed $1,200, and spend 2 to 3 days picking rocks and wasting just a ridiculous amount of fuel, or spending $1,000 to rent this absolute beast of a rock picker for the day and have it done in a matter of hours. So after I finished up disking the field, I headed into town, and I bet you can guess which option I chose. And after spending the $1,000 to rent possibly the baddest rock picker ever, we were off and running. However, since there was just so many rocks in this field, it didn't take very long and we were already full. So I went over to the edge of the field, unloaded it, and got back to work. However, there was one small upside to having this many stones in one's field: you could actually sell them. Now, it wasn't going to be much, but it might help cover the rent of the rock picker. So after finishing up this field, it was on to the next, which thankfully had less rocks. Okay, so a few things have happened here. I just filled up the rock picker and I got $10,000. The guy came to pick up the little square baler there, got 10 grand from that. A grain truck has returned, so now I got that back. The guy took his trailer back, and we're nearly finished this field here. I just got to go unload again here real quick. I was trying to figure out how I was going to get these to where I need to take them to sell these rocks. I may just have to use the grain truck, unfortunately. Even though it's not technically made for what we want to do, it'll have to work. I'm not sure how much we're even going to get for this stuff, but we'll give it a shot. So we are now over halfway to paying off our debt, which is good, but we're still a long ways here. I don't know if we're going to make it happen. All right, that's it. We're finished. The reason why I'm not doing this field over here is because it's pretty brand new field and none of the rocks have really come up to the surface yet because of the frost. And these two older fields, they have definitely had a couple winters for that to happen, so that's why we're only doing those two. Anyways, I'm gonna get this unloaded, get it returned, and then we gotta figure out what we're doing with all this rock. Well, just made it back from the equipment store, got the rented piece of equipment returned, and my little square baler's gone. Oh, man. At least I got a good amount of money for that. Anyways, we're gonna hop in the Mac here and head over to that rock. Okay, I got the 4020 here. Let's hope it can load this Mac up. Man, look at the fields now. They're so clean. No more rocks. Sweet. No more damage to the equipment. Okay, I know this rock is pretty heavy here, so I don't know how this is gonna go. Please tell me this is at least more than one bucket full. Yeah, okay, it is. Oh, look at... Look at that. Oh, no. Don't tip over. Don't tip over. Oh, we're going to break the front axle on this thing if I'm not careful. Oh, man. Hopefully it can lift high enough. Oh, boy. Oh, I'm really trying not to tip over here. Okay. Into the truck you go. Oh, that's not even going to work. We can't even put it in this truck. Dang, how am I going to get it over there? I might have to make a call. Okay, so I figured out what we're going to do here. So I talked to one of my buddies who I know has a trailer that can haul rock properly, and I just put that through the floor. Dang. Anyways, he has a trailer that can haul rock properly, and he said if I bring him a couple square bales, he'd be more than happy to lend it to me for like an hour or so. Everything out here is about trading and bartering, so I'm fine with this. Okay, 4 square bales. That should do it. Let's go grab this trailer. Look what I got. A little mini dump truck on 2 wheels. This trailer is actually pretty sweet. I should have bought one of these, but they are expensive. They're about $15,000 if you want to go buy one new. And when they're used, they're usually beat to crap, so you don't really want to go buy one used. I really hope this rock sells for a good amount, because if it doesn't, I'm going to be sad that we went through this much trouble to try and sell it. Perfect. Look at that. Okay, that's pretty much 2 full buckets out of these fields here. We'll hook back up our trailer here and see where this has got to go. All right, we made it. Let's see what we're going to get. And I don't know. 618 bucks. Okay, so that pays for just over half the rental costs of my rock picker plus the 4 bales. Yeah, we got about half. Anyways, I'm gonna go return this trailer and we'll get back to the farm. Well, just made it back here. It has been one long day. Oh man, I got so much equipment to clean up. This is ridiculous. Anyways, our situation's not looking too great here at the moment. We almost have $132,000, which isn't bad. However, to pay off the rest of the loan, just the loan, mind you, we need about another $120,000, give or take 1,000 or 2. And as far as bales go, I can tell you pretty confidently, unless hay price absolutely skyrockets in the next day from when we get this all loaded up, there ain't $120,000 here. Now, my next option would be to sell equipment. Now, there's really not a whole lot of equipment I can part with. Pretty much everything here I need to a certain degree. Even if I don't use it a whole lot, I still need it for my day-to-day operations. The only piece of equipment I could possibly consider parting with is this 4455. Now, with the hay and selling this tractor, I might just barely get to $250,000. However, there's still another problem. Running through winter, I'm going to have a lot more costs since I have more buildings, more equipment now, and since I bought this absolutely massive chunk of land, a lot more land taxes. So just to keep this farm running through the winter, I'm going to have to come up with a lot of money, or else I'm literally going to bankrupt this farm. And as it looks right now, I will bankrupt this farm over winter. Now, a lot of you guys have been suggesting selling silage. I can't do that because I have the cattle. And even if I sold the cattle, then I have absolutely no income over winter from the milk. So the only way I see out right now is to sell this place. My neighbor with the big farm down the road gave me an official offer, and it's pretty dang good. It would let me go start a farm somewhere else. However, the only equipment I would be taking with me is what I could fit on this tiny little gooseneck right here. We take the gooseneck, the dually, and whatever I can fit on there. Oh, milk truck's here. This should be a good payday for us. How are these guys looking on water? Oh, they got plenty. They're good. All right, I think I still got some feed in the feed wagon. Oh yeah, we're still plenty good. We'll get them some feed here real quick. All right, fill that all up. Oh, they actually didn't need much. Okay, let's see if I can grab a hay bale without making the other one fall. No, don't fall on me now. Stay there. Stay. Got it. All right, cows, don't go escaping on me now. Now let's get this stupid bale out of here. They obviously don't like this one very much. All right, hay bale's in there. We'll just put this one in the feed mixer later on when we need to mix some more feed. For now, they'll be all right. Okay, so milk truck just left here. We should be getting paid from that pretty soon, but we got a whole lot more things to do. All right, so remember how I said we needed to do slurry because we got most of the fields cultivated? We're dissed up here. There's still the one big one, but we're not getting any slurry on that. Anyways, we do not have a slurry spreader. However, I just got off the phone with my neighbor down the road, and he happens to have his big one that he just finished up with. Now, when I say big, this thing is a multi-million-dollar machine. It is the biggest and baddest slurry spread machine you can buy. So he's going to bring it down here, and we're going to rent it for a day or so here. It's definitely not cheap, but it's going to be worth it, because any new slurry spreader is over $10,000, and yeah, I don't particularly feel like spending that right now with the $250,000 be out of the bank. Holy smokes, here he comes. You can just see that massive machine in the distance. That thing is huge. Oh, just look at this rig rolling in. That is ridiculous. I think he's just going to park up by the field here. Well, my neighbor just got one of his employees to pick him up. Now, when I say he has a bigger operation, I'm not kidding, because this is the kind of crap he runs. This is a multi-million-dollar machine, and he's let me take it here for a little bit. I don't think I know how to run this, but I'm gonna give it my best shot. But this thing is just ridiculous. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to do this. I don't know if I feel comfortable running this thing. All right, so that's supposed to come out there, and it's just supposed to go down to the slurry tank here. Okay, so we're filled up here. I think I figured out how to basically run this. I had to give my neighbor a call just to see if we, you know, could get some pointers, and I think we're moving here. Now, if I would have gotten this done by a custom crew, it would have taken probably half the time, because they run about 4 or 5 of these machines, but my neighbor was trusting enough to just, you know, let me rent it from him. I don't know if I would have trusted myself, but I've got it now, so I'm going to try really, really hard just not to wreck it. But this thing's got a whole tanker on the back of it, which is just ridiculous. I don't know how or why, but it's pretty dang cool. And I don't think we have a chance of getting stuck in this, that's for sure. Now, this is going to cost us about $5,000 for the little bit of work we need to do. However, we're burning a lot less in diesel fuel. It's going to take a lot less time. And if I'm being honest, I really just wanted to drive this thing. So it's worth it to me. And if we end up staying here, which I'm not sure if we will yet, we will be getting some seriously good yields off this field. Man, this cab is so nice. I don't know if I can go back to anything else. It's like I'm being spoiled here. Okay, so I was nearly finished here, and unfortunately, I just ran out. But that covered such a good portion of the field here. I'm actually fairly surprised. Anyway, we're going to go fill this thing up again and get back out there. But what I did notice is this tractor has a full 3-point PTO, front and rear. This would be a sweet tractor to have on the farm, but way too expensive for me. All right, this field's done. On to the next one. We should have just enough for it. I'm hoping, at least. Well, I'm just on the final pass here. We should have just barely enough to finish this field. We're at like 4%, oh, maybe 3. Okay, I'm just gonna take another pass here, I think, and we'll see how much we're gonna... Yeah, we'll just empty it all out. May as well. And there we go. That is it. And that is all the slurry the cattle had. So yeah, we literally had the perfect amount, I guess. Or pretty close to it. Now, one thing when you're getting equipment from a neighbor, you always give it back to them better than they brought it. So we're going to wash this thing all up. If anything else needs cleaning out or greased, and he should be back later today to grab this thing. It actually didn't even take us that long. We finished in like record time. But I have concluded that this thing should not be on the farm because it is simply just too nice. And I've officially been spoiled because now I don't want to even look at any of my other tractors. All I want to do is just drive this thing now. And we'll just park it back here for now. So, $5,000 down the drain. But the fields are all now fertilized really, really well. Except the other one there. That still needs to be dissed up. But that one's not getting liquid manure on it. Well, just got paid for the milk truck. Just over $10,000, which I'm not going to complain about. That's pretty dang good. What are we thinking? We'll just load these all up with hay bales, pull it with the truck. It's probably not a good idea. Let's go take the big tractor on these. All right, we'll just drop the disc off back here. Now, I would wash this thing because it's absolutely filthy, but we're going to be using it some more for disking later, so no point in that. And tractor of choice to load up all these bales. They go to old 2950. Hopefully, it should be able to lift them no problem. 2 bales at once, not a problem. We'll have these loaded up in no time. Didn't take too long, I don't think. Well, that right there is what I like to call good enough. We got 14 bales off this field here, the small one. Now we're over to the bigger one. We should fill up both these trailers, no problem, I think. Well, this is trailer number 1 here. The one thing I was worried about with these bigger trailers now is if we were going to have enough lifting capacity to get all the way up there to the top row. We do, which is good. At any rate, we'll fill up the second trailer and then we should be off to sell this. I think hay prices are still pretty dang good. All right, well, so far so good here. Second trailer is not as neat as I would like it. I kind of screwed up on the stacking just a little bit. The first trailer is really nice. This one, not as much. But I got these other 2 bales I'm just going to toss on there and then we should be good hopefully get those sold. I still have, I don't know, maybe another trailer full or so left out here in the field, so we'll get that sold as well. And I honestly don't know how much money we're gonna get. I hope it's enough, but something tells me it's not gonna be. So after getting loaded down with as many bales as we could possibly haul, 52 to be exact, I headed into town to see just how much money I can make. And with the first trailer sold, it wasn't looking good. We had only made around $20,000, and the second trailer would bring about the same. So with the first round of bales now sold, we'd only made about $40,000, and things weren't looking too good. After loading up the last of the bales we had left, I took them into town, and with the last of them sold, it only brought us up to $195,000. It was back to the farm to figure out what to do next. Well, I'm back at the farm here. I'm just grabbing the disc because we still got to disc up that one last big field there. But I'm pretty much out of options here. We don't even have the full 200,000, let alone 250,000 just to pay back the loan. That's not even including having to run the farm over winter and all that good stuff. Now, a lot of you guys have suggested going back to selling lumber. However, the lumber price has fallen so much, it's not even worth the diesel to haul it in anymore, which really sucks. So who knows, maybe I'll be able to come up with something, but for now, I still got to get this field disked up before the snow falls, which is supposed to be coming here according to the weather, and I want to do this before it gets cold, because this versatile, it don't got heat. Alright, so it is the next day here. I got most of that field cultivated there. We got some weeds growing again in the field. I don't know how. It's gonna be winter here real soon. Anyways, we got most of that field done last night, but it got pretty late, so I decided to call it quits. Anyways, the cattle still got to be taken care of, so we're gonna get that done. Well, my guess is here they're probably not gonna take a whole lot. Oh, I left the gate open. I don't think we've had any escape though. That's good. These guys all fed here real quick. There we go. Well, now I'm actually gonna close this gate just to make sure we don't have any escape. I don't think we had any. I did a quick count here. We should be okay. Well, at least cattle are taken care of now. They got lots of food, water. I'm not sure if the milk truck's coming today. I'm guessing he probably won't, but I'll keep an eye out for him. Anyways, just about $195,000. Nowhere near enough to take care of the loan and take care of the farm over winter. I'm kind of out of options here. I'm really not sure what to do. I guess my last option here is to, well, call my neighbor who gave me a pretty decent offer on the farm here and we can work something out. At any rate, the last big field there just has to be finished up and then we're done field work for the year. We're cutting it a bit late, but it is what it is. We're supposed to be getting snow tomorrow, so I guess we'll see how that goes. Anyway, my guess is the cattle are running a little bit low on feed, so we're probably going to have to feed them. How are they looking on water? Yeah, they're good on water. They'll be all right for the day. All right, so milk truck just left here. I'm going to head into the big old cold storage here and see what we got to do. So I think I have a fresh batch of feed mixed up here. Yeah, we're good on that. We'll get the old 40/20 fired up and we'll get to feeding. I also have to give them some straw, so we got to get the bale processor out for that. I'm not exactly sure how much these guys are going to take in feed, but I imagine most of the wagon here. There we go. Well, it was pretty dang close. They took at least 90% of it there, and we are officially out of silage bales, so if we have to end up feeding them again before the new owner takes over, we'll have to dig into the silage pit, but I don't know quite yet. We'll have to see how it goes. They should have quite a bit of feed to last them a while now, but what they don't have is straw, so we're gonna give them some of that. Of course, I always gotta stack my bales up weird, so I have to line them up like this so I can put them into the bale processor. You'd think I'd learn, but nope. Although it is a more efficient way to stack them and get more in there, so it has its pros and its cons. Now, if I can just back this processor up first shot, that would be awesome. And there's bale number 1. And after much trying, bale number 2. Give him some straw. Meanwhile, while the cow tries to get in the processor for some reason. There, that should keep him nice and happy for a while. And I just about smoked a cow there. Gotta be more careful. I just gotta toss a couple of these squares down here. Give them some fresh hay. We'll just stick them in the bale feeder for now. All right, cows are happy. On to more important tasks. So there's a few little things I gotta figure out here and get cleaned up before we get out of here. For instance, this baler. It's pretty much toast. We basically burned it out over the haying season, and yeah, it ain't even worth running. I swear the thing's about to explode, so we're gonna get it cleaned up, and I think it's officially getting put into retirement because there's not any life left in it. If we wanted to get it back up and running again, we'd have to completely redo the insides, and that costs more than the baler's worth, so maybe the scrapyard? I don't know. It'll probably just get parked in the back for now. All right, so basically all my actually usable hay equipment has to go into the cold storage there, since you don't really want it sitting outside all year, and now that we've got the storage, we can actually get it in there. Now I just gotta keep making trips back and forth until we eventually got it all over there. This may take a little while. I also have to figure out where I can put this crap without it completely being in the way. Right about there should do. Also, I'm gonna move my hay trailers here because I know as soon as someone starts some spring work in the field, they're going to be right in the way, and may as well move them before that happens. Although this thing pulls them awful slowly, so it's going to take me about 20 minutes to make a round trip to the yard. I should say to the other side of the yard. Okay, maybe not 20 minutes, but you get my point. We're also going to do a little bit of the silage equipment since it doesn't need to be outdoors either. Let's see, have I improved my backup skills at all this year? I'm going to give it my best shot. And nope. All right, try number 2. Yep. Nope. Try number 3. Nope. Try number 4 is also a nope. Okay, 5th time's the charm. We'll go with that. All right, so I got the skid steer. I got the forks on it. I'm thinking we might just have enough room to get this forge head in. Give it our best shot anyway, and oh boy, it's a little heavier than I remember. I don't want to tip the skid steer or break the header here if I can help it. Well, we got it in here. That's all that matters. And one last piece of equipment out to the cold storage. This does not look weird at all on this oversized tractor for this undersized implement. Completely fine. Well, that's a wrap on the haying equipment. Now I just got to figure out how to organize the main shop. That's gonna be fun. Of course, you gotta wash everything before you put it away. No one likes dirty equipment in their shop. Okay, so if my calculations are correct, we should fit everything in here without a problem. I also have to remember these are my calculations, and sometimes they're questionable, at best. One thing I also forgot about is we sold a crap ton of equipment, so I might be okay. Well, that worked out a heck of a lot better than I expected. Pretty much got everything in here. It was pretty dang easy. Just got paid for the milk over $7,000, a lot better than I thought I'd get out of it. And yeah, last time I checked, milk prices are up, so good for me, I guess. Well, I've been busy the last couple hours here trying to get everything ready to go for me to move, and it's just about the end of the day here. Oh, I got a tree blocking my path. I'll just go over it. Anyways, it's almost the end of the day here, so I'm not sure how much of this I'm going to get done, but hopefully all of it. I guess we'll see how it goes, though. Since this is the season finale of Survival Farming Season 4, I wanted to make a quick note here and ask you guys what your favorite episode of Survival Farming is. It can be Season 1, 2, 3, or even 4. Just let me know down in the comments. I'm nearly finished here. The Versatile is like out of fuel. The engine's starting to sputter, and since I don't want to run this thing completely out of diesel, bring it right back to the farm and get it fueled up. However, it is almost the end of the day, so might pack it in. I'm just hoping the snow that we're supposed to get isn't going to be a whole lot. Well, son of a gun. I knew it. Pretty sure this is Mother Nature telling me I need to get the heck out of here, because we just got an absolutely massive dump of snow. Now, I didn't get done disking the field last night. I'm gonna have to finish that up today, but first order of business, I gotta go check on the cows here. But today's the day we leave. How are these guys looking this morning here? Not too bad. We might give them the last of what we got in the mixer wagon there. Well, if I was staying here, I would be plowing snow, but that's not happening, so we don't gotta plow snow. Well, cows, last time getting you fed here. Hope your new owner feeds you as well as I did. Okay, cows are good. Let's get back out to the field here and see if I can finish this up. Hopefully the old Versatile decides it's going to start. I'm not sure if it honestly will, but give it our best shot. Oh man, it is cold this morning. There she goes. Well, I've had to sit here waiting for this thing to warm up for the last 20 minutes, so let's get this stuff finished. Yep, don't think I've ever disced up land in the snow before. Cutting it a little late. You know, if I didn't get haying done when I did, we'd be trying to bale hay through drifts of snow. Probably wouldn't work out too well. But thank goodness we're not doing that. Look at my disc drifting. I just whipped it around that corner. Watch, it's gonna drift again. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, that is too much fun. All right, that is it. We are now finished, and I'm drifting my disc out of here. You know, it's almost bittersweet. Except it's literally more bitter out than it is sweet. It is flipping cold, and I do not like it. I need to go farm in a warmer climate. Well, let's hope my water isn't frozen just yet. I want to get this thing clean before we get it in the shop here. Dang, all this dirt is going to be frozen and a pain to get off of here. Oh, man. Pain to get it out of the disc, too. This might take a little while. Well, we got it. Took a little while, but it's off. It is now clean. And this is where it's going to sit for probably the rest of the year. Well, this is it. Time to pack up and get the heck out of here. They're probably wondering, Austin, what the heck are you going to take with you? Well, number 1 is going to be my dirt bike. Number 2 is going to be the 2950. Then, of course, I can't forget about the tractor that started it all. the old 4020 that's sitting over at the cattle farm. So we'll get that over here and we'll get to packing. Well, I guess I'm taking my trailer too. Can't forget about that. Now, the only question is, am I actually going to be able to fit this all on here? I guess we'll see. So the good old dirt bike's going in the bed of the truck here. I thought I'd make it easier on myself and just use the skid steer instead of trying to hand bomb it up there. That's not usually a good time. The skid steer makes it a lot easier. Dang, I really hope all this stuff fits. I don't know if it will. We're definitely going to be overweight, but screw it. It is what it is. Okay, so we're definitely not going to be able to get the 2950 on here without the ramps up. So I think I'm going to put them up, try back the truck up to here, and see if we can possibly load it on that way. Maybe up to here. I'm not too sure yet. I got to figure out the best spot. All right, so I've figured this to be my best kind of chance of getting this thing on here. And if it slips off because everything's icy, cold, and, well, slippery, we're not going to tumble down a hill and flip the thing, because that would not be ideal. We do not want to have flipping tractors on my last day here. Dang, I really don't know if this is going to fit. Come on, front wheel assist. Don't fail me now. There you go. Oh, it's going to be so close. The tines on the bale spear barely fit, but I think we got it. And they fit right between the tires. That is, you couldn't make that up as a better fit. That is just dumb. Strap it down. Let's get the heck out of here. Oh, we're not squatting as much as I thought we would. We're still 100% overweight. This is not okay. A DOT officer is going to have a heyday with me, but we'll try to take back roads and hopefully nothing bad happens. We got the old trusty John Deere trailer, so I don't think we'll be breaking any axles. At least I hope not. Well, see you later, shop. House, I can care less about you. You kind of sucked. Definitely wasn't no 5-star resort. But you know I couldn't go without saying goodbye to the cows first. They're pretty much the ones that put me in this debt to begin with, but, it is what it is. Hey, don't give the new owner too much grief. He's paying me a good amount of money for this place. Man, I can't believe I'm leaving. How much time, money, and energy put into this place? Kind of a shame, but on to bigger and better things.
Well, that is the end of year 4, and things, well, definitely didn't go to plan. But my hopes are still high, and maybe, just maybe, we can turn things around. Well, it's the start of year 5, and we got ourselves a new farm. And with any luck, we won't make this one go bankrupt. So for those of you who don't know, I built my last farm from the ground up for about the last 4 years. And unfortunately, I had a bad year and I had to sell the farm. There just wasn't enough money out there to be made. So I sold the entire farm, moved out Midwest, and this is where we're at now. I got $75,000 to my name, a little bit of spending cash, but nothing too crazy. Now I have bought this farm completely sight unseen other than some pictures and some info on the farm itself. Basically what happened to this place is this old dude owned it. He ran it for about 15 years, then retired, and for the last 3 years, this place is pretty much just sat. No farming, no nothing has gone on here. There's a decent grain operation here, and then a little bit of cattle on the side. Just beef cattle, no milk cows, no nothing like that. And that is pretty much the state of this place. Now, over the last 3 years, the ground has been leased out. This year, I officially take it over. I don't know the exact acres off the top of my head here, but we can check on the map here real quick. So I have this field right here. This is a grass field. I have this field right here. Then this really big field right here, and this field as well. So 4 fields in total, a really decent amount of land, and I am honestly not sure what is here for equipment. I have to go around and check it all. From what I've been told, he's sold some of the bigger tractors and some of the bigger equipment, and what's left here is supposedly enough to run the operation. I'm not too sure yet. There's a decent amount of bins out here, which is nice, and it looks like the hay equipment is pretty dang minimal what was left out here. Obviously, it's a grain first operation, not so much cattle. Cattle's more of a side thing, but they got some decent stuff. Well, I guess I have the decent stuff now. Old International Haybine, what else? Frontier Rake, Hay Buster, Baler. Okay, not too bad. What else? John Deere Manure Spreader. That's nice. And a feed wagon. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the cattle stuff. Now, I have brought 2 tractors of my own here. Not sure how useful they're going to be out here. They're the smaller ones that I had on the farm, so I guess we'll have to see, but I'm assuming some of the other equipment's over here. Yeah. So what's this? Is this a case seeder? It's very similar to what we had back at the other farm, except the tank's a bit different, but the drawbar here looks pretty similar. Oh man, a max semi. I have wanted a semi forever now, especially after running my own farm for the last 4 years. They were always too expensive though, and there was no good used ones in my area, so this is sweet. Flatbed trailer and then a decent grain trailer. As far as equipment out here, looks like an auger. Is this the only auger here? Because with this many bins, you'd think there'd be another one. That might be something else we have to purchase. Parker grain cart, case header. I don't know if this is a case or something else. Disc or chisel plow, whatever you want to call call it. And what is in the shed? Oh boy, we got some goodies in here. Second gen Dodge. Okay, I can work with that. And it's a 3500 gasser. Didn't even know they made those. No, it's not a gasser. I think it's a Cummins. On to 4 tracks. And holy smokes, this is a combine right here. 2388 case. Oh, I can't wait to get up in the cab of that this fall. And then, yeah, they've obviously sold off some of their bigger tractors. So this is a Tractor King case 2870. Pretty good tractor, just on the smaller end for tractors. I think it will pull everything we got out here. Not too sure yet. This is a case. I can't see the number on the side though. It's blocked by the loader. I don't even know, but decent sized case tractor. And then a little old John Deere. Oh, can't see the dang number again because of the loader. That looks like an auger tractor of sorts. So yeah, it's early spring. Got 75 grand in the bank account. I don't know what we're gonna be able to do here, but I'm hoping we're gonna be able to turn a profit. We have no debt, which is nice. Had to start over there, but we made it happen. Now, weather says it's supposed to warm up here like big time in the next couple days, so I'm hoping we can get some stuff up and going and hopefully get out in the fields here real soon. Even though the snow doesn't look like it's gonna happen, but I guess we'll see. And with that, my first day at the farm was over, and with the new day here, it was time to figure out what else this farm had to offer. And with no idea how this farm worked, I decided to explore a little bit, checking out the cattle pens, how the watering system worked, and getting a good idea on the layouts of the fields on the new farm. And with that, it was time to turn my attention to all the equipment. However, there was a small issue. No matter where I looked, what sheds I went into, or random places I checked, there was absolutely no tools on the farm to be found. So with the limited tools I had in my truck, I began working on equipment trying to get it started after 3 years of sitting idle. And with a fresh battery and some ether, we were finally up and moving. So with one of the first tractors finally started up and moving, I decided it was time to clear some snow, which was a bit challenging considering I had never ran one of these dang red machines, so it had a bit of a learning curve. But eventually the last of the snow is cleared, and I could get on to more important things. Alright, well, yard's looking a lot better, and I noticed something. I need a pressure washer, because this thing's absolutely filthy now, and there's no pressure washer to speak of around here. I mean, it's a little bit cold for a pressure washer, but I'm sure we can figure something out. Although I do have to get the equipment unloaded off the trailer there, so we should probably do that. Luckily, I've only got John Deere's here, so they fire right up with no issues at all. I'm not entirely sure if I want to keep this 2950 here, because there's not a whole lot of use for it around here. If I end up needing some extra cash or something, maybe I'll sell it, but for now, I think we'll be okay. At any rate, the good old 4020 ain't going nowhere. This tractor pretty much started the farm, so it's gonna be staying. Okay, so there's gonna be a few things that need to get done before we can even think about getting seed in the ground once it warms up. As far as I've been told by the original owner, everything that needed to be cultivated was cultivated, so we're good to go there, but I do have to start up that Traction King. I think I called this tractor a Tractor King earlier. It's a Traction King. That's my bad. Oh, I hopped in the wrong tractor. And I'm hoping this one starts. I don't know. We'll see. There she goes. Luckily, it's pretty warm out, so this whole thing was able to fire up. It was a lot colder this morning, so the other case had a hard time, but I gotta let this thing warm up. I kind of forgot. I'm gonna have to figure out what the heck's going on with the second gen. I'm pretty sure it's decently old and beat up. This is kind of cool, though. It's got a hitch on the front. Not sure what I'd use it for, but I'm sure it's something eventually. After I do a check over of that big tractor there, I'm gonna have to figure out what we're doing with this seeder, because this is what we're gonna have to use to get some seed in the ground. In the meantime, I suppose, I'm gonna move this trailer somewhere better. It looks like until I get some of this other equipment moved around, it's gonna be going right in here. That'll work. Oh, I forgot to plow the front of the house here. Dang it. Well, I guess it'll be fine. The snow's gonna melt soon anyway, so we'll be all right. I do have a nice little 2-car garage though. Not sure what I'm gonna use it for because this thing never goes in a garage and I don't think it'd fit in here anyway. Maybe I'll have to get a cool car at some point if the farm's profitable enough. But what's nice is if we want, we can store grain out here, sell it at a higher price later because, yeah, at the old farm, we didn't have bins. Okay, so I've done a check over this. It does need some tweaking. I looked and there's like no grease on any of the grease zerks, so it's probably been a minute since this thing's been greased. I need to go grab some stuff from the town here if I want to be able to work on equipment because I got nothing. That and I'm gonna grab a pressure washer because we need one of those for sure. Well, boys, this is another day, another dollar, and I have just spent $2,000 on some new tools and little things for the farm here, and spring has officially sprung. There's no more snow. It is actually warm enough to possibly get planting. I don't know. I got a lot of work to do before we can even get close to that. But things are finally starting to green up, and it's looking promising. Now, there's one thing I was missing for the farm, and that was a pressure washer, and I did some looking around the farm, and I managed to find one in the back of a shed. It does work. The only thing is the hose is completely rotted out and needed replacing, so I went and picked one up in town, so we're going to replace that so we can actually wash equipment now. I've got the case 2870 all tuned up, ready to go, minus getting it all greased up, and we're going to be taking that and putting it on the seeders so we can actually get out in the field. Now, if you look right now, there's not a whole lot we can plant. Can't plant corn, can't plant soybeans, but we can plant oats. And if we want any straw for this winter, we're going to have to get some oats in the ground at least. Now, we only have 4 fields and all of them are pretty big, but the smallest one we have is the one right across the road here. This one, right on the left. Pretty decent field. It's got some size to it, and I think it should work for the amount of oats we're gonna need. But this field right here, I'm hoping to get into soybeans because we're gonna need some cash, and that's definitely gonna give us some. Okay, so I just finished getting the case all up and going here. Next order of business is to get that cedar out of the shed and hopefully see if everything works on it. I'm not too sure. It's definitely gonna need some work at the very least, but my hope is we can be out in the field by the end of today. That is, if I can manage to get it out of here without hitting anything. I think we're good though. All right, so I gotta fold down the wings of the cedar here because we got to check every one of those little pipes going to all the rows. Now, I didn't end up picking up 5 from the parts store because I knew there was at least going to be a few that needed to be replaced. Just wasn't sure how many. I maybe should have checked beforehand, but it is what it is. The important thing is this main pipe here is good to go. This is the most expensive pipe on here, and it doesn't look like it's got any leaks. So I've spent the last couple hours getting all this good to go. I think we're ready, but there's still 2 very big things that we're missing, and that is seed and fertilizer. Now, originally at the last farm, I used to just go get it in pallets and just transport it via flat deck trailer. But this year is a little bit different. With the bigger farm now, we're covering a lot more acres, and yeah, the pallets are just not going to cut it anymore. So we're actually going to have to use this big trailer right here. And since it's got a divider in it, half of it's going to be seed, half of it's going to be fertilizer. Now, lucky enough for me, yesterday I checked over the Mac, found out there was a real nice mouse nest sitting in the air intake there, so we had to get that cleaned out. But other than that, it was pretty much good to go. So I'm going to take a little trip down to the local co-op here, and I don't imagine this is going to be cheap. Buying pallets on their own is like $1,000 or $2,000, so filling up half a trailer load of that stuff, yeah, it's gonna be quite the check I'm gonna have to write to cover all this. Well, here we are. I guess we'll have to see how expensive this gets. First up is fertilizer, and okay, $8,400. Definitely not cheap. And then we got seed, which was slightly cheaper at $4,725. So if my math is correct for both the seed and the fertilizer, that's about $13,000. I could be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure it's $13,000, just over $13,000. So it wasn't cheap, but definitely necessary. All right, finally back here. So the seeder is now all good to go. The only thing that's left is to get seed and fertilizer filled up here. So we're going to pull under here, and we should be able to load it up pretty easily. Although I do have to fold up the wings first. My original plan was to get it in those bins right there, but I think that's what we're going to be doing a little bit later in the planting season since we're still pretty early here. Well, that took a fair bit of maneuvering, but I think we got it. I might have to back up a little bit. I thought we had it, but not quite. Just a little bit. There we go. All right, tank I think is full. Yep, that's pretty fast. Gotta move it over to the next one here, and it should be pretty close. Might just have to pull forward a little bit. Got it. And we'll load this one up too. This is gonna take a little bit, but it's still a lot easier than using dang pallets. All right, folding the auger up. And I think we're ready to go here. So this field that we're going to go do is definitely not going to take more than 1 tank for sure. I think it's actually going to take a lot less. We're definitely not going to have to fill up any extras. So I'm thinking the last of it is going to go in the bins there because the next time we're going to use it is going to be for beans. And that's still about a month and a half, 2 months out. We just got to go down the road like a tiny little bit. Oh, dang. Looks like there's some mud here. I hope the rest of the field's not muddy. I know the snow didn't melt that long ago, but shouldn't be this muddy. And off we go. We are officially moving on the very first field here, and everything is already getting absolutely covered in mud. Looks like our old pressure washer that we found there is going to be put to work by the end of today. So it does look like there's a decent amount of rocks in these fields. Maybe after harvest we'll get out here with a rock picker or something, but I may need to buy a land roller. That should hopefully take care of some of the rocks. But if we don't want to destroy any of the crops here, we're definitely going to have to get on that quick. I know I'm driving in a neighbor's field here, but I don't really got a choice here at the moment. If it was seeded, I wouldn't be driving through it. Well, it doesn't look like we're breaking any land speed records here, but we're moving. That's what's important. Now, normally I'd do some headlands here, but since this field is so dang small, not even worth it. It looks like the max we can cruise is about 12, although these fields are pretty rough. The rocks sure don't help. Well, on the very last pass here, we're definitely overlapping a little bit, but not much we can do about that. I guess some parts are just getting double seeded and fertilized here, but we should be all right. All right, and there we go. First field finished. Oh, gotta toss the hazards on. We got a few hundred feet to drive. I did not expect this thing to get so dirty from just one small field, but it is bad. At any rate, it's gonna need a wash, but I think that's a later today project. My current worry is this hayfield here. I talked to the original owner. He said he can usually get 2 cuts on a good year. If it's a really, really good year, sometimes he can knock out 3. Now, normally you can't cut a hayfield this early in the year, but since it wasn't cut last year for whatever reason, he told me that I'd be good to cut it this early this year. Now, I've never cut this early, but if he says so, I guess we're gonna have to give it a try. Now, I've been told that the haybine isn't in the greatest of condition. It's an old one. Well, it's not that old, but older than me, that's for sure. I guess we're gonna have to replace some of the knives, and I did grab some while I was in town, so we should be able to do that. My only worry is this baler. This thing is really, really old, and I don't think it makes the big bales that I want. So if I have the extra cash, which I don't know if I will, we might have to look at something else. Anyways, I think I'm gonna use the case here since it is the nicest tractor we have. I think it's all cabbed in. It's got a really nice air conditioning and heat system, so we're just gonna go with this. And apparently I can put duals on this thing, so I might have to go buy some. Although this thing does need a wash too. Looks like everything around here does. Got the baler moved out of the way. I'm thinking the case is a little overkill for what we're doing here, but we'll make it work. Oh yeah, definitely overkill. And it looks like I have blocked my only entrance. Well, time to move everything again. Okay, that'll work. Okay, everything here is getting a wash because I don't want to work on dirty equipment. This thing got so dang filthy from plowing snow, it's ridiculous. There. Look at that. It actually looks like we have some decent equipment here. All right, so with my limited tools, my hope is I can get this fixed, but I can't be too sure. Well, it took me half the day, but we're up and going. I gotta test this thing out, but before we do that, I wanted to show you guys something cool here. So, the hydraulic power on this tractor is really, really good, but for these older haybines here, the only way to run them if they did not have a direct PTO shaft is hydraulics, and the only way to get that type of hydraulic power that's not right from the tractor onboard hydraulics is the PTO. So essentially, that's one big old hydraulic pump, which in turn spins this and runs the knives. Now, with any luck, the new knives on this thing should make it cut pretty dang good. Now, I've never ran this particular model of haybine before, so it's going to take a bit of getting used to, but I'm hoping I got it down. This first cut here is definitely going to be all over the place. So with all of the headlands finished, which I had to do 3 of because of the close proximity to the fence, we were now on to the back and forth, which even with 3 headlands was still a little bit difficult because of the fence, which eventually I got used to, but it was still a learning curve. So with the field now finished, it was time to let it dry out for the next couple days so we could get it raked up and baled. However, the tractor and haybine were yet again completely covered in mud, so I had to get them clean. So after shuffling around some more equipment yet again, I hopped on the quad, grabbed the auger, and after realizing the auger would not go to the desired bin, I had to abandon my plan to fill them with seed and fertilizer. So one trip to the used equipment store and $10,000 later, I had a brand new auger that would work. Well, brand new to me that is. And after some careful maneuvering with the quad, the auger was now in place and ready to go. Well, that was a big pain in the butt. However, I think we should be ready to load some fertilizer in there. That's the hope at least. Well, it took an absolutely exorbitant amount of time, but bin number 1 has a bunch of fertilizer in it. Bin number 2 has a bunch of seed in it. We're good to go there. This trailer's finally empty. I'm not sure how long that's going to last us. I'm guessing we're going to need another load or 2 of fertilizer and seed, but it should help a little bit. Anyways, things have been pretty busy around here. The hay has finally dried, so it's good to go to get baled, and then I'm thinking after that we can actually get some cows out here because that cattle pen right now, that's not making us any money, and if we can get some money, that'd be pretty helpful. Also, I know what you're gonna say. Well, Austin, there's bales right here. Well, these have been sitting for a long time and they're pretty much rotten, so if anything, they're just gonna get burnt or used for bedding. but I'm not too sure yet. At any rate, if we want cattle out here, we're gonna have to get some hay and fast. Now, I did get an interesting call this morning. If you look straight out that way, right where that fence is, there's a whole nother hay field out there. Now, my neighbor, they live just down there, asked me if I wanted to cut that field and bale it, and since it's their land, we'd split everything 50-50. So I pay for the fuel, use my machines to do all the work and my time, and the hay gets split 50-50 because it is their land. So I'm thinking if we have enough time today, we'll get to that, but we still got a lot to do around here. And job number one is getting this tractor and this seeder cleaned because it is absolutely filthy. Now here's the thing, we are still about 2 or 3 more weeks away from being able to plant soybeans, so we got a little bit on that, so we're not really going to be using the seeders, so may as well get it nice and clean. There we go, it's looking a whole lot better, except I just went through a mud puddle and immediately got it dirty. I can't have anything nice out here. I'm thinking since the hay is ready to go here and there's no time like the present, we're going to take the 2950 here and grab the Frontier rake, which is going to need some servicing quick before we get it out in the field. Now, when I was talking to the original owner about some of the equipment out here, he said this Frontier rake is basically brand new. He used it for 1 season and then put it away, and that was the year he retired. So the tines don't even look like they have hardly any paint off of them. At any rate, we're going to get it greased up and hopefully we can get it out into the field. Man, red rake on a green tractor, there's just something wrong about that. I'm pretty sure we had a nearly identical rake on our old farm. It was just green, which matched the tractors a bit better, but I guess this works just as well. But yeah, that field right behind us, that's the one we're going to be cutting. Apparently that place is some sort of a horse stable. They just bought it and they're going to be opening it up. They don't have any haying equipment and that backfield there kind of needs to be cut. It works out great for me because I get to keep 50% of that. All these nice warm windy days are really nice for haying season because in a matter of 2 days after cutting, this hay was ready to go. It's a really quick turnaround time. The trick is if it can rain right after you finish baling, that's great. Then the grass starts to grow again immediately. Okay, we're good to go to bale here. I'm just debating whether the case is too big for the baler. Is it gonna look ridiculous? I guess we'll see. Now, all I've got to transport bales is that massive flatbed trailer. Might be a bit ridiculous to just bring them across the field and into the farmyard. So, I did not just hit the semi. Ignore that. Anyways, I'm thinking we'll just probably transport them with the loaders. Oh yeah, this doesn't look too bad. I think this will work. I'm not sure what quality of bales this thing's gonna make, but I guess we'll see. I did have a look over on this thing, and there was only 1 chain that needed to be replaced, and we were good. All right, looks decent. I think it'll work. Only problem is this thing doesn't have one of those kickouts, so makes it just a little bit of a pain. You almost got to pull forward after kicking out the bale, just so you can close the baler again without hitting it. Like, look at this. Bale's gonna come out. Gonna be too close for me to close. I gotta move forward, do it again. Well, I'm just getting the last of what's on the field here. I haven't checked how many bales we've made just yet, and since we're gonna be cutting the next piece here real soon, I'm just gonna leave what's in here in the baler. All right, so I did a check of the counter there, and we made 16 bales, which is not too bad. I mean, it's not anything too crazy, but it's better than nothing. On the plus side, if we get some cattle, I can get some manure and start spreading it out on the field, which would be really nice. Well, I just finished taking some pictures of the 2950 here because it is going up for sale. Now, the reason why is because we already have more than enough tractors to run this farm, and frankly, we just don't need this one. I mean, I could see it being nice for some things, but if we can get the extra cash, that'd probably be a good thing because we're not going to have any income for a little bit, at least until the next cut of hay or something else. I'm not too sure yet. I just had an idea. Along with posting this thing for sale, I'm just going to put it out front, stick a little for sale sign on it. Maybe it'll sell sooner. Yeah, right there. I wonder if this guy had like a 3-point hitch bale spear to make it a little bit easier for us to grab these bales. Maybe there's something behind here. What is this? Oh, no way. It's a flipping pedal tractor. Oh, this is kind of cool. Hold on, let me drag this thing out of here. Oh, man, that is sick. Hold on, I want to get this thing washed off here. I'm just going to bring it out front to the pressure washer. Check this thing out. Oh, this is a pretty cool little find. This thing is so covered in dirt. It's not that bad, though. Some of the paint's chipped or whatnot, but it's not in too bad a condition. I think I just found the biggest tractor on the farm here. This is going to be the new workhorse. This thing's so ridiculous. I mean, you could put a square bale in here easy. Well, I may as well go stick this in the garage. It's probably an antique, to be honest. We'll bring this thing out next time we need to do a big job on the farm. Something one of the other tractors definitely couldn't handle. All right, so I am on my way to a cattle auction here. We're gonna go see if we can get some at a decent price. I don't know what the going rate is around here. No, back at the other farm, they were pretty expensive, so hopefully stuff's a little cheaper around here. And we're not buying dairy cows this time, so should be better on the pricing because it's beef cows. Well, it's the next day here, and I guess you could say I was successful at the cattle auction. I spent $30 $30,000, bringing us to just under 20,000 on exactly 20 cows. Now, this is the last load here. There was 2 loads. This is the last one, but I gotta say, look at this Kenworth. Holy smokes. So when he airs out, look how low this thing sits to the ground. It's on the ground. I need a truck like this. But rest of the cows are gonna get unloaded here, and then I have got to get some hay in here ASAP. They've already got water. They're good to go there. They just need some hay. We got the cows now. Time for some hay. I think I'm just gonna go with 2 bales for now. That should do it. That is if I can grab them. Holy smokes. Well, I got them, but I may need to get a bale spear on this because this bucket just does not work for bales. I don't know why. It just doesn't. Can I take it through the shed? No. No, it's gonna be too tall. Probably the beacon's gonna hit on the top there, so we'll just have to go through this gate. All right, cows, I'm trusting you will not go out of the gate. You guys do that for me? Okay, well, they got some hay. That should last them for a little bit. We'll grab the rest of the bales here fairly soon. Oh, I forgot. I had my gooseneck. I still don't think we need to load them on the gooseneck just to get them in here. Yeah, it's just gonna be better just to take them via the tractors. So I know we don't have that much money at the moment here, but I really need to find a land roller because for these fields that we have out here, we seriously need one. And is that a stuck tractor? Oh, it is too. I know whose tractor that is, and he's not here. Dang, I guess he was mowing the ditches here, and he ran into this real muddy spot. This corner was pretty much filled right to the brim with water earlier this spring, and now it's just turned into a big old muck hole, and it looks like he's pretty stuck. I'm gonna give him a call. Maybe he went to go grab one of his other tractors, but I guess we'll see. Okay, so I just had a chat with the guy. He had to run out to a meeting, and he ended up getting this stuck right before that. He was literally gonna finish this pass and then head home, and his other tractor that would be able to pull this out is in the field seeding right now, so he can't take it off the seeder. So he's a little bit screwed, and he asked me if I could actually help him pull it out. So he's at a meeting right now, but I do have a chain in the case, so maybe we'll be able to get it out with that. Well, I guess my tractor gets to come off the seeder now. I hope this thing can pull it out. I guess we'll find out though. Well, I couldn't find the chain, but I did find a tow rope here, so we're gonna see if we can yank it out of here. Okay, well, I think we got it good enough here. We're gonna try to see if we can give this thing a pull out of here. The mower is already lifted up, and I did kick the Ford into neutral, and we're moving. Oh, come on now. It's lifted the whole front end up. Oh man, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it up there. Oh, we're so close. Come on now. That bat wing in the mud is just not helping the situation, but I think we almost got it. Luckily, there's not a whole lot of traffic on this road, so we're good. Oh, come on, you're so close. There you go. There you go. We're really giving the tractor's lifting up. We're really giving that weight attachment a run for its money here, and I think we got it. Well, hopefully he will stay out of that corner, because that is rough. I'll just park it up here for now. This is actually a really cool tractor. I kind of want one of these. So it's one of the older Fords that's got like this fancy steering deal on the front, which is really awesome. Not really sure what benefits it has, but it's cool. And would you look at that, I got my case all dirty now. It'd be nice if things dried up around here because all my equipment is constantly getting filthy around here, and I'm really getting sick and tired of washing it. But I'm gonna let that guy know I got his tractor out, so hopefully when he gets back from his meeting, he can get back to work on that. So funny story, I just got off the phone with the guy, and he said if I wanted, I could take that tractor and bush hog and mow my farm if I wanted to, as thanks for getting his tractor out. So I think we're gonna do that, and I'm going to try not to get his tractor stuck because that would not be fun, trying to get it out again. I should honestly get a lawnmower for this place, and a massive batwing is not exactly ideal for getting stuff like this done, but it is working. We just barely squeezed through here, and it is really muddy through here. I gotta be careful. I'm not even gonna attempt to get in my yard there, like the small part by my house. Yeah, not even gonna try that. I'm just gonna leave that till I eventually get a mower, a smaller one at least. The only part I actually wanted to get was like the strip in between the bins, so we're gonna move some of this equipment here so I can actually get in here and get it done. So after getting the last of the equipment I needed to move out of the way, I hopped back in the Ford and got to work cleaning up around the bins, which was pretty much just one swipe down and I was finished. And after having my fun with the neighbor's equipment, I decided it was probably time to go do some work with my own. So I grabbed the hay bine and headed out to a field just down from the farm. But this definitely was not one of our fields. In fact, it was one of my neighbors, who had called me not too long ago to inquire if I wanted to mow this and split the hay 50-50, which of course I agreed considering I did not have that many bales as it was. And with the headlands now finished, I started to notice that this field was a decent amount bigger than mine. And I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit jealous, because from what I've been told, hay around here goes for big money. But I was gonna have to be happy with what I had. So with the last pass of the field finally finished up, it was now time to let it dry out for the next couple of days. We could get it raked and baled, and with any luck, we'd make some profit, or at least have enough hay to feed the cows, whichever one comes first. Okay, so for the second time today, I'm actually heading out to go look at a land roller. I got caught up cutting the hay and getting my neighbor out of the ditch there. So hopefully no distractions this time. Well, I have spent nearly all of my money, $15,000. That only leaves us with just under $5,000. I picked up a roller. It sure as heck ain't the fanciest thing, but I think it'll do the job. I hope, and it's one heck of a piece of equipment to tow home. At least we made it back to the farm in one piece. It's definitely not built for travel. It's made to unfold and go in a field. Now, since we're almost out of money, I ended up putting this John Deere 2950 up for sale. I have someone coming to look at it today. I'm hoping they take it because I need it gone, because I need some cash and I need it fast. But first things first is getting this farm cleaned up because there is equipment absolutely everywhere around here. Okay, well, I think I got everything I needed to semi-organized here, and I guess I'm gonna use the case on this land roller because, yeah, the 4020 does not have any air conditioning, and I would like to ride in a nice comfy cab. I mean, I could try pull it with the Cummins, don't know how well it would go though, and it has no hydraulics to get it unfolded. Okay, so this is the oats field here. Now it's already starting to sprout up a decent amount. It's not to the point where if we roll it, it's gonna damage the crop. It still springs back, but if we wait any longer, that's not gonna be the case. Wonder if I should roll the grass field too. Maybe that'll take some of the bumps out of it. Now, the sucky thing is I do not have any GPS in this tractor, so I gotta try gauge the best I can on if it's rolled or not, which you can kind of see a little bit. It's not very easy to see though. Okay, and that should be this field finished. We're gonna roll the beans right after we plant them though. We're not having to wait till as late as we did this time, because when it gets to this point, this is about as late as you want to go before you can't roll anymore. So I hooked the seeder back up to the case here, and I'm having a hard time getting out of here because we do not have much turning room. Oh man, we might be a little stuck here. We got it? Yeah, we got it. So this seeder still has a bunch of seed in it. I don't know if we're gonna fit through that opening there. We'll just go to the other one. Oh, that and I have to feed the cows today. Okay, this might be a little sketchy too. I'm gonna try though, and we're just barely gonna squeak past. Except it's really muddy through here. Please don't get stuck. Please don't get stuck. Now we're good. Spinning a little bit, but not too bad. And off we go. I'm probably gonna have to do 2, maybe 3 headlands on this field. There is a few problems with these fields out here. There's a nice fence right on the edge of them, so you have not a lot of extra turning room. And normally that wouldn't be a problem, but since we have a great big air seeder, kind of throws a wrench into things, but we make it work. I'm hoping that we have enough in here to finish this field. I'd really like to not have to tap into those bins just yet. There's not a whole lot in there, and by the time we tap into those, we're probably gonna have to go get some more, and seed and fertilizer is not cheap out here. Well, I was just cruising along here. Everything was going great, and then the blower motor cut out on the seeder. Now, if you don't know what the blower motor does, it blows seed and fertilizer all the way from the tanks all the way up here to the drawbar and then disperses it to all the rows. Now that's run off hydraulics. I'm not sure if the blower motor is not working or it's the hydraulics. I gotta check if there's any hydraulic pressure. All right, so I did some checking. There's next to no hydraulic pressure. There must be a leak somewhere. Not seeing any leaks. Didn't notice the tractor was starting to get a little hard to turn because all the turnings ran off hydraulics too. Oh man, I wonder if it's the hydraulic pump. Hold on, let me make a call. Well, we got some bad news. It's the hydraulic pump. It's going out on this tractor, so I gotta detach this. Hope I can limp this thing to the dealership and then figure out what the heck I gotta do, because I gotta get these beans in and like now. And I don't have another tractor that could really do this. I don't think, at least. Oh man, this thing's so hard to turn. Oh, come on now. All right, yeah, the hydraulic pump is definitely going out on this tractor, so that it's not good at all. Well, I'm gonna try and limp it back to the dealership there. I don't even know what something like that's gonna cost. I guess we'll have to see. Well, I'm back from the dealership without a tractor. I am currently a tractor down. Now, the reason for that is because, yeah, the hydraulic pump is pretty much gone on that thing. They don't know how much it's gonna cost yet because they can't find one. It's an older tractor. They're apparently hard to come by. So I am pretty much screwed. Now, the only tractor I have that could possibly even think about running the seeder there is this 8910. Now, definitely not without duals, so I gotta try find some duals. I should probably check the horsepower first. Okay, so the 8910 has 170 horsepower, and it looks like the drawbar only requires 144. We're going to be cutting it a little close on horsepower. Well, I guess I'm going to try and make some calls and see if I can find some duels. I mean, even if I do find duels, I don't got a whole lot of money till after this tractor sells, if it does, which we're still waiting to hear back on. Well, boy, am I glad to have some good neighbors. $2,000 later, and I got a set of duels for the tractor. Now, that is one heck of a deal. I mean, they're older, used duels, but they're pretty close to the inner tires, so we should be good. Now, I still don't know if this thing's even going to be able to run the seeder. I hope it's going to be able to, but even with the horsepower being so close, I have a feeling it's not going to be terribly easy. Well, one undersized tractor coming up. Holy smokes, we're actually doing it. I did not think that this thing was going to be able to handle the seeder, but it is. We might not actually be screwed. I mean, it's definitely going to put a lot of wear and tear on this tractor, but if it means we can at least get the crops in, that's all that matters. And you know what? It has a tighter turning radius than the big case. That's actually surprising. Yeah, you can definitely hear this thing bogging down, but we're going. We're making some progress. I should probably have some front weight on this. Might have to put a bale in the bucket or something if we start losing traction. Well, that's it for this field. Seeder's just about empty, so we're gonna have to get that full before the next one. But I did it. Oh, this dang mud. I'm gonna have to get some gravel in there or something, 'cause that is nasty. Okay, so since the case is busy here, I'm just gonna take the 4020 and we're gonna go grab some bales for the cattle. I should probably get these all stacked under storage, but we'll get there eventually. Forgot how much life's still in the old 4020. Can haul 2 bales, no problem. All right, cows, I'm trusting you not to escape. There, that should keep them fed for a little bit. So I'm out here at the next field we got to do, and it's looking a little bit wet out here. So we may have to hold off another day or so. It's nice and warm, and maybe if I had the bigger tractor, I wouldn't stress so much, but with the smaller one, I got nothing to pull that out with if they get stuck. I mean, I got the 4020, but I don't think that's doing much. So the auger's set up here. Just gotta position this thing very specifically. I hope I can get it. Might take some maneuvering. Well, I think that's about got it. Let's fire this bad boy up. Okay, well, this thing's good on fertilizer now. The only thing it would need is seed, but we might be good on that just yet. We'll probably burn through one more tank of fertilizer before we burn through the rest of the seed, because we're really laying the fertilizer on thick here, because I want them extra yields. Here's what you gotta do when you want to get yourself back from the field. Toss the quad in the bucket, good to go. Don't close the claws, though. That might not be a good situation. Refrain from doing that, but otherwise it works good. Just don't get stuck. Yeah, we're good. We're cruising. Just drop the quad off. Oh, come on now. There you go. And back to the farm we go. This is just going to sit out here for the next day till this field's ready to go. I have to get this roller out of the way. I got her hooked up to the quad. I don't know if the quad likes it, but it does move it, surprisingly enough. The front end's almost off the ground, though. I'm surprised we can actually turn. The old 4-tracks. Can't be beat. So after washing a tractor for about the 15,000th time, because it's so dang muddy out here, I grabbed the hay rake and headed out to finish up a field. But unfortunately this time I had the 4020, not the nice cabbed in case with perfectly working AC. Under normal circumstances this tractor would have been fine, but today was particularly hot, and particularly hot days and an open cab don't mix well. Also, probably didn't help that I was wearing a whole vest and a long sleeve shirt, but that's besides the point. So with the field now raked and ready to be baled, I got back to the farm, dropped the rake, and finally got around to grabbing the rest of the bales out of the other field, which took a little bit of time, but all things considered, it wasn't too bad. But my stacking job, however, now that was pretty dang bad. Yeah, definitely wasn't pretty. In the meantime though, my tractor had sold, which netted me an extra $25,000, which meant I was no longer broke. And with the case still hooked up to the seeder, that meant that my only tractor to run the baler was the 4020. So open cab for me yet again. But it wasn't all bad because this field was yielding a lot of bales. Now keep in mind that this is not our field. It is in fact the neighbor's field, and we only get to keep 50% of the bales that come off of this field. Now while that doesn't sound like much, there's still a pretty decent amount of bales out here, so it should be a pretty good payday. Well, the tractor's dirty, the baler's dirty, and it's been one heck of a busy day. At any rate, we got 24 bales off that field, so us only being able to keep 50% of them, that's 12. That's still way more than I thought we'd get. Now let me just wash this tractor for the millionth time today. This is actually kind of getting out of hand. So currently we're sitting at about $27,000, almost $28,000. That's a good chunk of change. And with the sale of the hay bales, we might be up to about $35,000, something like that. Not anything too crazy. I still gotta go grab all the bales out of the field we did for our neighbor. We get half of those, so I believe there's 12 out there we can grab, so we'll have to get those at some some point here, but some more exciting news. The farm across from me came up for sale. It's for auction, I should clarify. Anyways, the house is unlivable. It was deemed unlivable, I guess. However, there's 5 fields that come with the property. I'm not really allowed on the property per se, but I can kind of take a peek in here. So yeah, house is unlivable, but there's a few sheds, there's a bin, there's a few little pieces of equipment I can see in the pictures on the auction website. I'm not sure the exact term for it, but basically you can't go looking in any of the sheds, can't really go onto the property. You just kind of see the pictures and take a look. So who knows what's in those sheds? But I did reach out to the bank a couple days ago and was seeing if I could possibly get a loan to buy this place. And I did. I got one for $185,000 up to. We got to see what the auction goes for, but my guess is it's going to go anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000. So depending what we can get it for, if we can get it, we might have ourselves a new piece of property. Now I know it's risky taking out a new loan, especially when we don't have that much money right now and we don't really have any sources of income, but we'll see what we can do. Anyways, the auction is tomorrow, so until then, we're going to be doing some work around the farm and hopefully the land dries up so we can get finished planting. Now, in the last episode, our main tractor, our case, broke down. Basically, the hydraulic pump on it went out and we still have not been able to find a replacement. We're still a little bit screwed. We've been trying to find a parts tractor, trying to locate any possible hydraulic pump for that thing all around the US, still cannot find one. So I don't know, that tractor might be scrap. I am really hoping that's not the case because we need that thing badly. Now, we did have one possible lead we're waiting to hear back on from an equipment wrecker a few states over, so just kind of waiting to see what happens there. But I gotta grab my 12 bales out of here. Well, I got my 12 bales here. We are awfully loaded down and this field is awfully soft. Hope I can get out of here just fine. So I think I did mention in a previous video that we had a neighbor that wanted to get us to cut hay for him, and I thought it was these fields originally, but turns out it wasn't. It's the fields back behind there across the tracks that he wanted us to cut for doing some custom hay. That's kind of what I've been thinking for making some extra money while we're still waiting for fields and the cattle to actually make us some money. So that might be an option. Now, a lot of y'all suggested I sell this truck, but if things ever get more busy around here and I need a truck, it'd be nice to have, but as like a last ditch effort, I might sell it. It's not worth a whole lot. I mean, yeah, probably couldn't get too much money out of it. My dually, on the other hand, I could get lots of money out of that, but I need that for hauling stuff around here. How are the cattle looking on feed? They're looking good. So since it's just me out here, I gotta figure out new ways to actually get my equipment to point A to point B, and unfortunately, this is kind of the only way to do it. I'm just hoping I don't wreck the quad in the process. I need like a little dirt bike rack on the back so I can just rip a dirt bike around the farm. Oh man, that is muddy. Anyways, I was trying to talk to some of the neighbors and get some info on the property here. No one really knows what happened, except this guy did some custom hay back in the day, back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, something like that. And as far as we know, or anybody's been able to tell me, he kind of just disappeared and the farm just came up for auction. He quit doing custom hay a long time ago. No one really knows what happened, but yeah, now the property's for sale and hopefully I get the chance to buy it. I don't really know what's gonna happen though. It would be nice to have some extra land though. That would be real sweet. Luckily, farmland's semi-cheap around here depending on what you're going for. That's more hayland, so for some reason around here, it's not as desirable. A lot of people want tillable land, which that can be, but with how it's set up, not the best spot there to do it in. They're more small fields. Well, it is the next day here. I'm finally getting around to unloading these bales, but it is auction day. I got my checkbook ready. It's probably gonna make my bank account hurt a little bit, but we are able to spend $185K on that farm. I just know there's a few interested buyers, so hopefully it doesn't go for too much. My hope is there's something in those sheds, because if that property goes for too much and I end up overpaying, that is if I can afford to, we might be a little bit screwed. Oh man, getting heavy for the old 40/20. Well, that's the last of it. Man, whoever stacked these bales needs to be fired. Terrible job. I'm just headed out to the field to see if it's too wet to start planting it. My guess is it is, but I guess we'll have to see here. Anyways, the auction has started. I have placed a few bids. It's not looking like this place is gonna go cheap, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll have a couple hours. All right, it's looking maybe by tonight we might be able to go. I don't know. Really wish I had my big case here. This thing, it pulls the cedar, but it's a little bit rough on it. Well, it's been a couple hours here and we are down to the last minute minute on the auction. I am set at a $195,000 bid right now. A little bit more than I wanted to pay, but I just gotta wait this minute. Well, as you can see there, $185,000 in our account and $195,000 out. We won the place. I just gotta run to the bank, sign some papers, get the deed to the land. This place is officially ours to explore. Oh man, I'm so excited to see what's all over there. Just getting back from the bank here, and the good news just keeps on coming. They found a hydraulic pump for the tractor. It is not cheap, but it's on its way. They're gonna get it put in, and our tractor is hopefully gonna be operational again. Now, I did slightly overpay for this property. Now, in the pictures I've seen, there's a few things out here, and this is literally what I bought the property for. Nothing else. Yep, just this pallet go-kart. This thing's actually pretty dang cool. Anyway, there's a trailer. Looks like 80s bullnose Ford. It's a dually. There's this old hunk of junk back here. What do we got over here? Oh yeah, good old junker second gen. That'll do it. Looks like this thing was in an accident. Oh, they got a new hood for it. What else they got? They got a motor back here? Dang. Maybe we put this thing back together. Oh, I should probably go over what we got for fields, because that's more important than pretty much anything else here. I don't know what's in that shed though. I'm gonna have to check and see. Watch, it's just gonna be nothing. Actually, you know what? If it was nothing, I would not actually be mad, because we got a lot of hay property here. So we got this field right here. We go back here. We got this whole chunk over here. Now, it's not a lot acres wise, but these fields have not been cut in a couple of years, and they're ready to be cut for some hay, that's for sure. Now, running back over here, we got this field to the right of us, this field to the left of us, and then right across this fence here, we got this field right here on the corner. Now, two parts of this whole original chunk of property have actually been sold in the last couple of years. This place is a semi-abandoned construction site. I think the state owns it now, or the county, or whatever. I'm not too sure. This one might be coming up for auction soon. Now, I am pretty much maxed out on all the money I can borrow, and I don't have a lot of money. So yeah, I don't think we'd be getting this place even if it came up for sale. There's this chunk. Some very nice people live here. And then all the way on the other side here, there is this little chunk of property. I also know the people that live here. Very, very nice people. Now, this place would have went for a lot more money if this house was actually livable. Unfortunately not. It's actually condemned. It's got to get torn down, and I don't know what we'd put up here if we were to put up anything, but I'm more concerned about the land and what's actually out here. Oh yeah, is this what I think it is? Yep, it's the 5-wheeler trike, the John Deere AMT 600. This thing is an absolute rig, and I cannot wait to cruise around the farm on this. I hope it runs. What else we got here? John Deere 620 with, I guess these used to be the old style of front loaders. Honestly, I have never seen this on a singular tractor ever. Maybe because I just didn't grow up in that time or something, but yeah, I've never seen this type of loader on a tractor. This must be how they originally had them on there. It looks like you pull this lever up here, and does the bucket tip? Is that how that works? Let me try it. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. And it looks like just a good old John Deere sickle mower. All right, not too bad, not too bad. Oh yeah, and there's a camper here. Not sure if this thing's in any good condition to actually do anything, but who knows? I got a set of keys from the bank to this place. I don't know how they got the set of keys or what's the deal with this place anyway, but I want to check in here. Oh, son of a gun, there's equipment. Okay, we just hit the jackpot, I guess. So when they sold this property, they listed no other assets. When you bought the property, you got everything on it. Nobody knew what was actually in here, and this would add up to the whole thing of him being a custom hang operation. The guy that used to own this, why would he leave this all here? This is pretty much a hang operation straight out of like the late 90s, early 2000s. This would be it. New Holland baler, old John Deere 644G, Case Haybine. I have this exact same rake actually. What's this, a Case 3294? Must be one of the classic models. Oh, and then it's a cab over. I am a sucker for cab overs. This was a whole custom hang operation. My guess is this is all sat for a minimum of like 5 years. Everything's just caked in dust. Oh man. Yeah, we scored. So there's no electricity to this place. I can't even get the doors open. There's no chains. There's no nothing. I can't even get the doors open. There's nothing that works. How am I gonna get this stuff out of here? I can't even open up the dang doors. I might have to call the electric company and see if I can get power turned back on here. Holy smokes. I can't believe this. This is gonna be nuts. If all that stuff in there runs perfectly fine, we just bought ourselves one heck of a custom hang operation. This is crazy. Okay, I gotta call the electric company, see if we can get everything turned back on here and actually get that stuff out of there. Okay, so it's the late afternoon now. Just got a call from the electric company saying that everything's turned back on and we should now have power to the shop. Oh man, there's so much stuff here I gotta like unpack and figure out what to do with. Oh, it doesn't want to work. Please don't tell me this is broken. No, I'm gonna be... Oh, it's working. Oh yeah. Okay, where's all the keys? Maybe they're in there? Oh, there's a key right there. Look at that. Even better. If this stuff is sat for 5 years, who knows what's actually gonna run and what's not gonna run. Oh, we're running. Okay, let's go forward. Look at this. Other than it being dusty, this stuff looks like it has next to no hours on it. Actually, I should have checked the hours on that case, but I want to see what runs out of here and what doesn't. This I'm actually excited for. The John Deere 8410. These 8410s are really powerful tractors, and it looks like this thing's been modified a little bit. So it's probably got some horses behind it, especially to run this baler. All right, let's check this old cab over here. All right, yeah, I tried to start it, just clicked over. So we need to get the truck over here and some jumper cables, and hopefully we can get it going. It looks like whoever was here last did not hit the battery shutoff switch. We gotta boost this sucker. There she goes. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this here ready and waiting in case we need to boost anything else. Aw, heck yeah. This thing's absolutely mint. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and move some of this stuff out of the way. I'm actually gonna leave this thing running so I can charge up the battery a little bit. We don't have to boost it again. That'd be ideal. Okay, this is what I want to get out of here. It's got the bale monitors. Man, it's got everything in here. This thing was fully loaded for its year. All right, what's close? We gotta get some ether in there. Okay, I'm a one-man band, so just sprayed some ether. There we go. I think this is the nicest tractor we're gonna have on the farm now. And the guy bidding against me is gonna be furious. This is at least 200K worth of equipment right here, or at least pretty close to it. So I pretty much have made my money back just in equipment. The land alone, yeah, we're like in the money big time. Okay, I'm not gonna start the loader for now because it has a low rear tire, so I don't have a air compressor to actually blow that up with, so we're just gonna leave that for now. You want to try this swather though, or haybine, whichever you want to call it. Man, this thing is sweet. Okay, so this one has a dead battery. Man, how the heck am I gonna get to the battery box? I have a jumper box actually. That might work. Let me go grab that out of the truck. Okay, I don't know if this thing's gonna have enough juice to do it, but we'll see. Oh man, that jumper box gotta be real close to being dead. There it goes. Okay, move that up. It's like this equipment was left in like perfect condition. It's not even beat to crap, nothing. This stuff's all ready to go. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to service it, check it all over, make sure it's good, but there's not a lot of work that has to go into this to actually make this whole deal operational again. Okay, well, I'm gonna get the equipment we're gonna need here probably ASAP if we want to use it for the hay over to the other farm there so we can do a bit of work on it. That's where all my tools are at. Fuel gauge says this sucker's full of diesel. I mean, it's obviously some older diesel, but it's still running. Okay, I'm gonna leave this run, let the battery charge up. Looks like there's a few things that are gonna need probably new batteries or at least a charge up. So I got a buddy that's gonna come out. He's a mechanic, does some local work for the Case dealership there. He's actually the one working on my tractor right now, but he's gonna come over here after work. I'm gonna pay him after work hours, I guess, to look everything over here, just make sure it's good to go. I don't have the most mechanical knowledge, so I'm gonna need some help. But with little TLC, this stuff should be ready to go. So I just checked on the semi here. Looks like it's got a leaky coolant hose. Unfortunately, these things aren't easy to work on, so that's another thing that has to be fixed on this. Everything else, though, is looking pretty dang good. And we have pretty much just bought a second farm full of all the necessary equipment. Now, this hang setup is obviously going to be way overkill for just our operation. So if we can start up a custom hang crew, that would be a big moneymaker for us. That'd at least keep us busy while we're waiting for the new crops to grow. So the loader, I'm going to have to wait for my tire guy to come out there and probably slap a new tire on there, or at least patch the old one. Can't be driving around with a low or flat tire. I don't even know if this thing runs. I mean, not particularly important right now. I'm guessing this was the guy's service truck. Oh, there's an air compressor right there. Oh, that would have been handy. A few little pieces of equipment out here, not terribly important. A lot of these look like winter projects, but this new shop, definitely gonna be sweet. If I can get a concrete floor in here, get some heat, some tools, we'd be all set. Well, I just went out and checked on the field there where the seeder's at. Still not ready to go. We're gonna have to go tomorrow. Should be good by then. Anyways, my mechanic buddy came out and looked at some of the new equipment that we acquired from the property we bought across the road the other day, and everything's pretty much good except one hydraulic line has a leak, and I would like to get that fixed before we go crazy operating all this new stuff. Well, new to us, that is. So I got to run into town quick, get that done, and then hopefully we can get out into the field and plant the rest of our soybeans because it is already getting late in the year. I should probably also feed the cattle at some point too, unless they still got enough feed. They haven't been going through it terribly fast. Yeah, it looks like they're still good. Now, once I do get the cash, I would love to get a hay grinder to actually grind up some hay so I can make some mixed feed, but for now, we just got to work with what we got. All right, just coming back here was $100 for the new hydraulic hose, and we should be able to get that on and get that haybine or swather, whatever you want to call it, back in business. Okay, new hydraulic line in. We should be ready to go. Now, a lot of you guys have been suggesting that I sell this second gen here, and I have honestly not checked if this thing's a gas or diesel. Hasn't moved since the day I bought the property. In fact, before then, I've never started this thing up to check. and it is a diesel, that's for sure. So there's a parts truck at the new farm we bought, and it has two 12-valve Cummins. There's one in the bed, one in the truck. I figured if this thing was a gasser, we'd swap the 12-valve in here, but no. Anyways, I'm probably going to get rid of this thing now. So when I get a chance, I'll clean it up, toss it on Facebook Marketplace, and we can go from there. All right, I hope my seeder is ready to go here. Unfortunately, we still do not have the big case back from, well, the case dealership yet. Still waiting to hear back from them. It should be ready today, though. That's what my buddy told me that works down there, so we'll see. But for now, I gotta just get planting here because we're already late in the season. All right, so I put a little bit of a dent in this big old field here, and since I got so much stuff to do, I actually gave a call to my neighbor down the road there, Freddie. He's a retired farmer, has not much to do as far as I've heard from him. He always stops in for coffee. Anyway, he's gonna come by and run this for a little bit. I've got to run to the case dealership because apparently my tractor's ready to go, so Freddie's gonna continue on this once he gets here, and then when I get back with the other tractor, we're gonna swap it out real quick, and he's gonna carry on with this so I can do some other stuff. That should free up my day a little bit because I got way too much to do. Man, this quad is smoking a lot. Probably not too good for it. It's a Honda though. It keeps going. Out of the way, deer. I don't want to run you over. I mean, I have the bumper for it, but still, I want to be scraping deer off the front of my truck. Well, one $5,000 bill later, and my case is back. And it looks like Freddie's going because he's eating up all my money. Anyways, with all the work sourcing the part, it actually wasn't too bad. Kind of thought it'd be a lot more. I'll be back to pick up my truck a little bit later today, but we got to get this back to the farm. Well, it looks like Freddie is ready and waiting for me here. Finally be able to give that old case a quick break. That thing's been going. And there he goes. He's gonna finish up the field for me. Oh man, really have to flex on me like that, Freddie? It's a brand new 2024 Ford F-250. It's a King Ranch too. Yeah, you can tell he retired with some money in the bank, that's for sure. Man, that's such a nice truck. I need one of them. He must have just got that too. Because last week when he was over here for coffee, yeah, he did not have that thing. He was still driving that beat up dent side. All right, well, we'll give you a break from running that big old cedar. Sheesh, surprised this thing hasn't broke yet. Anyways, now that we got this equipment all checked over and ready to roll, we can actually get moving on some of our new fields out there. Now, them things have not been cut in a minute, so, I gotta figure out how to run this thing. I don't want to slam into a fence. Anyways, them fields have not been cut in a minute, so there's gonna be some serious hay out here. I have not cleaned up this new farm at all yet. I probably should at some point once I get the time, but for now, the soybeans have to go in, and this hay has to get cut. Because if we want to get a second cut off of this, we gotta get moving. I don't even know if we will get a second cut off this. And of course, it's muddy over here, so the swather, or haybine, I can't honestly figure out what to call this thing because it's got a haybine front end on it, but technically it is a swather. Either way, this thing's already covered, but it is what it is, I guess. Now, this is going to make some seriously quick work of these fields. This just cruises. Now, the question is, should we sell the old haybine there? Because we're not necessarily going to be needing it. I'm not too sure. Don't worry about that. That's just a little snow catch right there. That, and I guess we have an extra rake now. Man, I really don't know what to do. Oh, and an extra baler too. We just have one of everything, or two of everything, I guess now. I could almost hold an auction out here. That's how much stuff we got. Which, now that I think about it, that might not be a bad idea. Let me know down in the comments. And that make quick work of this entire field. Done in like no time. Yeah, we still have a fair amount of equipment to clear out of here, but we'll get to that eventually. Oh, train going by. Oh, there's a back road out here. I didn't even know there was. I have not even explored this new property that we have. So after finishing up the next two fields faster than I've ever cut hay before, and as I was getting ready to wrap up the second to last field, I got a call from Freddie telling me that he was just about out of seed, but he was nearly finished, so he just needed a little bit of a top off to finish up planting. So I finished up this field and headed back to the yard to get that taken care of. And by the time I made it out there with the semi, Freddie was already there, ready and waiting. So after getting him everything he needed to finish up the little bit that was left, he was back up and seeding, and we needed to go finish mowing the rest of the fields. And by the time I finished up the last of the hay, Freddie was already done planting the beans, but he had already went home because he said, and I quote, "Happy to help anytime, but ain't no way I'm missing Wheel of Fortune." So I had to run out to the field and grab the tractor and seeder myself. But who can blame the guy? He's retired. Well, I actually got a lot more than I thought I'd get done. All the seeding's finished. I got all the hay cut for now. Oh man, I can't. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the hose is a little too short here. Anyways, it's not like we're gonna have a lack of stuff to do around here. We still got a lot to do. So I think originally this seeder was parked back in here. I frankly don't know how I would do that. So it's probably just gonna go outside for now. I can figure out a way to actually back it in there. I think I'd have to detach the seed tank, but for now, we're just gonna leave this outside because it's gonna make things a lot easier. And it does not help I'm running out of space over here. I really gotta move some stuff around or sell some stuff. One of the two. Probably sell some stuff. That would be the smarter idea so I'm not so dang broke. Which with all of Freddy's help, I'm down to $6,000. Not ideal. I'm out here with the case, getting some of this hay raked up here, and it is drying out so dang fast that we might actually be able to bale everything tomorrow. That swather, or hay bun, has a crimper on it, so it makes this stuff dry out super, super nice. I gotta say, this case tractor here, it rips. We are moving. Although I might take the duals off. I'm not sure if that works great for raking or not. It'd probably make tighter turns if we didn't have the duals on, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. Well, it is the next day here. I got a decent amount of the hay raked, and I checked it this morning, and it's pretty much good to go. A little bit on the wetter side, but I think we'll be all right. I'm really excited to try out this 8410. Heard they're really good tractors. Never had one of this exact model. I've had a few John Deeres. Absolutely loved them, so can't imagine this thing's gonna be any different. Now, I thought the horsepower input into this New Holland baler would be like crazy big. No, this 8110 has about double the horsepower this thing needs. So almost any tractor on the farm could run this thing. There is a few exceptions though, and the auger tractor is one of them. I guess we have to unfold this dang thing. Okay, so I just went to go fire this thing up, and something ain't right. Apparently, I don't have the right twine in this thing. Called one of my neighbors who has one of these exact balers, asked him about it. He said, yeah, you got the wrong twine in there, so I gotta run into town and pick up some new twine. I was just using the stockpile that was left at the farm by the original owner. I thought it would work, but I guess I thought wrong, so I gotta go grab some. And you know what? My dually is still at the case dealership. I really gotta go grab that thing. I guess I'm taking the old second gen. I'm gonna have to ask Freddy to take me over to the case dealer, but for now, I can go get the twine. Well, $700 later, and this should do the trick. This is apparently the twine for that specific baler, so we'll see if it works. Okay, a few rolls of twine later, and we should be ready to go now. Really hoping this stuff works. There, would you look at that? We're actually moving. These are apparently some pretty dang big bales. So I was playing around with the sizes on these square bales here, and I guess I made a stubby one. Huh. I think we're only trying to make some bigger bales here. Less we're gonna have to pick up, because these are all getting sold anyway. All right, well, that's the first field. Couple good bales off of that. Looks like they turned out pretty dang good. Yeah, these should be worth some good money. We still have 4 fields left here. I think this was the biggest one, though. Fire up the old 8410. This thing has been a sweet baler tractor. Oh, can I fit through here? Yeah, it's gonna be close. We got it. This field is pretty dang small, and I didn't make the headlands big enough, so we're having to go outside the field just to turn around. Probably should have changed that a little bit, but oh well, we'll make it work. This field should be done in like no time here. It's not terribly big. I don't even think we're gonna get that many bales off of it, unfortunately, but we're making the big ones, so a lot of money. It's looking like we're just gonna get about 5 or 6 bales off this field. Not too bad, honestly. I don't know if there's gonna be a second cut this year or not. My guess is not on these fields. Maybe the one closest to the house if we're lucky, but who knows? Dang, it looks like we got 8 bales out of that field, more than I thought we would. Anyways, well, we got the time here. I think I'm gonna start setting up this auction. Just gotta get the old case out of here because it's in the way of that entrance there. Can't exactly get anything in there if this is blocking it. So most of what we're gonna be selling is gonna consist of a lot of the older equipment we had laying around on the farm, because with that place we bought, we got a lot of new hang equipment, and this old stuff is just gonna be pretty much useless to us. Maybe if we had a couple extra farm hands or something, we could get some work knocked out quicker, but it's just not feasible to keep some of this stuff, so it's gotta go. A lot of y'all suggested that I should keep the camper sitting in that shed over there to like go on vacations and stuff, but honestly, I don't really leave the farm, so yeah, no vacations needed. All right, so I got this shed pretty much cleared out. I got the old Ford, I think it was a Ford or GMC that was sitting in there. You honestly can't tell. I got that put in that shed because that's getting sold. I don't have the time for a project like that, unfortunately. I'm not gonna sell this 620 here because I kind of like it. Be a cool farm ornament, and I don't honestly know if it runs. I can't remember. Did I try it? I don't know. I did have my mechanic buddy come out and look at this Ford. We tossed the new battery in it and it fired right up. I also had him come and fix the international cab over. Just took a clamp and some new batteries and it was ready to go. So this is getting sold as well. It fires right up, no problem. Cool truck, just We don't need it on the farm, unfortunately. I am also selling the second gen because I think we're keeping that dually, and if we're keeping that dually, I don't need 3 trucks around the farm. That is absolutely ridiculous. Even 2, it's just not worth it financially. And the reason I'm keeping the dually is because, well, it's a dually and it can tow more. Plus, these old Fords, they're like indestructible. I'm not gonna have to worry about a transmission going. I'm looking at you, Dodge. I'm looking at you. I can just squeak through here, but I think to get any equipment out, I may have to move that tractor. Maybe not. We'll try get out of here without doing that. And I just squeeze through. Yes, I can. So we already have one of these rakes. It just doesn't make sense to have 2 of them, so this one's got to go as well. We'll just back this on in here. Nice and easy. There we go. We've already got another baler, so this one's just too small to keep around. Even though round bales are kind of nice, it's just, yeah, gotta think of the financial stability of the farm. And it just takes up space around here. That's something we don't have a lot of. So one thing I didn't actually consider selling until yesterday was this Parker grain cart. Now, the reason why I'm actually selling it is because I talked to a local equipment dealer down the road, and he wants to demo me a brand new Demco grain cart for the fall here. And if I end up liking it, I'll just buy it. And this one, it won't get put to use this year, so it's just getting sold. Unfortunately, I think it's time we say goodbye to the 2870 Traction King. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't sell this one, but with the lack of parts that are actually available for this tractor, like it was hard enough finding a hydraulic pump for this thing. But at the Case dealership not too far down the road, there is a decently used but way bigger 4-wheel drive tractor sitting at the dealership for a very, very good price. So if this auction goes well, I'm just gonna pick that up instead, just because of how hard it is to get parts for this thing, and this is already pretty high hours, so I think we're just gonna get rid of it before something major goes on it. It's honestly, it's a ticking time bomb, and it's just better off to be sold where I don't have to deal with it anymore. Also, this John Deere AMT 600, I couldn't get it running. My mechanic buddy tried. We think the motor is shot on it, and we're just gonna sell it. Even though it's in mint condition, it's kind of cool, just not worth keeping around. But I actually had to grab the cab over again here because we're getting rid of this trailer. At the other farm, there's a slightly bigger one with a front plate on it, and this one, we just don't need it. Anything we don't need, we're selling. Okay, so I've done a bit more reorganization here, and it's looking a bit better. Got some stuff loaded up on the trailer here. It's kind of funny. But I did get this other John Deere to the point where I think it can start. We're gonna give her a shot. There she goes. First turnover. Anyways, the reason why I'm moving everything out of here is so people come auction day don't get confused at what's for sale and what's not. That way it's just nice and simple. They can come into the lot here, look at what's for sale, and hopefully it all sells at a good price. And I think since this thing's just so dang clean, we're just gonna park it out front. Maybe when the time comes, I'll mow my grass with it too. I don't even know if it works, to be honest, if this little sickle blade mower works, but we'll see one of these days. Well, it is now late afternoon here, and I am finally getting back out in the field to finish up the last of this hay. We can hopefully get it sold and get some more cash in the bank account. The auction's all set up, ready to go, so I think that's happening tomorrow. I'll have to wait to hear back from the auction company, but as far as I'm aware, it is, and we should have a pretty good turnout. Well, I am down to the last field here, and things have been actually going pretty good. This tractor's just been cruising along, no problems. I do actually have to go roll one of the field, actually 2 of the fields. I might do that tomorrow if we have time between the auction and then, but I have a feeling auction day is going to be pretty dang busy. Well, it is the next day, and it is very, very early in the morning here. I got the case hooked up to the roller, ready to go, and since we already have everything set up for the auction, I think we're going to get this rolling done, or at least as much as we can, before I have to go there and situate parking for the auction, but shouldn't be too bad. All right, so this is the main field we're going to try get done. We can go pretty fast with this roller, so shouldn't be too long. Back this sucker up, click it into place, drop her down. We are ready to roll. No pun intended. We've still got this other field beside us if we can get this one done, but I honestly don't know if we're going to get it all done today. It's a lot to do. I would also like to roll those grass fields too. That would be nice because they are pretty dang rough, at least after we get the bales off of them. Well, just getting out of the field here, and it is very soft in that corner. Anyways, I got this done in time, but we got to get going to the other farm because the auction is going to be starting here pretty soon, and I think people are already starting to pull up. So we're going to get that situated and hopefully get this auction on the road and make some money. Be nice to have a bigger bank account by the end of today. All right, looks like we got some people finally starting to show up here. I finally got my Dodge back from the Case dealership. It's been sitting there forever now, but I got it back here. But we got some people showing up. Should be a pretty good turnout. Talked to a couple people. Sounds sounds like loads more are coming, so we should hopefully sell everything and make some good money. All right, well, it is the next day here, and the auction was a huge success. We sold absolutely everything, and a few things actually got bid up really, really high. Most of everything did leave yesterday. It all got taken except for two things, the case and the cab over. They're getting picked up later this week. But I still can't believe we sold everything. We have just gotten a $250,000 check that I have just deposited. So we got a little bit of playing around cash now. At any rate here, I'm going to hop on the quad and we're going to get over to the other farm there because there's still a little bit of baling left to do. And I'm hoping by the end of today, we can maybe get some of that sold because I might be getting an equipment delivery today that's going to cost me a lot of money. But we'll see. Fire up the old A410 here. Runs like a top. We've got three more smaller fields here to finish up. It shouldn't take too long. There's actually a pretty decent amount of grass in here that we cut and raked up, so should be a lot of bales. That's my hope. So I guess this row got a little thick here. Tractor, it's kind of catching on the tractor right now, but we might be okay. I just don't want a bunch of hay catching up under there and then getting too hot, and then we got a whole nother problem. We'll have to call the fire department out here. We're gonna try and avoid that if we can. Well, just on my way to the last field here, we gotta go around pretty much the entire farm just to get there, but it's a pretty good sized field, so it's worth it to get that one done for sure. Oh, there goes the train. So I'm not entirely sure if we're actually going to get two cuts off this whole round of fields on this farm, just because we're getting slightly late into the year for haying wise for two cuts. We might get another cut off the main farm field, but yeah, that might even be a stretch. I mean, we're not getting as much rain as I thought we would, so we're going to be stretching it a little bit if we want a second cut, but I guess no rain means we can get all this baled pretty fast, and they're good quality bales. So after finishing up the very last hay field of this cut, I got the baler and tractor back to the farm and finally got around to washing it up because it was absolutely filthy. So after getting all the equipment nice and shiny again, I dropped off the baler and got on my way down to a farm not too far away from here to make yet again another purchase. Now you'd think we had enough equipment already, but there was just one thing missing, one particular implement so we could finish the fields so we could get maximum yield. So after dropping $30,000, I had acquired myself a new to me sprayer, and this would make it so we could get the full yield out of our crops and prevent a lot of weeds. Now, while it wasn't time to spray just yet, I wanted to be prepared ahead of time, but there was one more thing we still had to do to this field to get it ready to go for this year, and that was rolling. There was a lot of rocks in this field, and they had to be taken care of. So I hopped in the very, very muddy case, somehow got through the very ridiculous amount of mud on the trail to the field, unfolded the roller, and got to work. But without GPS on this tractor, it was a very fun game of Guess Your Row, which I'm pretty sure I missed a few, but I think I got them in the end. But with the field finally finished, it was time to go actually make some money, in the form of nice square pieces of hay, which hopefully were going to be worth a good amount of money. So after bringing the old 644G out of storage for the first time in forever, I finally got around to loading some of these bales up, including these tiny little short bales I made by mistake. But 2 fields later, and we finally had a full trailer that was ready to be sold. Well, mostly full, that is. Pretty sizable gap right there. And it wouldn't be going through this farm if there wasn't just a little bit of mud to get in the way. So after pulling into the bale yard, we were finally about to make our first real money off this farm in months. And as it turns out, we did pretty dang good, bringing in just under $25,000 for that one load. And with at least one more load left out in the fields, we were going to be making, at minimum, another $25,000. However, after I managed to get another full load out of the fields, I got stuck. I guess these bales must have been heavier than the last load. Okay, so I got the 8110 here. The semi-truck is absolutely buried here, so we're gonna try get it out if we can. I got a tow rope on here. I don't know if this thing's gonna pull it out. It'd be a really great time for my bigger case that I sold at the auction, but we'll work with what we got. Okay, I got everything hooked up here. We're gonna try, see if we can pull this out. Oh, it's moving. I got the semi in neutral because I got nobody else to drive it, so we're gonna see if we can get this going. Oh man, it does not want to move. Oh, nope. Oh, it's coming. We're getting it. It's not stuck. Like, it's stuck pretty bad, but it's manageable. There we go. I was worried I was going to have to go and borrow a neighbor's bigger tractor. But I think we got the semi out of the mud, so we should be able to get the trailer out now. We're moving. All right, there we go. Let's get this hay sold. Well, another $25,000. So that brings us up to $275,000, which I'm okay with. That's a good amount of money for me. And we still still have about 180, I think $185,000 in debt. It's not horrible, but I would like to get that paid off at some point here. But we still got all the crops from this year to go, so I think we should be okay going forward here. But unless something major breaks down, who knows? I still do need to buy a big tractor though, because the ones we have right now ain't gonna cut it. That tractor almost did not pull that semi out, so I would like a bigger tractor around here at some point. And finally get all this equipment washed up. It is absolutely filthy. Man, can't be leaving stuff like this. I think the roller's done for the year though, so we're probably gonna get this put away somewhere, unless I want to roll one of the grass fields, which I actually wouldn't mind doing just to smooth it out a bit, but we can do that a bit later. We're gonna have to spray here sooner than later, so I'm gonna have to go get some spray, but probably not today. Don't ask me how I got that backed in there. I don't know either. It works though. Well, I got the last 2 bales out of this field here. That is all that is left. I was gonna try loading it onto the trailer there, but we already got the trailer stuck and there wasn't really any more room. So I guess we'll just leave these to the next time we sell hay, if we do sell any more, or we'll just use them for the cattle. One of the two. But I am loving this loader. This thing was the best find ever. Okay, I think everything's back at the farm here. I was thinking, since we have the where's the other John Deere? It's back here. Since we have the John Deere 4810, that's not, it's getting used a good bit, and then we also have the 4020, case 3294. This case right here, the 8910, is not really getting used a whole bunch. And looks like I left the lights on too. Better turn those off. But let me know down in the comments if I should sell this thing, because it's not really going to get used a whole lot, and especially once I get a bigger tractor again on the farm, it's really not going to get used at all. And we already have the loader, so we don't really need a loader tractor, and if we do, we got the 4020. So it's just kind of one of those ideas I've been tossing around. I'm not really sure if we should keep it or not, because right now we have 4 tractors on the farm, and if I get another bigger one, we're going to have 5, and we don't need 5 tractors sitting around here. That's just ridiculous. I mean, the 4020 doesn't really get used a whole lot anymore. It's just kind of here if we'd ever need it. It just doesn't make sense to have 5 tractors. Okay, so I know I said I was not going to pick up any chemical for spraying today, but I got a call from my local co-op saying that they're moving all the spray out of their sheds right now. They're moving everything to a new location, and they said if I want to come pick stuff up, now is like the best time. So it's all kind of organized right now, and if they move, it's going to be unorganized, and yeah, it's just going to make things a lot easier if I do it now. So I got the trailer hooked up, and we're going to go grab it. It's going to be expensive though. That's one of my only worries, but we have a decent amount of money, so it shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. Now, I did some looking around the farm and kind of realized I don't have really anything with pallet forks on it. And so I was trying to think, how the heck am I going to unload this spray that I'm supposed to be getting? Well, as it turns out, the small auger tractor that I have does indeed have some pallet forks, so we're good there. Well, $9,600 later, and we have secured the herbicide. Yeah, that was not cheap, but this should be enough to do everything that we need to do on the farm. I hope. I don't know, we're gonna find out. So I am not entirely sure if this thing is gonna have enough weight behind it to actually pick these pallets up. I don't know, I might have to throw a back weight on this, but I don't know. We're gonna see. Okay, nice and steady now. Easy. Oh boy. Yeah, that's heavy. I'll give it that, but I think we're all right. Okay. Well, at least it's gonna lift them. We know that much. We'll just put it in the shed here for now, because the nicest place for it to stay at the moment. We don't have too many pallet storage places. I guess at the other farm we do, but over here, not a whole lot. It won't be the fanciest pallet stacking job, but we're not here for fancy. We're here to get it done. Okay, I think that'll work. Where do I put this? It is the auger tractor, so I guess it goes back out by the bins. The crops have grown a decent amount here, and we're getting to that time where it's about time to spray some herbicide down. Now, currently we have 3 fields that need to be done, and we should be able to get them knocked out here pretty quick with our new fancy dancy sprayer here. This thing tends to get crops sprayed pretty dang fast from what I heard from the guy that I bought it from. We're going to be putting it to work today. All right, we'll just get this sprayer filled up with all the herbicide we're going to need. I'm not sure how much goes into a tank. Okay, there's 1. Might take 2, but from what I've calculated, we should have just enough to finish all 3 fields. There's 2. Still taking more. All right, 2 pallets in a little bit. Yeah, the cows are going to need some feed here when we get a chance. But what we might be getting today might actually help with that a little bit. Oh, I should have went to that field. Okay, well, I guess we're doing the one out here first. So this one's our oats field, and it has gone up considerably since we planted it. It is growing very fast, and I have no doubt we'll actually be harvesting harvesting this one in not too long from now. Also, this tractor has the big duals, so I imagine we're gonna be taking a little bit of crop destruction here, but not too much, hopefully. I would have stuck this sprayer on the case, but the case does not have GPS, and for the bigger field we got there, we're definitely gonna be needing some GPS. And this field looks like it takes 1.5 passes. Pretty easy to finish these off. And we can cruise pretty dang good while doing this. Pretty easy job. Okay, first field finished up. We just cross the road and go right into the second. Now, while buying a sprayer for this much crop, probably not the most ideal situation, but at the end of the day, if we're going to be spraying more throughout the coming years, it'll eventually pay for itself. But in the short term, not the smartest decision. Long term, good decision. I also didn't pay too terribly much for this. It's not the fanciest sprayer on the market, but it'll do. Well, I am pretty much over halfway, probably 3/4 of the way done this field here, and we are just about to run out of spray here. I bought just enough to finish all 3 of our fields. I didn't want to buy over because I didn't want to have extra spray just sitting around, and then we're just wasting money at that point. All right, let's go fill back up. We'll just back on in here again, grab the rest of our spray, and we'll be on our way. Now it looks like I'm gonna have to do 1 wing of a pass here because sprayer's just not big enough to cover that little chunk right there. Man, this patch of ground right here is so dang muddy. It always stays muddy through here. I almost wonder if I should get some gravel in here and try get this to where we can actually drive through it without getting our tractors absolutely covered every single time. But we're on to the last field here. This one should be about 3 passes and we're pretty much done. Okay, that's it. That's all. Spraying is officially finished. Back through the mud once again. This thing's gonna need a bath. If we had more spraying to do, I actually wouldn't bother washing this thing, but since we're pretty much done spraying for the year, I'm just getting this thing all washed up. We'll get everything else drained out of the tank, and this thing's going right into storage. Actually, I don't know where I'm going to put it. Probably at the other farm. We're starting to run out of space over here. I want to pack this place full if I can help it. Yeah, I'm thinking everything else we're not using for the rest of the year can kind of just go in this shed. A nice little cold storage shed. That way we don't pack the farm full of useless crap that just sits there. Yeah, it should be good right about there. All right, so these cattle have got to get fed here. They're running just a little bit low on feed. Now, I was talking to a farmer down the road, and since my oats aren't ready, I don't have any straw for these guys. So I might actually go buy a load of straw. Oh, crap, that's gonna hit the tractor. We don't want that. Yeah, I might go buy a load of straw because I would like to get these guys some straw to lay in because they're just laying on the dirt right now. Get them a nice little comfy bed going in there. But now they're fed, so they should be nice and happy. Okay, so I got the trailer hooked up to the Dodge here. We're gonna go run grab some straw bales. I think we're gonna grab about 6. Now, 6 is kind of a good amount, a little bit more than we need for bedding, but I have another plan that I want to use the straw for. You guys will see a little bit later. For now, we're just gonna grab 6, and hopefully our oats will be ready sooner than later so we can at least have some straw of our own we don't have to buy. Well, I know I was only supposed to get straw bales and I was only supposed to get 6, but I bought 10 and I also bought a bale wrapper. Now, I'll explain everything here in a little bit. So the bales were $100 a piece, and then the bale wrapper is to turn normal grass or hay bales into silage bales. Now, I didn't think I was gonna need stuff to do silage, but for beef cattle and normal cattle, like normal milking cattle, they tend to do a lot better when they have some silage in their diet, so I picked this thing up. It is used, that's why I got it on such a good deal, but I spent a little more money than I wanted to, and I also bought more straw bales than I needed, but that's besides the point. Anyways, what I'm thinking is we're gonna turn some of our grass bales, because we have a pretty good stock, into silage bales, and then that should be some extra feed for the cattle. They should do a little bit better on that, and we have some straw, so now we can get them all bedded up for that. Okay, so this can go on the front of a loader, or it can go on the 3-point hitch. We're gonna put this one on the 3-point hitch, I think, on a different tractor. Just gonna make things a little bit easier. But first, we're gonna make sure these cattle have enough bedding here. Okay, so we got the old case here on the hay buster. This should work nicely, I think. The duals are a bit of a pain on it, but yeah, we'll work with what we got. Oh boy, if I can grab these straw bales, that would be a massive help. Oh, we got one. Oh, maybe not. Come on. Don't be a pain. Dang it. Okay, we got one in. And here's number 2. I was gonna say, I hope I'd have enough room to squeeze through here with the tractor, but I think we do. Okay, cows, just don't escape now. Do me a favor, just stay in your pen. Okay, well, it may not look like it, but the cattle now have bedding. I don't know why it's not showing up there, but they have it now. So this hay buster's just going right back in storage because we're not gonna need it for a little while now. However, we are gonna need the case because we're gonna stick this little bale wrapper on it and we're gonna try get some grass bales wrapped here. This should work fantastic. At least I hope so. Wonder if we can wrap these square ones. Give it a try. Okay, so I can't wrap square ones. I got those moved out of the way, but we're gonna try wrap one of these round ones. It should do these no problem. Okay, it's wrapping. Guess we'll just get them put outside for now. Look at that. That works pretty dang good. We just gotta back in there, grab them and wrap them and stick them out here. I guess we can move them later. So supposedly these things only take a day or two to ferment, which I don't know. That's probably farm sim physics, but we'll go with it. All right, guys, it is official. We are now marshmallow farmers. Anyways, we got a couple of these ready to go now. They're fermenting, so hopefully they'll be ready soon. I guess they don't take that long, but it'll be nice to have some silage so we can mix it up in the silage wagon and get it out to the cattle, and hopefully they'll do a little bit better because we are raising beef cattle, and the more they bulk up, the more we can sell them for. But I do believe our new delivery should be showing up here any minute now, so I'm kind of excited for that. Now, the reason I actually got these straw bales so cheap is because they're last year's straw bales, so we got them pretty dang cheap. But if we wanted this year's, which aren't quite ready yet because none of the fields are harvested, it'd be a lot more expensive. Well, I was just messing around with this old 4020 here, trying to get it tuned up a little bit. It's running a little bit rough, but I think we got her going now. But my delivery has just arrived at the other farm here, so we're gonna hop on the old 4-tracks here that kind of runs like a diesel, and we're gonna go and check out what just got delivered. I'm pretty excited for this, and I've spent a good chunk of my money. Yeah, not terribly proud of it, but you guys can already kind of see it there. Look at this. Okay, that is a beast. So I spent $150,000 on these two pieces of equipment here. This one is a Case 9380 quad track, just one heck of a machine here, and then a hay buster tub grinder. So that brings us down to $100,000. Now, both these are both heavily used, so that's why I got a better deal on them. But $150,000, still a lot of money. I paid $50 for the hay buster, which they go around $70,000 new, and then I paid $100,000 for this quad track, which actually not a bad deal. I was looking at the market, $100,000 on the mid to low end, and about 130 for the higher end, but this one's got quite a lot of hours, but since we don't farm a whole lot of acres, I think we can get away with it. Well, semi-driver just got unhooked here, so we're gonna get this thing unstrapped and get it off of this trailer. This is a cool trailer. It's got a dovetail on the back. I wonder if that's how they got that loaded on. Just drove it right up, and then you can drive it right off the front. Makes things pretty easy. Oh man, this is one big tractor right here. Holy smokes. Yeah, this'll do. This'll do. So yeah, got this thing at auction. Didn't pay too much, but the tub grinder, that is more so the reason why I've been working on silage bales and getting straw over here and stuff, because I want to use this little section right here. I want to put ground up silage, straw, hay, all that good stuff, so we can have a nice little mixed ration bay over here. Should make things a lot easier. It's away from the other farm, but might not be a bad thing actually. So this we're actually going to be putting right to work here. I'm going to bring over those straw bales, and some of them are going to get ground up and put in the corner bunk here. When we get everything else, we should be able to have all the rest of the stuff for the feed ready to go. Now, yes, this tractor is pretty overkill for everything else we have on the farm. It'll be nice for running the seeder. It's got GPS, way more horsepower than we're going to need, but this is essentially the reason why I got rid of the other 4-wheel drive case we had. Okay, tub grinder started up. It's up and running. I got the loader over here. I got the straw over here. I think we're all set to go. I'm excited to try this out. Let's hope this tractor does not decide it's going to break on us. That would not be ideal, considering I just bought it. But I mean, if it can't handle this, and that tub grinder can run on a lot smaller of a tractor, we got some more issues. Is there buyer's remorse on tractors? I know there is on vehicles if you buy them from dealerships, but I don't know about tractors. Can I handle 2 of these at once? Oh yeah, I can. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, just kicked the bale out. That wasn't supposed supposed to happen. If it kicks a bale out, I guess it stops. I guess I'll have to start it back up again. Yeah, this is working pretty good. I'm loving this. Check this out. If I turn the tractor, it'll turn the belt just a little bit in either direction. So it's like one of those moving belts that spreads the pile out a little bit. Well, that was 2 straw bales. I can't believe that it came out to be that much in one bunk. Like 2 straw bales fill this bunk completely up on this side. Because obviously we want to try like separate it a little bit between the different things that we're going to be loading up. But this works pretty dang good. I've also brought over the 2 hay bales we got over here. I think we're just going to leave the rest of the straw until we need more of it. We'll probably unload it in the corner here. But I think we're going to try give these 2 little square bales go around here. These are a lot bigger than the round bales, so I don't know how much is going to be there. I think we're just going to put in 1 for now and see how that goes. First, though, I am going to try clean up this bunk just a little bit because it is kind of a mess here at the moment. There we go. That looks a lot better. So I'm just going to try 1 here and see how it goes for now. And then if we need the second, we'll toss it in there too. There it goes. Well, that was just 1 bale there. I guess these big squares are, well, pretty dang big, so I don't need a whole lot here. Might just clean this one up, and then I think this one's going to be silage, and then this one's going to be the pallets for the cattle. So we're not going to be needing a whole lot, and it should be pretty easy to maintenance and keep up. So that actually ended up working a lot better than I thought it would. We got our hay. Nope, I completely said the wrong thing. We got our straw. We got our hay. We're going to have our silage here. The pellets for the cows. Yeah, it's just going to be all set here. So these are the last of the straw bales we bought. And I'm just going to get them unloaded here real quick. We kind of use them for bedding in the pens and then a little bit for some feed. But right now we don't really need any of them, so they're going in the shed. Actually, if I get some time today, I might go move the rest of the hay bales in here too that we got in the other shed back at the other farm there. One thing I always forget about this 4020 is how ridiculously slow the reverse gear is on this. Oh, I hate it. And there we go. That's the last of the bales. All right, so there's one thing I've been wanting to take care of for a little while now, and that is the manure in the pen. Starting to pile up in there, so we're going to get that all out for the cows there. That way they're a little happier. Still looking good on feed, so should be all right there. I do want to go grind up that silage that we did not too long ago. The silage bales, probably get those done. Just got to check over this manure spreader, make sure we're good to go. And it looks like I may need to grease it up here quick. Which tractor am I going to put it on? I can't put it on the 4020 because that's going to get the manure out of the pen. I don't know. The case it is. It's a little overpowered, but it should work. So ideally, I'd like to spread this manure on the home hay field, which is right over there, straight ahead of us. But since we don't really have the hay off that just yet, the second cut at least, we can't go and spread any manure on there. So we're going to go to the fields across the road from us and just do those instead. Because we're not going to be getting the second cut this year. Normally we do this in fall, but it's starting to pile up, so time to get it out of there. And I would just pile it up in the yard, but well, I kind of live like right in the yard. My house isn't outside of the cattle yard, so yeah, we just want to get this cleaned up ASAP. What would be ideal is a skid steer in here, but I guess we just gotta use the good old 4020 to do the job. I'm not sure how many buckets this is gonna take, so it may be a little bit here. And cows, if you could just stay out of my way, this would make it a lot easier to get this job done. No escaping now either. Yeah, I guess when I said there's not much to do, I kind of lied. There's always something to do on this farm. Okay, I call that full. I don't want to overfill it too much. That's not a good time. Let's see if the case can handle this absolute monstrosity of a manure spreader. I don't know. It's gonna be tough. Honestly, our auger tractor maybe could have ran it. I don't know. Might be able to. Case works too. Not exactly sure how many loads of manure we're gonna be able to spread on this little patch here, but I'm guessing a few. I don't really know how long this capacity lasts for. It doesn't spread wide though. Holy smokes. This is like super small. Hopefully this boosts production of this field a little bit come next year. Well, 4 passes around the field here. That's not too bad. I think one more load should finish this right up here, and then we can move on to the next one. I'm guessing we have a few loads there ready to go. Well, this is pretty much the last bucket out of here, and the pen is clean, so I guess not as much as I thought, but that works for me. Less loads I gotta take out to the fields. We'll just keep on top of it so it doesn't get too much for one day. Well, I'm hoping this should about finish off the field. Not too much left here. Might even have a little bit extra. We'll just put it on to the next one. All right, so I just put the last of what was left on this field here, and that is it for manure spreading. Easy job. That my tractor's gonna get all dirty now. Yeesh. Never gets to dry on that road. I don't understand why. All right, clean up the equipment before we put it back away. Gotta make it nice and shiny. Can't be putting away stuff dirty. And we'll drop off the manure spreader right where we left it. No, right where we picked it up. Oh boy, I'm having a day today. So I got the 4020 here, and I got some of our bales. We're gonna load these all up onto the trailer and take them over to the other yard. I know it seems like the most roundabout way to do it, considering the yard's right over there, but the 4020 is slow, and if I try to bring every single bale over there with just this, it's gonna take me 20 dang years. I also know you're not supposed to, you know, pick up these silage bales with a grapple bucket. Kind of supposed to pick them up with like some sort of a squeeze thing. I don't know much about silage bales, but since they're getting shredded anyway, this works fine too. These are done fermenting, by the way. We've had them fermenting for a little while now, and they're pretty much good to go. Okay, so I have gotten all the bales loaded up, and somehow, someway, it came out to exactly a perfect load. Yeah, I think this is ready to go over to the other yard here. Both the silage bales and the normal bales, half of them are probably gonna get grinded up, and the rest will probably just feed out. All the silage bales, I guess, will get grinded up, but some of the grass ones, since we don't need as much grass or hay for the silage mixture, they're not gonna get used too much. So normally I'd get these all unloaded, and we'd maybe do some of the bale grinding here. I just got a text from the guy with the lawn tractors saying that he's headed back home here, so we can go meet him there and hopefully make a deal. So I guess we're just gonna take the old 350. I mean, it should work. Best part is this deal comes with like a little trailer. It's pretty sweet. So we don't even need the gooseneck or anything. I guess we get to use this rusty something of a truck. I don't know. This is a pretty sweet truck though, I gotta admit. Well, this is the place, and there's the garden tractor, and there's the trailer. It's an awfully big trailer. It's like a skid steer trailer. I didn't think it would come with something this big. Thought it was a lot smaller. Nope, it's a full-size skid steer trailer. Well, that's perfect. I can use that. And for the deal I'm getting on all this skid steer trailer is like worth the deal. Anyways, this is it. Little John Deere garden tractor in like mint condition. It comes with the plow and then another plow. Double plows, I guess. This is a snow plow or blade. Comes with a weight for the back in case you want to lift anything with, well, no, actually, this is for the 3-point hitch. I thought it was for the front. Huh, okay. And then it comes with this tiny little loader. I'm not sure what we'd use this for. Maybe cleaning out the pens. Who knows? I imagine that, yeah, that bucket's pretty dang small. So I don't know if we'd be doing any of that, but I'm gonna go see if I can work out a deal with this guy, because I kind of want to take this thing home, especially for the trailer. I want the trailer. Well, $6,000 later, and we have gotten ourselves a brand new tractor. Yep, top of the line, biggest you can buy. John Deere 44.5. You know that case quad track that we bought not too long ago? Yeah, that's nothing compared to this thing. This thing will do all the heavy pulling around the farm from now on. Oh boy, I don't know if I'm gonna get up here with this blade. Oh no, we're making it work. Oh, no, now I'm stuck. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's the 3 points. I thought it was the blade catching. Okay, we got up here. This is gonna take some time to unload. Okay, we got the blade up. Now just time to get the 3-point up there somehow. Can I do it at an angle? No. Okay, I'm just gonna unhook it and we'll try to lift it up there. Oh, it's got pretty sweet lights. There we go. This is gonna take us a few attempts to get this all loaded up here. Man, I wonder if I can lift these weights. Yeah. Oh man, these are heavy. Yep, I'm gonna throw my back doing this crap. And in case you were curious, this is how the loader goes on the garden tractor. Not exactly a traditional mounting spot, but it does work. You'd think it'd go further back or something, but nope, it is right there on the front. Oh boy, I did not think this through. I'm trying to get up on the trailer and the pallet forks was like, yeah, no, that's not happening. Well, it took some maneuvering, but we got it all on there. Let's get this big rig back home. I was just thinking, you know, this is kind of the truck I should be doing all the farm work with. Instead, I'm using my nice 3rd gen. Yeah, not exactly my smartest moment, but this one still works for the occasional time we need it, I guess. You know what's funny is this whole setup did not come with a mower. Go figure, I guess. I think I might need to go buy one. We don't even have a lawnmower for this place. I guess we have this, but this is a sickle blade cutter, not a lawnmower. I'll just park this thing in the garage we never use. I'll get to unloading the rest of the stuff later on. I want to get to some garden making here. Try out my new tractor, see how much power it really has. Oh yeah, look at this. This is working phenomenally. I don't want to make this thing too big. I already got enough to manage on the farm as it is. The last thing I need is another big field. Okay, the garden may not be perfectly square, but yeah, it'll be fine. Well, outline's done. Not too bad if I do say so myself. We're making some good progress. Massive farming operation in Europe, be like. I'm kidding. Jokes, but it's kind of funny. The 3-meter plows and all this. This is about 1/4 of a meter, or I don't know, something like that. It's a 1-furrow plow. See, the biggest one they make in Europe is 3. It's a big step up. POV, biggest farm in Europe. Look at that. Big old garden put in. It's ready to go. I'll plant it up here once I get some time. But I got all our new equipment here sitting in the little garage. Guess if we need any little jobs done, this thing will be perfect for it. Until then, or at least until I get a lawn mowing deck for this thing, it's gonna stay in here. I just gotta figure out where to put this trailer. Well, it is the next day here, bright and early in the morning, and I think I'm gonna go grind that hay that has been sitting there overnight, or at least the silage bales this morning. I didn't get to it yesterday, so better get to it today. Crops still aren't ready to go, so there's still not a whole lot to do, but there's still a whole lot to do, I guess. I could have sworn I parked my truck here. Yeah, it was hooked up to the trailer, and there's tracks. There's multiple sets of tracks going out of my driveway. Fresh tracks. That's not good. I could have sworn I parked it here. Like, am I thinking? I left my shop open. That's not good. Luckily, the only thing in there was the sprayer. Better close that. But did my truck get stolen? I swear, if my truck got stolen, I'm gonna be so flippin' pissed. This is gonna be ridiculous. The last thing I need to deal with. What the heck? Did I bring it back to the other farm? Did I do that? Did I do that last night? I don't think I did that last night. Unless I'm not remembering bringing it back to the farm here. I think my truck is stolen. Yeah, I didn't bring it back to the farm. So someone unhooked my gooseneck trailer and stole my dang truck. Yeah, it's gone. Huh. It's not like it was unlocked or anything. It was locked. I had the keys. And it was hooked up to my gooseneck trailer. Out of all things to get stolen, my truck. You have got to be kidding me. And I wouldn't have heard it either because my house is like over that way. I guess I might have heard it like drive out of the yard or something, but I'm on the complete other end of the house. I wouldn't have seen it. I might have heard it, but there's lots of traffic that goes down this road. You have got to be kidding me. Well, I guess I got to call the police and get him out here. That sucks. Okay, so just had a chat with a police officer. He's pulled in and checked out the crime scene, I guess. And yeah, they said I'm good to go to unload these bales, so I guess I can do that now. But I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do. I love that truck. I've had that truck forever now. I guess I do have the other dually, but oh man, this sucks. The heck am I supposed to do without that thing? Anyway, the officer told me that there's been a few thefts around this area as of the last week here, and I guess my place got hit. I'm surprised they didn't steal anything else. It was literally just my truck. I checked around both farms, and it was literally just my truck. That is the only thing that went missing. Not tools in his shop, nothing. Nothing else, just my dang truck. I called some of my neighbors, seeing if they've seen my truck. Nobody has seen it. Nobody's heard it because it's pretty dang loud. I'm surprised I didn't hear it last night, but I mean, I'm not the only one around here with a loud diesel truck. But yeah, that just sucks. Well, I guess for the time being, I'm just gonna try to get these bales done here. I guess I gotta unwrap these silage bales before we toss them in the grinder. Don't want plastic in there. That's not ideal. And we'll just drop that sucker in there. That all ground up for the cattle. But dang, I still can't believe my flippin' truck got stolen. That is just ridiculous to me. Well, I'm just grinding up the fourth silage bale here. I think that's all we're gonna need for a little bit. I'll get this pile cleaned up a little bit because it's all sort of a mess. But yeah, we won't need too much of this stuff. For now, at least. My truck that got stolen a day or two ago is, well, still missing. The cops have had no luck trying to find it, and I'm still with only my one truck here, my old rusty Ford. It's still doing the job, so I don't know. There's problems with it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to daily drive it, so I've been looking at new trucks. If we can't find my old one, which I'm guessing if we end up finding it, it's going to be trashed or something's going to be wrong with it by the time we get it back. But if the insurance money comes through, we'll get a new one. Anyways, we're sitting at just over $100,000 here, and this hay field is ready to go for its second cut. Finally, I've been waiting on this one, and I just got to run out and check on the oats out in the one field there real quick, because I think those should be ready to go here fairly soon, and I'd like to get those done if they are. And it looks like not quite, but they're so dang close. So dang close. Well, in the meantime, we got enough stuff to do already. Get the old case out of storage here and put it to work one last time this year, and then we will finally be able to get all the hay equipment away after we get this field finished up. But it's gonna take us a minute. Oh, don't tell me I'm stuck. Hold on. Hold on. This thing has like no traction. And we're through, finally, after it's now covered in mud. Great. But it is looking like this field is going to yield very, very well. Look at that thick swath coming out of there. You get a lot of hay off this one. So I did do about 4 headlands on this field. Normally I don't do 4 on normal fields, but since this one has fence right up to the edge of it, and I got to do 4, which sucks for raking, but it is what it is. And that's it. Last pass. This case made super short work of the field. I think this is one of the biggest hay fields we have. Maybe not the biggest. I think one across the road might be a little bit bigger, but this one seems to yield the best out of all of them. And there's a good amount of hay out there, so it'd be some good profits. Our bank account's sitting pretty good right now, but if I gotta buy another truck, it's not gonna be sitting too pretty. All right, so I'm in the Ford here, and we're just grabbing the gooseneck trailer so I can go and grab some pellets for the cows. That way we can finish off our feed kind of place here. I don't know what you call it. It's basically where we grind up all the hay, straw, silage. We'll have some pellets in there soon so we can use our mixer wagon and feed the cows. And they're actually getting pretty low on feed today, so hopefully we can get that done. All that's left is just the pallets. Pallets of pellets. Out of something like that. Unfortunately, though, they are not cheap. Oh, really? Just gonna run right in front of my truck like that. Unfortunately, though, the pallets are not cheap. This is going to be an expensive trip. Well, $4,000 later, and I've secured what we need. Except I don't think I have anything with pallet forks. Oh, you know what? I have the auger tractor. Yep. I guess I have my new garden tractor too, but that's only a 3-point pallet fork, and that won't work the best. I really need to get a set for like an actually big tractor. I don't know how heavy these things are. Well, let's see if this old hunk of junk will fire up here. And the battery's dead. Every time I need it, I swear something's always going wrong on it. I don't even know if I have a battery booster anywhere. Truck's hooked up to the trailer over there, and I am just having a day today. I wonder if I could boost it off the old 4020. Maybe. I'll give it a try. And sure enough, that did the trick. Got this old thing running again. It's a little heavy for this little tractor here, but I think it should just work. Either I need to get pallet forks for something bigger, or I need to put a back weight on this thing. One of the two. So I got the case here on the mixer wagon, or I guess the feed wagon, and I also took the duals off. Reason is, it's too hard to run with the feed wagon, and this is our main raking tractor, so I felt the duals kind of getting in the way, so I just took them off. If we need them back on, I mean, they're right behind the shed. We can go toss them on anytime we need. It's not too bad of a job, but for now, it just made sense. I was going to try and operate this feed wagon with just the little auger tractor we have there, but it was just a tad bit underpowered, so didn't really work out too well. I got some of these pellets that we need for the feed here. I'm not sure how much exactly to put in, so I'm kind of eyeballing it here. We probably won't need it all. Guess we'll see. We'll grab some silage, some hay, and some straw, and that should be TMR. Total mixed ration. The cows should be real happy with that. Full wagon of TMR here. I'm not sure if the cows are going to take it all, but if they don't, we'll just put the rest of it back in the shed, and they can use it another day. And the trough is a little more empty. And I think they still have straw, so we should be good on just about everything else. The manure there, yeah, that looks good. So just the feed for today. There we go. Look at that. It's working great. So yeah, as I figured, they didn't need all of it, so we'll just park this back in the shed for now. So it's the next day here. I have gotten the case all ready to go for the day with the rake, and we're just getting this done here real quick. The hay has dried up super fast, so that means we can just pretty much get to work raking and baling this stuff day after cutting it, which is really nice. Wouldn't mind some extra money, especially if I'm gonna have to go buy a new truck, which cops still have not found my truck, so yeah, it's looking more and more like I'm gonna have to go get a new one. Well, not a new one, but new to me at least. So after getting all the inside rows finished up, I hopped onto the outside rows and got to work on those. And with the duals now off the case, it was making turning a whole lot easier, which meant this whole job would go a lot faster. So after getting the last of the hay all raked up, I did a final check to see if we were good to go to do some baling, and it sure seemed that way. So I got the big John Deere all fired up, grabbed my baler, and got to work finishing up the last cut of the season. And just as soon as it started, it was over. With the last pass now done on the field, it was time to get these bales loaded on a truck and sold for some cold hard cash. Cash I would be needing to buy a new truck because I still haven't heard anything from the cops, and there was slim chance I'd be getting my old truck back. But since there wasn't too many bales on this field, I decided just to use my pickup truck and my gooseneck to haul the rest of these get sold. I just hoped the old dually was going to be able to handle it. But even with the trailer fully loaded down, pretty near to it at least by the time we got done with the field, the dually was more than alright. And with everything sold, we had made an extra $15,000, so I was pretty happy about that. Well, my farm's a mess, but the last hayfield of the year is now finished. I'm happy about that. We have oats oats that are just about ready to go. Not quite yet, but soon, very soon. Anyways, I have a guy on his way with a truck that I might buy. I don't know yet. I gotta see it, but he's bringing it out here for us to take a look at, because yeah, I still haven't heard anything about my truck, and I frankly need another one. As cool as this one is, it's just, yeah, not great to do any long distance travel, and when town's like an hour away, that's not exactly great. Plus, this thing guzzles, and I mean guzzles through fuel. I have never seen a truck burn more, to be honest. Which, even though we might be doing like decent right now, we're not completely made of money. So yeah, we're just gonna see if we could possibly get something else. So the guy just pulled up here. This is a 2018 GMC Duramax Denali HD. I don't know what you want to call it. I think it's a 25 or 3500. Can't remember off the top of my head. Anyways, it's got the bale bed on it, which I absolutely love. It's got a nice little gooseneck hitch there. But a cool part about this is it's got a nice little feeder tank here. So if you want to feed your cattle some grain or whatnot, you can do that with this, which is really awesome. I like that feature. Not really a GMC guy, but this truck's a decently good deal at $40,000. Lower-ish miles. It's about the best price truck I've seen around here for what it is. Should be a solid truck, nice and reliable. I can actually use it here on the farm here. It's better than just having a big jacked up dually, which was sweet, I will admit. It get me out of some jams occasionally, but it's just a little bit nicer for towing, that's all. Because this one, it's just a tad bit high. Yeah, because that tire's off the ground there. But yeah, I think this will be sweet. Well, I paid the man $40,000 down the drain. Oh man, that hurts. But we should get some insurance money back from the Cummins there, so that'll help out a little bit. Our oats are just about ready, so we should be getting some money from that. At the end of the year, we'll be able to sell some of our cattle, which they got good feed, good straw, good water. They should sell for a good amount. But I think I'm gonna go break in my new truck and take it for supper. Actually get to roll around in a pretty sweet rig now. All right. Oh, it's really early in the morning here. It gets bright out here very early. Anyways, I just got a call from the cops saying that they found my truck. So they sent me the location. It's by a bridge, I guess. I don't know. We're going to go out there, and I guess they already got a wrecker on the way. So my guess is it needs to be towed out. And yeah, that's not ideal. I can't believe they found it, though. And the day after I buy a new-to-me truck. You gotta be kidding me. But from the sounds of it, it's not sounding very drivable. So that's not good. Anyways, it's about an hour away from here, so I'm gonna try to rip down there as fast as I can, and hopefully we'll get there in time. Well, I'm just rolling up now, and it ain't looking too dang good. You have gotta be kidding me. That sucks. Right in the river. Dang, nowhere else you could have left it, you know, right in the river. So I guess they didn't catch the guys. But I guess they're doing a crime scene investigation or whatever they're doing. Yeah, this ain't good. So apparently it doesn't run, or else they might have been able to back it out, but it might even have some water damage. Doesn't look like it's that far into the river here, but it still could. I don't know. From what they're telling me, it drove in actually further down there, and they tried to get it out. I guess the guys that stole it, and yeah, pretty much ended up there. So it could have been deeper at one point and took some water, and yeah, that's not good at all. My guess is this is gonna be a complete write-off. Looks like the bumper protected it from actually smacking anything on the bridge. It would have damaged the truck, but some of the suspension's not looking too good. Oh man. Well, they're gonna try to get it out of here, and I don't know, I guess I'll hear from insurance here pretty soon. Well, they got it on the truck here. Man, can't believe that. Suspension's not looking too bad. There's definitely some bent stuff in there, and that's not good. I didn't get a chance to check out the interior. I guess they're doing fingerprints on that and whatever else, but yeah, this ain't looking good. My guess is it's gonna be totaled off. But if we hop on the quad here and take a little ride over to one of my fields here, my oats field to be exact, it is now ready to go, and looks like someone, definitely not me, drove in it a little bit, but at any rate, it's ready to go, so we got some work to do. The bean fields are not quite ready just yet. They're probably going to be another few weeks, something like that, but they are all fertilized and sprayed, so they're pretty much good to go on that end. Oh, and I do have to feed the cattle later today and maybe take some manure out of their pen, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, I think the farm's a little more organized than it was. It's still a mess, but we'll get to that a little bit later. For now, I want to get this combine out of here, check it over, see what needs to be done, and hopefully we can get it up and out in the field today. Lucky for me, it decided it was going to fire right up. Oh man, it's been a little bit since I've had to attach a header. This should be fun. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I ended up getting it on there. So I just finished doing a quick little check over of the combine here, and it's going to need a few little things that I should be able to get fixed pretty fast, but I'm going to have to run into town for that, which is fine because I got to run into town to pick up something that we're going gonna need for harvest here, which is a water trailer. Now, if you know anything about combines, they sometimes have a tendency to catch on fire, which is, well, not ideal. And just in case of that happening, I'm gonna get pre-prepared with water tank just in case. I want to be prepared and not have to deal with a fire in a field. That would not be a good time. That was an expensive trip into town. At $5,000, I picked up all the parts we needed and a little water trailer just to make extra sure harvest is gonna go fine. I am gonna have to run back to the dealership with a tractor because we still have to grab one very important piece to the puzzle so we can actually get underway here. But before we get underway with all that, I gotta get some parts on this thing, get some new sickle blades on there, and we should be able to test this thing out here real quick just to make sure it's gonna be good. Okay, well, a few hours later, a little bit of work. I think this thing's gonna be good. I don't know what I'm gonna set my reel at. I'll have to do that when I'm out in the field here, but it's ready to go. That's the most important part. I'm in the John Deere here. We're just ripping over to the dealership to pick up my brand new demo grain cart. So I had one of the guys that works down at the dealership come out over the auction, and he said, hey, you want to demo a brand new grain cart for the year, for the summer at least? I said, absolutely. So we get to go pick it up, try it out, and if we like it, we're going to end up buying it. Because, well, we sold our current one, well, the one we had at least. So I need a new one, or at least something decent enough to work for that. And frankly, the one we had was getting a little rusty, so it's probably due for an upgrade anyway. Check it out. Ain't that fancy. They couldn't get me one in green or red. They had blue though, and blue works, but it is one heck of a cart. I'm actually excited to use this, and it has duals on it, which is even better. Might be a bit useless for us because we're not too high on compaction on our fields, but yeah, it might help. Make sure we don't get stuck. I could go really overkill and get the K squad track. I was thinking about it, but I don't know. I think that might just be too much. Look at this. To stay inside the lane, we got a whole dual hanging off the side on the cart. That's hilarious. It's just completely hanging off the road, just sitting there spinning. We aren't done setting up just yet. I got to get this auger in place here. And the semi hooked up to the trailer as well. I don't even think we're going to take the trailer out to the field, but to get the grain into the auger, the trailer is the only thing that's going to work. The Demco will not. We'll probably just run it over from the field right over here. And I think that should about do it for setup here. Do not judge my backing in skills here. This is the only way I could actually get this over the auger without hitting the tractor. So not the most ideal situation, but it will work. But I think all the setups out of the way. Now let's get out to the field. I'm excited to actually get to run a combine for once. Well, I have before, but just it's been a while. I guess the last terrible harvest we had at our first farm there, one that well, bankrupted us. We're sitting a lot better than we were, but still sucks. Wish I could still be out there. Built that farm up from literally $0 in a truck. That was quite the fun experience, but now we're sitting a little bit better. Oh boy, I gotta move a truck. Anyways, these days we're sitting a little bit better, but it's not without our few own problems that we have on occasion. Dang it, I'm always putting stuff in the way of where I need to go, and that header's so dang wide, it's literally impossible to move anywhere in this farm without needing to move something. I'm not even sure if we're honestly gonna need the grain cart here. I'm not sure how well this is going to yield. I guess we'll see. Would you look at that? First crop we are pulling in this year. Oh, that's a good feeling. And we actually get our own straw out of this, which is nice. That's the whole reason, honestly, why I planted this field, or else I probably would have put it to soybeans, but yeah, we kind of need the straw. There's a whole big field of corn over there. That still has a long way to go, but these oats are ready. Price isn't very good. That's why we're storing them. So don't get any money out of them for a little bit. So there ain't much turning space here. I did one headland. I kind of should have done two, but I didn't want to get that overkill with it, so just the one's fine, I guess. We can barely make a turn there, but we got it. I don't even think we needed the grain cart. There's not a whole lot here. I guess we'll need it for the soybeans. There's a lot of soybeans there, so it'll come in handy eventually. And this thing's already completely covered in dirt. Does not take long out here. All right, last pass here. Combine's been running good. Everything's going kind of well. I'm pretty happy with it. We've got just about a full tank here. Do I smell something here? Hold on, I might have spoke too soon. I might have spoke too soon. I swear I smell some smoke, like some seriously bad smoke. Hold on. Let me pop out of the cab here. Ah, crap. Yeah, there is something smoking. Okay, that's the last thing that I wanted. You gotta be kidding me. Dang it. All right, let's run this thing back to the farm here real quick. This ain't good. Stop it now before there's fire, like an actual fire or something, because I smell something smoking. I don't hear anything going bad, but yeah, the smoke is not a good sign. All right, hold on. Stop it. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off. Let me pop some cover levers here. Okay, yep, pressure washer to the rescue here. All right, so it's been a few hours here. I just had my buddy that works at Case come out, check over the combine, and he says it's got to come into the shop. We're not sure what's wrong with it, why there's smoke, can't figure it out, but he said I should not run it, or at least I can maybe get away with running it, but I shouldn't run it for any long period of time, maybe to get it unloaded at least, so I can get the oats out of there, but definitely no more harvesting with it. But I'm glad that we at least caught this problem before we got to the beans, because once the beans get ready to go, you gotta harvest them fast. So this is not good, and it's probably not gonna be good to my bank account. At any rate, I guess I'm gonna try get the rest of the oats unloaded here and move this out of the way. Still fires up, which is good, but yeah, we're gonna try not to run this for any prolonged amount of time if we can help it. I got a semi coming out here to come pick this thing up so we can at least get it to the dealership in time for them to hopefully work on it before beans. Dang, I'm lucky there's not much left. There is just a little bit out there, but unfortunately I think it's gonna have to be a loss, because if that combine has to go into the shop, yeah, we're not gonna get around to that in time, and to harvest that amount and then clean out the tank again and then go to beans, it ain't worth it. It's just like the tiniest little bit there, so I guess we're just gonna have to roll with that loss. There, check it out, I get to use my brand new grain cart. Well, it's not fully mine, but it's a demo. I'm not sure how much is gonna fill it up, probably not a whole lot, to be honest. Yep, that's about it. Semi is here and we're just loading up this combine real quick. Yeah, that's definitely a pristine loading job right there. It'll work, doesn't got too far to go. I just was advised not to drive it there, so I guess it has to go by trailer. So it looks like the combine's gonna be gone here for a little bit. I've just been trying to organize the farm a little bit, get everything a little better situated here, because it was an absolute mess. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to turn it here. I'm probably gonna have to try back this sucker up. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Turn this big rig around. Since I don't have any skill whatsoever here, I had to detach the seed cart here, and I gotta try back it into that shed, which is a little easier said than done. If I had that Dodge with that front hitch right now, oh, we'd be done this in seconds. Instead, it's gonna take me just a little bit longer than that. Yeah, maybe a lot longer. I'm struggling here. I'm very much struggling. We got it in there. That's all that matters. I just gotta go and get rid of the rest of the oats now, I guess. Completely forgot about that. So there ain't gonna be much here, but it's still worth, I guess, keeping around a little bit. These are pretty high grade oats, I'd say, so shouldn't be too hard getting them sold. I don't know why it's dumping. What? Huh? Yeah, there you go. Farm sim physics for you. There we go. Just make sure all these oats get loaded up into the bin. That's another job done. So I just kind of thought of something here. So we pretty much have the oats finished, but there's a lot of straw there. And what did I get all put away? That's right, the hay equipment. And what's in that? Well, the baler. So I guess I got to get that back out to do the straw with. Yeah, good thinking on my part. That's for sure. Anyways, in the meantime here, I got to get these cattle fed. I don't think we're going to mix up another load of feed today. I don't think they'll need it, but maybe another day or so here and we'll start needing it again. We haven't really had to put out any bales because they've just been eating this stuff, which is really nice, but it definitely brought up the consumption of this, and so we got to make a lot more of this than just put out bales, because bales last for a lot longer, but this stuff, it goes fast. You know what? Just so the cattle are extra happy, I'm gonna give them a big old square bale too. They should be fed for a while now. Well, it is the next day here, and I've went ahead and gotten my baler out, ready to go for some straw. Figured I may as well to get that done. I decided to try out the case on this thing because all I've been using is the John Deere, and I think the case should be able to handle it. Now, I know we still don't have all the oats done, but there's that tiny little patch there, and that ain't getting done. They haven't even started working on my combine just yet, so my guess is we're probably not going to get around to it. I'm not sure how many bales we're going to get off of this. Probably not too many, I don't think. We don't need too many, though. We already have, I think 6, maybe 7, something like that. But I am going to leave those round bales for bedding, and these ones are going to get shredded up for feed, because my round bale processor does not like square bales too much. It will use them, but it does not work the best. And we got to waste that crop, though. That is what it is. And go figure, the bale is going to drop right into the lane that I want to take here. Good thing this thing's got a bucket on it. Yeah, just push that out of the way. And it looks like that is all the straw here. I think we got 8 bales off of it. Not too bad for such a small field. I don't think we actually would have got 9 even with that little strip of oats right there, but yeah, I'm not complaining. That's not too bad. Should definitely last us for the rest of the year, or at the very least the amount of time we have the cattle for. But this is all very dirty again, so I gotta wash it and then, well, put away the baler again. And there we go. For the second time this year, all the hay equipment is put away, serviced, and ready for next next year. Oh boy, that was a good time. Except for the combine. That was not too great. So all in all, between the combine and this new bucket, we are out about $8,000 right now, which brings us down to $59,000. Still sitting a little bit decent, but yeah, I'd like to be sitting a little bit better, but I think we may spend some more money later today. We'll find out in a little bit. Anyways, for now, I'm just gonna get this combine moved on back here, and it's probably not gonna move again till the soybeans are ready to go, but they are very close, so I'm imagining another week or two, and we should be up and going with that. So I just ripped over here to the other farm real quick, because we got to grab the loader. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Anyways, yeah, we gotta grab the loader here because we got a few square bales from our oats crop that gotta go. They gotta get sold. A little extra cash for us too. And also at some point later today, we have to make up some feed because the cattle are gonna be needing it. Now, I've had a few people asking me what we're gonna be doing with the cattle. At the end of the year, we're just gonna be selling them off because they are beef cattle, and we'll be getting some brand new ones in over winter. All right, we got everything out to the field here, and this truck needs a wash very badly, so we'll have to get around to that when we have a chance. But for the present, we're gonna be pretty busy. Not sure how many hay bale, or I guess straw bales, are out here. I think we got about 8, roughly. Not too many, but could turn a nice little profit off of this field. Originally, I was gonna use these for bedding up the cattle and some in feed, but we ended up buying some straw bales, so we have enough for the year, so these ones are just gonna get sold, make us some extra cash. You know what? I'm not too sure what happened here with this straw bale, but we'll just flip it back over. Yeah, I really do not know what happened there. Must have came out of the baler all wonky. Notice the loader is leaning to the left side a little bit. I think we might have a tire running low again. I'll have to get out and check it. I swear, if I gotta get the tire guy out here again, I'm gonna lose it. These tires are not cheap. Yeah, it is running low too. Dang it. Well, I don't know how much more we're gonna use this loader this year, so maybe we'll just top it up with some air and call it good. Well, the stack ain't gonna win any beauty prizes, but it'll work. We don't gotta go very far with these things to get them sold, so we'll call that good. All right, fingers crossed I don't get stuck going through here. Now we're good. Dooley's got it. It's got them big old mud tires. Terrible for driving in the highway. Great for driving in fields though. Well, made an extra $6 grand here. That's actually more than I was expecting, so I'm pretty happy with that. So I just hopped in the case here because we're grabbing the manure spreader. We got to get that big old manure pile that's been piling up for a while now out of here. It's got to go on the field. So we're gonna get this all loaded up and spread out. Now that's actually part of the reason why I went and bought that bucket, because I was sick of going back and forth with small little tractors loading up that manure spreader. This bucket should be able to do it in 1 or 2 scoops. That should make things a bit faster. That was my hope anyway. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This will make things real easy. There's still some manure in the pens there. We'll grab that a bit later. For now, I just want to try get the bulk of it out of here if we can. I'm not sure how many buckets this is going to take. I'm going to say about 2. Might be looking about 3. It's still better than the 20 we had to take with the small tractor. Well, it took about 3 full buckets from the loader there, but not too bad. A lot faster than the old 40-20. And this tractor is about to get very muddy going out of this field. Anyways, next year's crop off this hay field here should be very, very good. That's what I'm hoping anyway. We got a lot of manure, should be able to very easily cover this field, and then if it's too much, we still have extra after this field, we'll just go over to the oats field there and spread the rest on there real quick. Oh, that's trailer 1. Any more to go? Well, I'm just on my way to get the last load out to this field here. We have pretty much cleared up the entirety of the manure pile, minus a few little bits here and there. I don't think we're gonna go out to the oats field to do that because, well, there's just not enough there. There's maybe 2 loads there max with what's in the pen, so we're just gonna finish this off this field and call it good for manure spreading because we have a lot more things to do today. And I am gonna call that good. That field has loads of manure on it now, so fields next year should be through the roof. That's the hope anyway. Actually, before I put this back here, I should probably give it a wash because it is all super filthy and we don't want to be putting stuff away that is like that. Actually, before I do that, I am going to clean out the last of the manure that is in this pen here because we don't want to leave that in there. And then once there's enough again, we'll spread another field. But for now, there's not quite enough. That actually took care of that field about perfectly for the amount we needed. All right, out of the way, cows. Move. I got to get the last of this manure. It's probably going to take a few buckets is my guess. No escaping while I'm getting your manure out, cows. Just stay in your pen. And that's pretty near all of it. All right, get the equipment cleaned off here so we can get it all put away, except for the case because I still got to do a few more jobs with that thing. Oh, we are going to get it cleaned up anyway, but it's not getting put away just yet. So as I was getting the bale buster hooked up here, I got a call about my case tractor, the one that's sitting right next to the loader there. I've had it for sale for a little while now. I did ask you guys a few episodes back if we should sell it, and a lot of you guys said yes, because really, we just don't have a use for it right now. It just does not get used enough to justify keeping. And I have a guy coming to look at it with a semi truck and trailer, so I'm guessing he's gonna take it. We got it up for $45,000 right now, which doesn't seem terribly high for a tractor like that, but it is fairly high hours, so we got to keep that in mind. But even if we got 40 for it, I'd still be happy. That's still a very decent price, and it might actually be perfect timing because I'm supposed to go check out some equipment that a neighbor has a little bit later today that he just wants to get out of his yard, and supposedly some pretty cool stuff. But for now, we got to deal with the cattle. I want them guys to make me a lot of money. They probably will. Check out these expert bale processor skills. Look at this. Back right up to it. Grab the bale, or don't. Grab the bale, the straw bale. There we go. Look at that. First try of many. Something like that. And there we go. All the cows are bedded up. They should be nice and happy. And we're just gonna park this bale buster right back here for now. And of course, the tractor's already dirty again. I do not know how. Back at the pressure washer. Gotta keep the equipment clean and nice. Everyone always gives me crap for washing my equipment too much. You know what? If I have the time, I'm gonna do it to keep my equipment nice. I'm just running the 4020 over here over to the other farm, and we're gonna go grab the quad track there because we gotta get that set up for tillage here shortly. We will feed the cows a little bit later. The reason why we're not leaving it hooked up to the tub grinder is because we have quite a bit of feed here and we should be okay for a little while at least until after tillage. That's my hope anyway. I guess if we have to unhook it, it's not the end of the world, but if we can avoid that, that's better. And actually, tillage is like 99% of the reason why I bought this thing, because that tub grinder could be ran by pretty much, I don't know about any tractor we have here, but at least the John Deere could probably run it. Probably the same with our tillage, but yeah, you know what? It's nicer to have the big equipment around. Plus, I mean, our cultivator's red. If we had that on a green tractor, it'd just be looking a little weird. There we go. Look at that. Now, we already have this thing all greased up and ready to go. So later on today, if we do get the chance, I think I'm going to go test it out on the oats field there. I'm just trying not to scratch up my truck right now. Gotta be careful. But for now, we'll just park it right here. Well, we're on our way to the neighbor's place because we have to go take a look at some old abandoned farm equipment. Now, I know abandoned sounds like a pretty extreme word for farming equipment, but in this case, it kind of has been for a lot of years, about 10 years roughly, which is a lot. I think this is the spot right here. He said you just go on back past the white shed. His garage. That's one heck of a garage. Dang, I wonder what he keeps in there. Probably a nice sports car. Anyways, this is the stuff back here. Although he did make specifically clear the truck was not for sale at all. And it is, dang, it is a nice one too. You know what? I'd kind of like to have this thing, but yeah, we don't need anything else right now. I say that and we're literally looking at it. Old farm equipment here. So he's got a disc. It's just a smaller disc. Nothing too crazy. Gravity wagon. Very old corn harvester here. Like very, very old. And oh, is that what I think it is? So he told me about this. This is a John Deere 4455. Now we actually had something very similar to this back at the old farm. However, it was all cabbed in. It didn't have a front end loader. And I think the tracks were a bit shorter on it. They weren't as wide. Anyways, the story behind this stuff. Oh, also there's an old farm all, but we'll get to that in a minute. Anyways, the story behind this stuff is his brother had a farm quite a few years back, early 2000s. It's been running since way before that. Anyway, right around 2010, he sold the entire farm other than a few pieces of equipment, which are right here. And apparently he was quite the fabricator because he built this thing. Anyways, after that, what he didn't sell came here and they slowly sold off a couple little things. And this was pretty much all that was left. Now his brother unfortunately passed away and he was going to keep all this equipment, the other brother that's selling this all to me, but he's moving to a way smaller property and just can't handle keeping it. Now, something that comes with the deal here that I actually think is really cool, it is a small chunk of land, which we're just going to take a little ride over to, is right here. And it's this small field right here. It's planted in corn. Now, his brother was originally going to come out here and try to get some of the equipment back up and running again and try to do a little corn harvest, just this little chunk of land. I don't know. It's something to do with the neighbor they worked out. He bought this piece of land and all that. But, well, with everything that went on, he obviously isn't going to be able to harvest this corn here come very soon because it's just about ready. I don't know if they planted it. I don't know if they got the neighbor to plant it. I don't know the whole story behind it, but we do get with this deal the corn on here. We don't get the whole property Unfortunately, we don't get the little chunk of land right here, which I wish we did for the price we're going to be getting everything for, but we do get to harvest it, which might actually be kind of cool. Now, when my neighbor told me about this deal, I was kind of thinking, well, maybe I'll just get a corn head for the combine, but honestly, corn heads are very expensive, and frankly, what's on there wouldn't pay for it. So what I'm thinking we're going to do here, and of course, this deal was pending on if the equipment was in decent shape, and it seems to be for being abandoned for 10 years or more. I'm not really sure. He didn't give me exact dates, but what I'm thinking we're going to do is we're going to try get some of this stuff running, which it looks like it might, and just do the corn harvest ourselves with this stuff, which I think will be pretty dang cool. I gotta say, this Farmall, 1206 diesel, dude, this thing is like in immaculate shape. But yeah, I guess his brother used to build these crazy tractors. He actually used to have a few of them that he ran on his farm because he just liked them so much. They were so versatile and useful for just about everything, but this is the one he wanted to keep, so it's the one that stayed around. Anyways, everything seems good here, so the deal we worked out was $50,000 for all this, including what is on the cornfield. So these two tractors, disc, this corn harvester, and this gravity wagon, which might be a little expensive, but I'm willing to pay it because really I want this thing. It's so dang cool. So my mechanic buddy is going to come out here and we're going to see if we can get some of this stuff started, and I'm hoping to go as well. So my buddy with his big old mechanic truck just made it out here. He's working on the tractors, seeing if he can get them going. He's going to take a look at this corn harvester here. He's a mechanic at Case, so he kind of knows a little bit more about this stuff than I do. This is not a Case, but I'm sure he'll be able to work on it. At any rate, here, the tires on the disc here are actually all pumped up. I didn't think they'd be, but they are. And they're still holding there, so we're going to run this back to the farm. That way we don't got too much to tow back once he inevitably does get these tractors running, because he's a wizard at getting stuff that probably shouldn't run to run again. You know, I wonder if the truck would be able to pull this. I kind of want to try it. I don't know if it's a smart idea. I might blow a transmission, but I really do want to try it. So what's funny about this truck is it actually does have hydraulics. It's got a hydro bed on it so we can pick up bales and such. And I believe if I detach a connector in there or two, we should be able to lower this disc. So we're going to give it a try. I know it's probably not the smartest idea, but you know what? It's for science. Okay, so I managed to get it lowered down. Didn't really work the best with the bed hydraulics. I thought it'd work a bit better, but we got it to work. So we're going to see if this thing actually pulls it. Oh, with ease. Look at this. We're moving. This is ridiculous. It's actually going. Oh man, okay, I don't know if I'd do this again, but this is pretty dang cool. It's actually pulling it real easy. Like, it's nothing back there. All right, yeah, I think we're gonna get it lifted back up here, because if this thing hits a rock or something, yeah, I don't want anything to wreck. I don't know how much this hitch can take, especially since it's not the right hitch, as you can see. All right, let's get this back to the farm. So we're back here at my neighbor's house, and my buddy says the International is good to try, see if it works. He's still working on the John Deere, so I guess if it does work, we're gonna try get some of this stuff hooked up, take it back to the farm, and then we'll come back for the John Deere once it's running. If it does run, fingers crossed it does. I guess we're gonna give this one a try. Come on. Yeah, it's going. All right, first gear. Here we go. We're moving. This is actually pretty exciting. Some real old school equipment here. So me and my dumb ideas found out there was a hitch on the back of the gravity wagon. So we're taking one trip instead of two. This is gonna go great. All right, can we squeeze through here? Yeah, we got it. My buddy said the one gravity wagon tire has a pretty decent leak in it, so we're gonna rip back to the farm there. And I think there's actually one in the shed. One tire, not a whole nother gravity wagon, but another tire for this thing that I know holds air, so we should be able to get that changed up here real quick. And once this corn's ready, we'll be out here. And actually later today, I might put this International to, or keep calling it International, it technically is, but it's Farmall, for all of you who are going to correct me in the comments. But I think we're actually going to put this to some use later today with the feed wagon, because it does have a PTO, so we should be able to do that pretty easily. I think we'll get all this equipment organized later on, because everything's everywhere here at the moment, so just got to figure out what we need and what we don't. There we go, an extra $40,000 in my bank account, but the Case is leaving. Sad days, sad days. Hate to see this one go, but really it's not getting used at all anymore, so it's gotta go. And would you look at that, the farm's all nice, clean and organized. Got some stuff put away. I got the old Farmall here on the mixer wagon. We're gonna go mix up a batch of feed for the cows here. My buddy said the other John Deere at the other property there that we just bought it from is just about ready to go. So after we finish up this, we get to go pick that thing up, which I'm actually really excited for. I'm not sure how fast it goes. It might take a little while to get on back over here, but I don't think it'll take too long. That's my hope anyway. Grab some silage here. The next thing we actually might have to go and grind up some silage. But I think for now we'll be okay. Got some grass, silage, pellets, and now some straw, and this should finish off the load if it wants to dump in here. Huh, being weird. I'll figure it out. Took me a little bit, but I got a wagon full of feed here ready for the cattle. And I don't think they need any hay in their pen because they got to get them out in there already. So we'll just give them this and they should be good to go. I'm not even sure they're going to need it all. Well, they didn't end up needing too much here, so we'll just back this thing back in here and we can feed the rest of them when they need it. So I've been told the John Deere is good to go. I paid my mechanic buddy for his time there, $1,000. He did not charge me his normal rate, or else I'd be paying a lot more. But let's fire this bad boy up. All right, and fired up like it was nothing. He said he checked the lines for leaks, checked the tracks over, gave everything a bit of a grease, checked the oil. It's all good. Oh man, this thing's cool. This is awesome. Oh, I've needed one of these since I sold the last one we had. Oh, this is so dang cool. And it can lift itself up pretty decent amount. Well, I'm gonna pay the guy and get the heck out of here. I'll have to come back for my truck later on, but for now, we'll just get this back to the farm. And it does actually cruise pretty good. We're not even at full speed yet. And with that, we're down to $55,000, which isn't too bad. We still got a lot of money gonna be coming in here this year, so I'm not too worried. We still have a loan out for quite a bit of money. I think around $180,000, $185,000. I could be wrong there, but I don't think we'll have a problem paying it. Well, unless something else major breaks down here. I might have just jinxed myself there, but we're gonna hope not. I swear that dude has the exact same Dodge I used to have, the one that we recovered there from the pond, the river. Huh. In fact, that might be it. He might have bought it from the auction there. I didn't actually end up buying it back because we just didn't need it. So yeah, maybe he did buy it. I'll have to go over there and ask him. Now, I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna be using this tractor for. Frankly, we just sold one, so we don't really need another one, but I'm sure in the time being I'll find a use for it. Actually, this might be really cool on the grain cart. Who knows? I'm sure I'd be able to pull it if it gets wet enough out there, but I mean, this thing would work pretty dang good for moving bales. It just turns on a dime. And would you look at that? It's harvest time. Anyways, we got $55,000 in the account, and by the time we're finished harvesting this, it's gonna be a lot more. Well, not actually, because we're not selling it right now because the prices are terrible, but once we do sell it, our bank account's gonna be looking a lot better. However, besides that, I have found a small problem. You see, this header is pretty decent size, you know, not too bad, but the entrance to this field is a little bit different. This entrance, it's too small and ain't gonna work. And then the other entrance, the main entrance that we use, is, well, also too small. So the only solution to this is a header trailer. Now, I don't have a header trailer, but I do have a neighbor down the road that does have one. So we're gonna go borrow that quick, load the header on there, drive it through there, and then hook it back up. Yeah, that's basically it. We have to go get a header trailer for all that. But first, the cows are needing some feed here, so we got to get them fed. We already have a batch of feed already mixed up for them, so this should be pretty simple. There we go. Make sure these guys are all nice and fed up. Also, at some point, I'm going to need to get the manure out of the pasture there. I don't want that sitting in there. But for now, we got harvest to deal with. All right, that should keep them fed for a while. We'll just park this right here. I don't really feel like backing it into that little space in the barn for the moment. So I went ahead here and hopped in the old Duramax. We're just going to run over to my buddy's farm real quick, grab that header trailer, and we're going to run right back because I want to get harvesting. It's supposed to rain tonight, so we're probably not going to get to the other field, the big one at least. I'm not too sure if it's ready yet. I haven't checked it, but I'm assuming it is or very close to. And it looks like our mini cornfield is also ready to go. So we'll have to get to that too. Lots of stuff to do. Check it out. Header trailer acquired. This should do the job nicely, except we're going to have a case header on a John Deere header trailer. Okay, so I got my header here, and we're literally going to drop it on the trailer and take it through the gate. That is just ridiculous. But gotta do what you gotta do. This header trailer is also slightly too small, but I think it will work. We can get the header on there. Come on now. That'll work. And this header trailer can turn on a dime. That is awesome. Now let's just hope my truck doesn't get stuck going through here. It is getting covered in mud though. Now we should be able to make it through. Come on, Duramax. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's try not to destroy too much crop if we can help it. Yeah, we can't really help it. Yeah, that'll work. So the hope is that the combine does not decide it's going to burn down this time. I mean, the case technicians checked it all over. It should be good to go. But we do have a full water trailer on standby just in case. I have prepared. I should probably get that hooked up to something. But I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be all right. Yeah, there's no way in heck the header would have ever made it through that little opening there. Even the bigger one back there, still not big enough. Get this all attached up here. There we go. And I'm just going to whip this truck on out of here. Destroying loads of crop along along the way. We don't got to return the header trailer right this second, but I am going to give it a bath before we return it because I just covered it in mud as well. I'm just going to clear out a quick spot here, all the stuff we trampled down for the grain cart. There we go. My straw spreader wasn't on apparently. That's weird. Got it on now though. I'm just thankful that the storm did not take out our crop like it did last year because that would have sucked. I don't want to have to go through selling another farm. Although I don't think we would have done that. I think we would have been able to make it work with the cattle, but it would have been close. We also have way more equipment than we need, so probably could have sold something there. Anyways, I should be able to get a headland done before needing a grain cart, so we're just going to do that real quick. This field is not terribly big, but I'm guessing it's still going to be a few bank loads. That's the hope anyway. I fertilized the crap out of it, so let's hope we get a good yield. Oh, you know what? I did not realize there was an entrance down here. Still not big enough for the header, but would have been out of the mud. Oh well, you live, you learn. I'm wondering if I should cut 2 headlands here. I think we'll be good on the tank if we do that. Yeah, we'll cut 2 real quick. Why not? That pretty much finishes off the field, but oh well. And we should be good on headlands. I just kind of wanted 2 passes there. Makes turning just a bit easier. Break out the old 8410 here. Man, I love this tractor. And we don't get to use it too much. Could have thrown the quad track on this, I guess, but John Deere's funner. Oh boy, covered in mud. I was just looking at the yield monitor here, and it looks like we're gonna be making some serious cash when we decide to sell all this. Gonna be bringing in some record profits for the farm, which is really, really nice. In fact, of all the farms we've had, well, I guess this will only be the second one, but it will be record profits for sure. Yields are through the roof, and I'm thinking prices are going to be too later this year, so I'm hoping things go that way at least. That is, if this field yields about the same as this other field here, which it should. They're right next to each other. They were fertilized the exact same time, everything, so we should be good there. Man, I thought I had it lined up perfectly for one last pass. Not quite. The tiniest little bit here on the side that we're gonna have to take a whole nother pass for. Oh well. And that is it for this field. I think we're gonna give the other field over here another day or 2 just so it dries up just a tad bit more, but not to worry, we got loads of other stuff to do, including that cornfield right there, which is ready to go. So I think we might give that a try. I don't know how all this old iron equipment's gonna work, but we'll have to see. We got a good bit out of this field, almost a full cart. That was more than I was expecting. I'm pretty happy with that. We'll just get this out of here, and it's got to go into a bin here ASAP so I can get to drying. And I was gonna have to grab the semi to get this into the auger here. We're gonna have to set up here in a second, but since we have it a gravity wagon, I might just use that. That actually might be easier because I can't dump directly from the grain cart into the auger. So I'm thinking a gravity wagon might be just a bit simpler. I was gonna use the Westfield auger, but this other auger might just work for these smaller bins here. Well, there's one piece of the puzzle ready to go, and here's number 2. This should make things a lot simpler than having to maneuver a semi in there. We'll only use that thing once we gotta actually haul the grain into town. Let's see if we can just scoot on in here. There, would you look at that? Works pretty dang good. Grain cart dumps into the gravity wagon, and gravity wagon feeds it on up into the auger, and the auger feeds it up into the bin. I am darn happy with that. Probably gonna take a little while because this auger's pretty dang slow. Actually, this is almost unloaded. That gravity wagon can sure hold a lot. And we'll just probably use this exact same setup once we decide we want to harvest the other field. And that's all for that. Perfect. So I have gathered up here some of my old iron, and we're gonna go give some corn harvesting a shot here with this old thing. I don't know how it's gonna go. This thing has seen some better days, so I guess time will tell. Luckily, this spot is just up the road, so we don't gotta spend 3 hours driving these things back and forth. Corn prices aren't too bad right now, so we might just take it all in and sell it since we're not farming any other corn. It just makes things easier for the bins. We only got so many of those. One bin has oats, one bin has soybeans, 2 of the other bigger ones got fertilizer and seed, and then the other one is a backup for soybeans if we need it. So I don't want to fill the backup one up if I can help it. There is a chance I might have underestimated the scope of this job. It may take a little while, but I guess we got all day here. Well, not all day, what's left of the daylight. We'll try and make the most of it. That is, if we don't have any breakdowns, which with this old stuff, it's not always a guarantee. You're kind of running with a 50-50 shot. But I think I've got everything going right here. Oh yeah, look at that. Try not to miss any bits if I can help it too. Yeah, this tank ain't very big. Probably gonna have to empty out a few times. So since this corn harvester is only one-sided here, we just gotta flip around the other way. By the way, this is only a 2-row corn harvester, so it doesn't exactly have speed harvesting on its resume, but it does work. That's the important part. Well, that's that, and we're already full. Let's go see if we can actually empty out this thing here real quick. Oh, there it goes. It's working. So we're just about full here, and I've had this corn harvester plug up on me twice now. I think maybe one of the chains is starting to go. I don't know. There's not exactly a nice reverse button on this harvester here, so it's a pain to unplug. Ah, crap. I think it's plugging again, and I just broke a shear pin. That's great. Ah, man. Okay. Well, I guess let's go unload this thing. The gravity wagon's pretty much full, so I guess we'll just go deal with that, and then I gotta come back here and see what I can do about this thing plugging up. Yeah, I think one of those chains is definitely not working properly. Okay, I guess let's take this over to the elevator there and see what they'll give us for it. I'm not sure if it's gonna be too much. It's probably not the highest grade stuff with the harvester we're using, but be a little bit of money. Oh, gotta throw on the 4-ways. There we go. Lucky for me, the elevator is not terribly far away from the farm. It'll take us a little while to get there, but it's better than it being over an hour and a half away, which is the other one. At least an hour and a half away with this tractor. It's about, 20 minutes with the semi, which usually they tend to give a better price, but yeah, I'm not taking this all the way over there just to get a slightly better price. Probably cost me more in fuel in the end. Well, we sure as heck aren't going to be millionaires. $4,434. I'll take it though. All right, so I got this thing back at the farm here. I tried taking some stuff off of it. It turns out the belt that runs these feeder chains here is pretty much toast. It was smoking a bunch and it's pretty much gone. Should have probably checked that. And then one of the bearings here in the front is pretty much gone as well, and that's also stopping one of the chains from turning. So I gotta order some parts here if I can even find parts for this thing. So I guess we're done corn harvesting for a little bit. Who would have already had that knocked out a long time ago if I just went and bought a dang corn header. Oh well. I think in the meantime here though, we're gonna go do some tillage real quick because I want to try this big thing that we bought out. All it's done is grind some feed for the cattle. So it's time we actually put this thing to work. I could put it on the auger, and that'd probably really put it to the test. Some serious horsepower you gotta pull there to get that thing going. Not like I can do it with my 20 horsepower garden tractor. Oh man, we're getting it all muddy. I had it so clean before. Oh, there's a little strip that we did with our truck in the last episode. Oh yeah, look at this. With ease. With ease. This is pretty dang nice. Looks like these guys already got their corn crop off. Not even the first ones out in the field yet. It's ridiculous. I must have done this yesterday. Or maybe it was the day before. I'm not really too sure. Well, got this field all tilled up. And that is all the work done for the case for now. Until we get both these fields done, they gotta be tilled up. But the thing did pretty dang good. It just needs a bath again. So I went ahead and ordered the parts for the corn harvester there. $200. Not too bad. We're just gonna get some of the manure out of the cattle pen here real quick. These guys would move out of the way. Come on now. Oh, now he's just going under my bucket. There we go. Last bucket out of the pen. Man, I love this loader. It works so dang great. Best purchase I ever made. And especially this new bucket. This thing helps a lot too. So there is rain currently in the forecast. So we're going to try get this soybean field done as soon as possible. I hope we can finish it in time. So I guess we're going to have to see. But this field that we harvested yielded very, very well. So I'm hoping the other one yields just as well, if not better. Better would be ideal because we need some cash and we need it bad. Just had to run across the field here to grab my header. I made a call to one of my neighbors, Freddie, there. And Freddie on occasion comes out and helps on the farm when I need a little bit of a hand. And I think he's coming out in a little bit here to help us get this harvest and tillage done. Hopefully before the rain comes. I doubt we're going to get into tillage today. But if we do, he will be a big help. So I'm debating on if I can actually get around this field without needing the grain cart. My guess is yes. We're gonna try to do that as soon as we get the headlands done. Once Freddie gets here, he can take over and I can start running cart back and forth. But I mean, it's soybeans, so they don't usually yield too crazy, but I might be able to get on the cornfield if I have time. All right, yield's starting to come in here on the monitors. It's not looking too bad. I mean, these are the outside rows, so time will tell once we get a little more into the field here. And that should about do it for the headlands. So Freddie's going to be here in just a few minutes. I'm just going to leave the combine here ready to go for him. I'll actually just leave it running because no point in shutting it off for 2 minutes while he gets here. He already knows what to do. He's ran one of these longer than I've been alive, so we'll just let him do that. And I am going to go run this header trailer back to the neighbor because I've had it for too long already. So, oh, I should probably wash it first. Yeah, we're gonna go wash it quick. And then hopefully I can rip back here with the grain cart just in time to unload Freddy. Can't bring back a piece of dirty equipment. It don't work that way. Gotta make sure it's all nice and clean before you bring it back. May as well wash the truck here too while we're at it, since it is filthy as well. There we go, that should do it, nice and clean. Well, I'm just ripping back to the farm here. I went ahead and dropped off that header trailer. I got our corn harvester back up and running because in the last video it ended up breaking down. We got the new part, we got it fixed, and there's not too much left to do, so we'll get to that if we can, because I'd like to get that crop off there. Anyways, I think Freddy's out there. Yep, Freddy's going. So we're gonna run back, grab the grain cart, and get him unloaded. I'll set up the gravity wagon later today if I get a chance to load what we need into the bin. I'm thinking though we might be able to get away with just using this to store it all in just for the time being. I'm not sure how much is in that field exactly, so I guess we'll see. This thing needs a wash too. It is filthy as well. And then sadly after harvest I actually have to return this grain cart because it is a demo and we can't keep it forever. Oh, is that Freddy's new quad? Freddy at coffee yesterday was telling me all about this new quad that he bought, and it's the greatest thing ever. I said, I don't know, my Honda's pretty hard to beat. What is this, Yamaha Grizzly? It's pretty nice. I'll give him that. He can't see me from here. Yeah, we'll take it for a quick ride. I mean, I'll give it to him. His suspension is a lot better than mine. That's for sure. Oh yeah, this thing handles so dang nice. Okay, I may have to get me one of these. Although I can see this thing breaking down. My Honda is still going. Let's hope he didn't see me riding his quad. Well, Freddy just radioed me here. He said he's just about full, so we're gonna get him unloaded. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, relax, Freddy. I'm coming. No need to put your beacons on. There we go. This works real nice. A lot better than doing it with just one person. All right, so I'm gonna leave the cart here because it's probably gonna be a while till Freddy's filled back up again and he can just dump into the cart if he needs. And I'm gonna go try work on that cornfield there because that's still gonna take a while. I was thinking about stealing his quad, but the farm's not too far. I can get a bit of cardio in. Fire up the old 4020 here, old reliable, and we'll get her out to the cornfield there. So I did a little testing. This corn harvester here should be good to go now. Just took a pass with it, and everything seemed to work fine again, which is good. Means we can actually get this done. Old school corn chopping. It's a bit more enjoyable than sitting in a big old combine. I mean, not for long periods of time by any means, but for a little small field like this, it's not too bad. I'm running over corn. Oh boy. But yeah, I definitely would not want to do my entire farm like this. I don't know about that one. We'd be out for a few months just harvesting. Plus, if you get a really hot day, can't imagine this open cab is too fun. Harvester's full, time to unload. Well, I am on my very last pass here, and it looks like Freddy is still going in the distance there. He did radio me and tell me that the grain cart is full, so we got to go empty that. But in order to do that, I have to empty out my gravity wagon. So we're gonna finish this up, go run the last of the corn to the co-op there, and then we can deal with the grain cart. But I think he is pretty close to getting full again, so hopefully we can get it all done in time. Freddy can't be missing Wheel of Fortune tonight, so he's gonna have to get going here pretty soon. Well, this will be the last of the corn. It was fun while it lasted. This was actually quite a fun little project. The question is, should we sell the old iron here? Because I'm not too sure if we should just keep it or just make a little money and sell it. If you guys have any suggestions, put them down in the comments. Wait a second. I could do this a lot quicker. Yeah, here we go. This is the way to do it. We'll get there in no time. My guess is the amount of money we're gonna get for this corn is about gonna cover Freddy for the day. So of course I have to pay Freddy. You don't work for free. All right, let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, 3,100 bucks. And it looks like I've caught myself on the side of the building here. That's not good. Let's back her up. I got it out. So anyway, 3,100 plus whatever we got from the last load. I think that covers our fuel and that covers Freddy for the day. So pretty happy about that. Whoa, slammed on the brakes and the back end of the gravity wagon went up there. That's a bit strange. But yeah, our fuel for getting that crop out and then covering Freddy there. So I'm pretty happy about that because we didn't have any input cost on that. When we bought the equipment, what was in that field came with it. But we don't own the field, unfortunately. Yeah, look at that. The gravity wagon goes up. What the heck? All right, so I'm just gonna drop that there and we'll go run and grab the grain cart. Freddy just radioed me here. He is like 90% full, so we're probably gonna have a bit of downtime there, but it is what it is. Not much I can do about that. Well, it sure as heck ain't perfect. I had to move the gravity wagon just a little bit because we had to move the auger just a touch, but we got grain going into the bin. That's all that matters. All right, that's all from the grain cart. I'm gonna go run and unload Freddy there because he is full. We want to try get this field finished ASAP because rain is on the way. Unloading Freddy on the go here again. When I pulled up, the guy was taking a freaking nap. The heck, man? Sleeping on the job, except I'm a terrible grain cart driver. Spilling grain all over the place. Well, may as well go unload this one too, because by the time he gets that finished there, it's probably gonna not all fit in here. Although once prices hit their max at the end of this year, we should have some serious cash. I hope anyway, or else we may have some problems. So bottom right corner here, it looks like we have 31,000 liters here so far. That's probably 32. Yeah, it's gonna be a crap ton of money. All right, how's Freddy looking? I think he's got 2 more passes left here, maybe 3. Yeah, something like that. Probably 3 more. Well, since he's got a little bit more left to go, I'm going to run into town, grab some lunch for the both of us here, and by the time I get back, he should be done. There, what did I tell you? Freddy's finished up the field. I guess we're going to have some lunch quick, and then I'm going to deal with the rest of soybeans here. I'll finished up lunch, and I don't think we're going to get to any tillage today, because it's starting to sprinkle out right now, and we're just not even going to start going there if it's going to start raining, so we'll probably leave that tomorrow if it doesn't rain too much tonight. We'll have to wait and see. Well, that is a wrap on harvest for me. I got some of the equipment out of the fields there, so everything's kind of back in the yard now. And crazy thing, I was just pulling the gravity wagon out of the way, and guess what snaps? The freaking wheel on it. So I guess it's gonna stay here for now. And yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. I guess we're gonna have to get that fixed. But I gotta say, I'm not too happy about it. Anyways, my neighbor just called me and asked me if he could borrow my John Deere here. He is down a grain cart tractor here right now, and he has the grain cart and everything, so he doesn't want to use ours, which it's not even ours technically anymore because harvest is over. We got to take it back to the dealership, but he needs an auger tractor, so we're just gonna lend this out to him for however long he needs it. He's just about done harvest, so probably only another day or two. May as well wash the grain cart while we're at it. Want to bring it back nice and clean. We'll do a quick service on it too before we take it back, but he's gonna come pick up the tractor here in a little bit, so I guess we're gonna be a tractor down, but that shouldn't be a problem because we have too many already. Well, it's the next day here, and we got pelted with rain last night. So I've been debating all morning if I should get out in the fields and try to do some tillage, except I got to do a bunch of stuff around here today. So I think I might get Freddy to go out. He's coming over right now, and we're going to see if we can get some tillage done. I'm not too worried about this field right here because it doesn't have very many low spots, but this field over here has quite a few, except actually this one does have one down by the corner. So I don't know. It's kind of a bad idea all the way around, but we need to get this tillage done. So I think we're going to give her a try anyway. There's more rain on the way, so I just don't want to be waiting forever to get this all tilled up. I'm just going to try get this through that small gate here for Freddy. That way he can get to work as soon as he gets here. You just look how much more muddy this has gotten here. The quad track's good. It's got lots of traction, but it's getting pretty dang muddy out here. Well, it looks like Freddy's off to the races all the way down there at the end of the field here, and I have got some cattle to take care of here. These guys need some feed. Well, I guess we're going to be using this thing because the old 4020 is still in the field there, and I haven't really gotten to use this thing, and I'd like to because it's actually fun to drive. It should work very nicely. Oh yeah, this thing works great. You can spin right around on a dime, you know, gotta spend time going back and forth trying to turn. This is perfect. I'm actually probably gonna use this for loading manure too, because it should work good for that. And we are just about out of feed in here, so I'm guessing we're gonna have to also grind some feed here shortly. That is if this weather lets us. If the sun stays, we should be good. Grab some hay and some straw here, and that should about do it for this load. Well, I was just hopping in the case here, just about to go give the cows a load of feed, and Freddy calls me and tells me he got the tractor stuck. Like the quad track that he's operating right now, got the thing absolutely buried. And my second biggest tractor is out at a neighbor's right now, and this is kind of the biggest one we have that has the most traction. So I don't know how bad it is. I hope this thing can pull it out, or else we might be screwed. You know, I really wasn't that worried about low spots in that field, in that particular one at least. The other field, yes, but this one, not so much. But I guess leave it to Freddy to find them, and I hope this isn't bad. I guess we have the wheel loader if we need, but that ain't gonna have enough traction. Those tires are crap on it, so I'm guessing this is about the only thing that's gonna be able to do it. Oh yeah, he done did it. He found the low spot. I didn't even see that there. It's like a sinkhole. Oh man. Well, let's try to figure this one out. Well, we're gonna try do this without having to detach the cultivator here. We may have to. I know it's not probably the smartest idea, but it's what we got. Because to try to get this detached, it's gonna be a big pain. So we're gonna try pull it without doing that, and if we can't get it, then I guess we're gonna detach that, or maybe get the loader over here. I'm not too sure. Okay, we're giving it a try here, and it appears we are just sitting here spinning. Oh, we get a little turning action going here. John Deere is giving her all she's got. Oh, it's moving a little bit. Moving a little bit. Oh, come on. Come on, we're so close. It is like slightly moving here, but this John Deere is having a heck of a time trying to do it. Okay, cultivator is detached. We're gonna try give her a go now. Oh yeah, it's moving. There we go, we're out. Okay, case is out. We're gonna try get the cultivator out with this thing since it's a bit lighter. It's got a bit of a different track setup. Now he tried backing out, but he was sunk right down, but mine has a loader, so I can actually try and scoot my way out of here. Oh, we're making some progress. There she goes. Yeah, it all just kind of sunk in all at once there, so not much you can do about that. Fall is upon us here, and we have finished harvest. Now, the fields are still just a little bit wet, but they've been drying up pretty good. We do have some more rain on the way, so I think we're going to try and get all of this ripped up here so we can be done with that and get to some more important things. I am probably going to have to spread some manure today because that pile is starting to pile up here, and we got a bit in the cattle pen here. Okay, then I think I gotta also grind up some food for him, so there's gonna be a lot of work to do. Anyways, I'm gonna go finish this small field that's right beside the farm here real quick, and then I think Freddy is gonna come out and run the cultivator for the big field, just that way we can finish that up, and that's all done. And I can work on some other things. We also have to clean up the combine, get that serviced, get it all put away for winter. I've heard tell of snow possibly soon, so you never know. I hope there's not, but I guess if there is, we'll have to deal with that. Yeah, this is only gonna be about 2 passes here and we'll finish this one right up. And it looks like we dug ourselves a pretty decent hole from the tractor getting stuck there, so we may have to fill that up as well. I don't have any dirt on the farm though, so I may have to get some hauled in. All right, and that is it for this field. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead here and park the tractor for Freddy, and he can get to work on it whenever he gets here. This field might take a little while, so he might be at it for a tad bit, but frees up our day just a little bit. Really gotta put a quad on the front of that thing. This cardio is getting ridiculous. All right, time to get this combine all washed up and serviced up because it is filthy at the moment here. Can I scooch in past the Duramax here? I think I just can. Yeah, that's an insurance claim waiting to happen. Smack the header on the truck. That would not be ideal. We'll just get it all washed up here real quick. I'll do a little bit of service and she'll be put away for the winter. I think we're gonna stick it in this shed here. Yeah, I was gonna stick it in the one on the other side of the farm here, but that one's, I think it's gonna get filled up here by the time we get everything else in there. So this shed over here still has a ton of room. It's gonna work a little bit better. Also, I gotta get a longer hose on the pressure washer. Can hardly make it out to the combine. Can't quite squeeze the machine in with the header on it, so it is getting put out here. Much as I hate to have stuff outside, just better than having to spend a bunch of money on a header trailer just to get it inside a shed. And that'll do it. And there goes Freddy. He's on the job. So I'm just on my way back from my neighbor's house. He had to borrow my tractor for a spare grain cart tractor because his one decided it was going to go out. So he asked if I could lend mine out for a day or so. And, well, he got her done. So I get my tractor back. Just rip on into the yard here, grab the grain cart, and that's got to go back to the dealership because it was just a demo for harvest season, and that is it. Eventually, I'm going to have to buy another one, but we'll be good for quite a few months. And I don't think I'd buy one with duals. I mean, it's great, don't get me wrong, but it's just way too wide. Like, we could take up a whole lane and then some. Kind of ridiculous. Finally decided it was time to bring home some of the old iron we got here out of the cornfield. It's just been sitting out there for the last couple days. So we'll get it back to the farm, and I think I have a buyer for this farmall and the corn harvester, which will be nice. I love the farmall, it's just, I don't know. We don't really need it. That and a lot of guys suggested we get rid of it in the comments. But before we sell all this, it's got to get washed and cleaned up because it's also muddy as heck. Everything out here just gets ridiculously muddy way too fast. I do not understand it. So as I was getting everything cleaned up here, I got a call from the buyer. Well, he's no longer the buyer, I guess. He backed out on the deal here, so... Actually, where should I park this? I'm just going to park it in the shed for now. I have an auction place that's down the road there that I take occasionally stuff to. And they got a sale coming up here in another week or so. And this is going to be going there and getting sold. So who knows how much it's going to bring. It'll probably bring more than what I was going to sell for it here or something like that. I'm thinking if we should send anything else there. I'm not sure what else at the moment. I'll have to take a look around the farm. Hey, Freddy, you're not supposed to go on the neighbor's land, man. You can see him back there. He's turning on the neighbor's land. I don't know why he's not doing a headland. Yeah, man. Well, he's old. Kind of gets to do whatever he wants, I guess. You know, I have really got to stop accepting calls from dealerships because they'll always let me know when they have a sale going on of something. And, well, this time they got me. Yep.
I got a snowblower. I figured we were gonna need it for the winter. 5,100 bucks, which is actually really cheap. A heck of a sale, but yeah. I can't believe they got me. We needed it anyway. We weren't gonna not have a snowblower around the farm. You know, I wonder if we could back a straw bale up to this and just use it as kind of like a straw blower. I wonder if that would work. Huh, probably would. And I know what you're saying. Well, Austin, you have a loader. Why would you need a snowblower? The loader does not have heat. And I'm sure as heck not gonna be running that in the winter without no heat. So yeah, tractor it is. This has great heat. So in the last episode, we had the gravity wagon wheel break off here. Spent the last 45 minutes getting it fixed. It's finally back on here, so we got this back up and going. I didn't want to bring out a jack because the ground's super soft here, so I just used the dang tractor. I didn't think it would be able to lift this thing, but I guess it can. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. No! First the one side breaks, then it's the other. Screw this. Screw this. I'm pulling this thing out of the way and it's sitting till next year because I am not dealing with this bull crap. You know what? I don't even want to see this thing every day. I'm just taking it over to the other farm and it's getting parked in a back corner. There we go. That's good. Now this house that I bought with the property, it was supposed to be torn down forever ago, and I just haven't gotten around to it, so I don't know if it's going to be done this year. Probably going to do it in the spring, if anything. So this Duramax that I bought a little while ago, it came with a bale bed, and I have not had a chance to use it, so today we're actually going to put it to use for once. The cows need a bale in their pen, so we're going to see if we can deal with this. Except these bales are not exactly stacked to work for this. All right, I got one here. Took a little while, but I got one. We're just gonna set it down. Don't tip on me now. Don't tip on me. I want to try to pick this up the right way. There we go. Ah, yeah, actually works pretty nice. I know you're supposed to set it right down on the bed, but with how I picked this thing up and with how the little feed dispensers on the truck there, ain't gonna work like that. So we'll just put it up here like this. Now, normally you're supposed to lay them down, kind of like this right here, right about like that, and you're supposed to kind of just roll them out. Yeah, it's supposed to roll. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so you're supposed to roll them out like that after you cut the net wrap and all that. But since we have such a small pen and that's a lot of waste feed, we're not doing that. I'm gonna see if I can get it into the bale feeder, and I don't think it's tall enough. No, okay, let's try repick this thing up another way. Is it gonna work? Come on, come on. Yeah, that actually worked better than I thought it would. It's not the most ideal setup, but it does work. So since we got the time here, I'm actually gonna go and spread some manure. And actually, since we're just gonna use the John Deere with the tracks on it, we have all the turning radius we need. So we don't gotta park a million miles away from the pile like we used to have to do with the loader. The bucket's not as big, so it doesn't go as quick, but actually, with the time we're gonna save loading it up this way, I imagine might actually be quicker. But first, I gotta grab the stuff from the pen. Out of the way, cows. Come on now. Hey, check this out. No 20-point turns for me. Just zip right around and you got it already back where you wanted to be. Except the manure spreader's full. So we're just gonna park this over here. And this stuff's just gonna be going right on the field right next to the farm here, because we already got all the grass fields we want to get. Except this tractor seems like it's having a bit of a hard time getting through here. Oh man, it's spinning. And it looks like off in the distance there, Freddy is still going hard on that field, so hopefully gets that finished up here very soon. I need that tractor. This is actually about gonna work out perfect. I have made one lap around the field. Nearly perfect. Another turn? Yeah, that did it. That did it. I can't talk apparently. It looks like we are down to our last load of manure here. I'm just cleaning up the last little bits of what's left. And I'm pretty sure Freddy is just about done cultivating the field there. So we could probably get to getting some feed ready for the cattle. They're not going to be here too much longer, but a couple of weeks at least. So they're going to need a decent amount. And that is the last bucket. This tractor's been having a hard time in the mud, so we're just ripping through it as fast as we can. And it seems to get through it okay, if you're going fast enough, of course. It looks like we're not going to get the full field fertilized here, but a good chunk of it. That should help with yields next year. Well, Freddy got the field all finished up here. I'm taking the tractor back. He decided he was going to go home, and I got to wash this thing because it is also filthy. And we got a whole line of equipment here that needs to be cleaned up. That and a few things to be serviced and put away for the end of the year here, since we're pretty much finished up most of the field work. Well, I guess all of it. That was kind of the last thing to do, was get that manure spread and get the last of the cultivating done. I'm just getting the old Mac moved out of the way here. That way we can get the cultivator in there. And I've actually got to do an oil change on this thing here real quick. So once we have the time, we'll get around to that. Well, everything's serviced, put away. Got the quad track here. Gonna go grind some
feed, get this thing actually working a little bit, because that cultivator is about nothing for it to pull, so this thing actually takes some horsepower. And as you can see, we are pretty much completely out of feed, so it's definitely time to grind some. So we're in the straw bay first here, so we're gonna grab some straw, probably only 2 bales, because we don't need a whole lot of that, and I'd like to leave some for bedding. We got deer in here running around going crazy, eating my bales. Drop these in here real quick. This one wants to come off the bucket. Come on now. There we go. Oh, it fell out. There she goes. Grinding up some straw. Well, that's the straw done. I got a pretty big pile going in there because I didn't want to have to grind again before we sent out the cattle. So that'll definitely work, I think. Just drop these ones on in here. That is if they want to... Yep, there we go. I was going to say, if they didn't want to come off the bucket, I got to give them a little bit of a shake. Now, the reason why we use this tractor as opposed to the other John Deere is this one can move with an articulating motion, which allows us to kind of maneuver the belt a little bit more on the back there. We can kind of spread out the pile a bit more evenly. It's definitely not the way you're supposed to run this thing, but I do anyway. Seems simpler. Just getting the silage bales here before we go and put them in the grinder. We gotta take the plastic off because that'll clog up that grinder pretty good, and we don't want that. There we go. Let's see, can I grab 3 of these at once? I don't know. I got it. 3 at once. That is ridiculous. The loader is definitely weighed down a little bit, but we actually got it. Now, obviously, we're not going to put all 3 at once in there. That'd be a bit much for the processor. And there we go. That's the last of our silage all ground up there. I think it should be enough. And for now, I'm just going to park this back here. I'm going to have to bring this back to the main farm, get it all serviced up and put away for the winter. Because we're not keeping cattle over the winter. Because that's just too much of a hassle and I don't have enough feed to sustain cattle for the winter. So having them for mostly over the early spring, summer, and fall is perfect for me. Snow hit and it hit hard. Anyways, it's another day back out here on the farm. We've got $55,000, and actually, since we sold a few pieces of equipment, we got an extra $15,000, which I will take. We sold a international tractor and a pull-type corn harvester. That is now out of the farm, but we got a lot of stuff to do today, but we got hit with so much snow, it is ridiculous. Look, check this out. If we go to the road, look how tall the piles of snow are around here. Look at this. So it is a good thing I went ahead and made a purchase in the last episode of a brand new snowblower for my John Deere here. Look at this thing. It's a beast. So I'm hoping this should do the job of cleaning up the yard because before we even get around to selling off our grain for the year, we got to get this all cleaned up. All right, I hope this thing decides it's going to start here because it is awfully cold out. Oh yeah, fires right up. We didn't have it plugged in or anything. All right, so I've been letting the tractor warm up here for the last 20 minutes, make sure she's nice and toasty for me. Got the heat cranked up. Let's see what this new snowblower can do. Now, the only sucky thing is we've got duals on the tractor, which is definitely not ideal because the blower width is not as much as the duals, so we're gonna be skipping over a few little parts here, but we're gonna try do it to the best of our abilities. I should probably get the snowblower going over this way. We also got to feed the cattle here. Now, they're not actually gonna be here much longer. We have a semi truck coming in the next 2 days or so to come get these guys because I told them as soon as winter hit, at least I was telling the auction mart that I am no longer keeping cattle at my place, so they're gonna be leaving here shortly. And besides that, we are running low on feed, so this is probably gonna be the last time we're feeding them. So we aren't going to be snowblowing the entirety of the yard, just to basically where we need to get, which I'm also going to have to go into the other yard there because that is also full of snow. And I think the snowplow left a big old pile for us to try and get rid of in the driveway there, so that should be fun. At any rate, our money situation is looking just a tad bit tight here for the end of the year. We got $70,000 and we got $185,000 worth of loan to pay off. So our goal is to get that paid off. If we can't do that with selling everything, which I believe we should just be able to, we're gonna possibly sell a piece or 2 of equipment that we're not really using, but I don't think we'll need to do that. I guess time will tell. Well, that's the main driveway done. Still got to get up by the bins there. That's the most important part. That's where all our money's sitting right now. Except I have a tractor and an auger in the way. That's not ideal. I'll just kind of go around them here for the moment. We may have to get the loader in here to try and scoop some of this out if we can. There's not too much in here. Not a whole bunch blew in here overnight. So I think we'll be all right as long as we can get in and out of here with the semi. That's the most important part. Well, that should do it for in here. Just got to take a ride over to the other farm there. Get the driveway cleaned out there. Oh yeah, I was right. There is a big old pile of snow right in front of our driveway here. That is not ideal. Well, let's hope this old snowblower can actually get through it. Look at the pile we're making here. This is nuts. We don't really got to get in here too much, just enough so we can pull the good old case in here with the feed mixer on it. And actually, speaking of the case, I got to get that quad track in a shed and put away for the year. I didn't think it was going to snow this early, but well, I guess it did. Might just see if I can get that old loader fired up there and move it out of the way so we can get right up by the shed. I'll at least warm it up. All right, please start. Oh, there we go. I know you're supposed to let these things warm up in winter, but we're just gonna scooch it out of the way here real quick. Hydraulics are slow on it this morning. All right, we'll just leave that to warm up for now. There we go, much better. Yeah, as you can see, we don't have much feed left. Well, I think that should do it for in here. We're really not gonna go too crazy with getting snow out of the way today, just enough till we can move in and out of where we need to be. I should have fired up the good old Mac this morning, got it warmed up, but I didn't, so we'll see if she decides it's gonna start. A little bit of a hard start there, but got it going. Although I don't think we're going to be as lucky with the auger tractor today. This thing already has a weak battery as it is, so it's probably not going to fire up. Yeah, no, I'm just getting clicking sounds here. All right, let's get the pickup truck over here. So I got the booster cables on the John Deere there, trying to get it fired up. I am going to try and see if the case wants to start, because we got to use this to run the feed cart. This one should, though. It's got brand new batteries in it. There it goes. It's alive. The John Deere's alive. I'm just gonna go ahead here and try to move this auger out of the way. Well, there we go. Now that everything's out of the way here, I'm actually gonna run the wheel loader over here and we're gonna try move some of the snow out from the bins, because we gotta get right in there with the auger to load the semi up. This thing ain't got no heat in it, so we gotta do this job quick before I freeze my fingers off. So we're just trying to get into these two bins here, because one's got soybeans in it and one has, I believe, oats in it. So if we can just get these cleaned up, we should be in business. Well, it ain't perfect, but that'll do it. Case has been warming up for a little bit. Let's go get these cattle some feed. Actually, there's a little bit left in here. I completely forgot, so we're gonna give that to them there quick, and then we'll get them the rest. Yeah, we really decided to cut it close on feed this year. Not ideal, but we're cutting it just close enough. I mean, if we had to, we would have just went and bought some, but that wouldn't have been great either. Get a bucket of this, get a bucket of that, which is pretty much the last of it. Yeah, it's about all we have left. Just a little tiny bit in the corner. All right, we got some feed mixed here. I'm just gonna try and see if I can wiggle this thing in the shop. I'm not sure how much room we got left. Why am I stuck inside my loader? Oh yeah, we got plenty of room. We'll be good. So I went ahead and fired up the quad track when I was getting everything loaded up here, and it's now warm enough to move, so we're gonna try shimmy this into the shed as well. I got the loader pretty good in there, so we should just be able to get this in there as well. I should have plowed out in front of here, but oh well. Now I know for next time. Oh, please tell me this is gonna fit. I think it might. Yep. We are good, and this machine shed is pretty much packed right full. I went ahead and gave the cows some bedding just before it snowed the day before, so they're good on that. They just need some feed, and then hopefully tomorrow or the day after the truck comes and gets them. That would be perfect, actually. Well, there we go. Cattle are fed. I'm gonna get the case in the shed. Kind of rhymes. Yeah, we're just not gonna need this thing anymore this year, so in the shed it goes. I also went ahead and put the Ford in the shed because don't need it either. All right, let's try get this auger set up so we can get the grain the heck out of here and make some money. All right, so we have a small problem. This auger is just not gonna work for getting the grain out of these bins. It is just too long, and we are not gonna be able to pull the truck in here and actually get them all filled up. So I gotta go either rent an auger or borrow one from a neighbor, which I kind of hate to do, but I think that's what I might have to do. So I'm gonna go to my buddy down the road there and see if he has one kicking around that he's not using at the moment. And hopefully I can steal it for an hour or two. Well, I decided to take the pickup truck because it is much faster, but I got an auger. That's the most important part. It is quite a bit shorter, and it's got its own motor on it, so we don't got to use a little tractor there, which is kind of nice. It's actually really cool as well is it can move itself. It's got little hydraulic motors on the wheels. You just fire this bad boy up, and it can kind of go anywhere you please. Well, it sure as heck ain't going to be ideal because I can't pull a semi in here without this thing hitting it if I have it down low enough. So this is how it's going to have to go. The situation is just not turning out to be ideal, but as long as I can get everything loaded up and get my money, that's all that matters. At any rate, the semi's been running for way longer than it should have, so it should be plenty warm for us to try and get the heck out of here. I hope it doesn't get stuck. Come on, Mac. Oh yeah, we're good. Yeah, this trailer's just a bit higher than the average grain trailers, so not exactly perfect, but it will work. If I try pull it off all the way to the side here. There we go. All right, let's get this thing loaded. Well, that took a little bit here, but we got load number 1. Let's hope we can make it all the way to the elevator. I hope they got everything plowed, or else we might be screwed. Roads are also a little bit icy too, so we got to be careful of that. But we got a lot of money sitting here. Oh boy, this is one tight turn. They did not plow this very well. Oh, come on, semi. Yeah, we got it. We're here at this first granary. We got $70,000. I think we might take the next load to the other one because this one's not very well plowed, and I just about got stuck. So we'll see what we end up at the end of this. All right, so we're up to $134,000, which means we got roughly $64,000 for that first load here, and I believe there's 2 loads in that bin. So I'm pretty confident that we're gonna be making some serious cash here. Now, $185,000 is not all we're gonna be needing. That it's actually far from it. If I want to keep the farm over the next little while, I'm gonna need to make a bit more than that. And I wouldn't mind going on a nice warm vacation this year. Haven't done that in a while. Well, I got our second load here that pretty much topped us right off out of the bin, and that is all we got for soybeans here, which it actually worked out perfectly. But looks like the grain yard here did not get plowed, so hopefully we don't get stuck. It's not too deep over here, so we should be all right. I think we're gonna get slightly less here. I'm not sure on the exact price differences, but I'm guessing it's gonna be slightly less. It is a way shorter drive though, so less diesel fuel. All right, we're just unloading the back half here. We already unloaded the front half, and we're not quite gonna break 200,000, but each side was about $30,000, which I am very happy with. That's only $4,000 less than what we got at the last place, but this place is way more accessible. I just wish they would have got it plowed out for us. Not a whole lot of people hauling grain in today. Well, it is the next day here, and what do you know, the cattle hauler is here to take away the cattle finally. We're gonna get him all loaded up, and I think we're gonna be getting another big check from that. I got all the soybeans hauled last night. I got the oats loaded up last night as well. There was only about 10,000 liters of oats, so just filled the back half of the trailer up about halfway, and that was about it. So we got to take that in. Probably not gonna be too much money, but it'll be something at least. We got the straw out of it. That's what's the most important part. There's deer all around the yard. Oh man, it's gonna be a day. All right, semi-driver's just getting backed up here. We're gonna open up our gate. There we go. All right, come on back. Well, I guess let's see how much money we're gonna get out of this. Well, we got about half of them loaded up here. We got 10. There's only 20 in here. So he's gonna go take them to the auction mart and then wait for him to get back. Load the rest up, and we'll see what we get. Well, it looks like he's got the last load all ready to go here. I'm just going to shut this gate, and that is all of our cattle gone. All right, so in the meantime here, while I'm waiting to get a call back and what we got for price, I am going to go and take this trailer oats in. Don't got too much, but it's enough to go in and sell, that's for sure. Last load of grain for the year. Big money, big money. It's only oats, so probably not that much big money, but a little bit at least. A little bit would be nice. Almost $17,000. I will take it. All right, so since we're not going to be needing this trailer here no more, not this year at least, it is getting put somewhere else because it ain't going in the shed, but I do want the semi in the shed though, because that would be nice to keep it kind of out of the elements, I suppose. We'll see if we can just scooch it in there beside the gooseneck trailer. Yeah, that'll work. Or I guess in front of the gooseneck trailer. And just enough room. That'll work. Oh, don't get stuck on me now, semi. And in the shed you go. I'm gonna see if I can start the other tractor out there. I don't know if it's gonna fire up for me, but hopefully it does. We got her going. We'll let her warm up here for a minute. And we just got paid from the cattle $59,500. So that brings us up to $269,000. I'm pretty happy with that. All right, this had some time to warm up here. We'll get the last piece of equipment for the year in the shed. Actually, we'll move it out of the way of the John Deere in case we need to plow some snow. But I'm thinking, since we got a bit of money this year, I may actually be able to go on vacation. But who knows? And I gotta return an auger real quick here. All right, auger returned. And the farm is almost looking like the day we got here. Desolate, yet again. All right, $185,000 paid back. And there's another $30,000 for fuel and other miscellaneous expenses I might have forgot about. So that brings our grand total for the end of the year to $54,000. And we're a heck of a lot further than we ever were. Anyways, this is another year, came and gone. Let me know down in the comments what was your favorite season of survival farming and your favorite episode. I'd be curious to know. But this is the finale of survival farming, at least for FS22. Hope y'all enjoyed. I know I sure did. Thank you for all your support on this series, and I'll see y'all in the next one.